Good morning, one and all. A warm welcome to one and all. We welcome you all to the international seminar and webinar on child health, education, environment, and sustainable development 2022. Commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, an international webinar series on holistic health, well-being, and sustainable development, International Conference on Social Work and Sciences towards One Health and Sustainable Development 2022. Today we are also commemorating World Day Against Child Labour, having the theme set Universal Social Protection to End Child Labour. On this day, that is 12th June 2022, in collaboration with SIP resource faculties and various other resource persons from various institutions, and in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing. So, without taking much time, let's seek the blessings of Almighty to start our sessions for the day.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Of Almighty, we shall proceed for today's session. I take pleasure to invite all the speakers for the day. Dr. Payal Biswas Sood, co-founder, director, Institute of Human Sciences for Holistic Health. Dr. Vidya Hari Iyer, founder and director, psychotherapist, Dr. Vidya Smile Dental Clinic. And Ms. M. Varalakshmi, assistant professor of law, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Law College. Mrs. Vasanta Talya Ramarao, probation officer, retired, Women and Child Welfare Department, Government of Karnataka. Dr. Chandrakala Diyali, senior assistant professor, Amity University, Department of Social Work. Sri Virendra Kumar M. Thakurji, assistant professor, Govind Ballabh Pant Institute of Engineering and Technology, Uttarakhand. Sri Ravichandranji, principal consultant, Mapper Consulting Co., Chennai, Tamil Nadu. Christina Kigan, professional social worker from Nigeria, Africa. Matt Perleston, CEO, EQ for Peace Worldwide Inc., USA. And myself, Dr. Ravindra RM, moderator and coordinator for this session. So, we invite you all once again, the esteemed speakers for the day, and all the participants who have joined this international webinar and seminar on child health, education, environment, and sustainable development. Today in the sessions, we have first session by Dr. Payal Biswas Su, co-founder and director, lactation consultant and childbirth educator from Institute of Human Sciences for Holistic Health. She has 16 years of experience across organizations like IHSHH and various maternity hospitals in Bangalore, India. She is also executive board member for Birthing, the New Humanity BTNH, France Network, and passionate Rotarian at district level, Rotary Platinum City, Bangalore, and a lot more. So we will invite you, ma'am, once again to the international webinar series. And we thank you for accepting our invitation and joining us for bringing awareness on breastfeeding awareness and father's role. Today, we are also commemorating today we are also commemorating Father's Day. Today we are also commemorating Father's Day on this occasion. So let's listen to Dr. Payal ji on breastfeeding awareness and father's role. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Ma'am, before beginning, I think there is some background noise. Maybe the mic, maybe mic is getting in contact with cloth or paper.
Okay, yeah.
So can you adjust that?
Yes. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Very good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everyone. So, what I believe is if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go together, if you want to go far, we should go together. So, this is the motto of my speech. And today on the occasion of Father's Day, I think this is one of the best thing what we can do for all the fathers across the world. Creating a healthy and society by improving the breastfeeding rate of our globally and empowering the father. Sir, can I share my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you.
You have 30 minutes for your presentation and another 10 or 15 minutes for interaction.
Sure. So when we say imagine breastfeeding, what comes to our mind? Breastfeeding. It's so normal. What we have to talk about. I think we all know that what breastfeeding is. Feeding a baby, isn't it? And we have, when we say breastfeeding, we imagine animals feeding their babies. We imagine the tribal people feeding their babies. We see our grandmother feeding them. But we could not imagine that, us feeding our babies. The reason? Because we have never seen anybody feeding in front of us. Most of the time we stay in a nuclear family and we haven't seen. But when we see that the expectation versus reality, it's really scary. In India, it's the 53% when the baby is being breastfed for 0 to 6 months, and recommended duration of breastfeeding is 0 to 6 months exclusively according to WHO and UNICEF, and continued breastfeeding along with the complementary food for next 2 years or beyond. And if you see the rate globally, it's only 38% of the infants aged between 0 to 6 months are exclusively breastfed. So let me share you an interesting story about this from this animal world. We all think breastfeeding is easy and natural and normal. It should come naturally to every mother presenting in our planet. So let me share you this story. This mother chimpanzee's name is Nina and baby's name is Timbo. They are from South African animal sanctuary. In that sanctuary, there is a peculiar thing. What this sanctuary they do is collecting all the orphaned animals, and they don't allow the breeding of animals in order to avoid overcrowding. But it happened, this Nina, when she was about 7, 8 years old, she started showing some sort of unusual things like thirsty, and there was a tumor sort of thing inside her tummy, and the zoo authority thought maybe she is having some renal dysfunction or some tumor. And what they did, they took her to the two animal doctor, veterinary surgeon. After that, they found that somehow Nina got pregnant. So since she got pregnant, she gave birth to this baby Timbo. But since she has not seen anybody feeding in front of her, she didn't know what to do with her baby. Sometimes she used to throw up in the sky, sometimes she used to turn the baby upside down, and the zoo authority got scared because this is the way she was behaving with the baby. She was playing with the baby. Maybe she will kill her one day. So what they did, like us as a human being, they gave Nina, the mother chimpanzee, a iPad in order to see how to take care of the baby. But as you know, like our baby, this Nina also started playing with iPad, playing different games. Then the zoo authority thought, no, this is not working. Let us do something else. Let us give her another, baby chimpanzee doll. But Nina got scared. She thought that, this baby died. And she didn't even try to touch that doll, and also she started refusing her baby as well. Then one relative among that zoo authority who gave birth to a baby, you can see that second picture, she said, okay, let me do something. So one day she went there. She spent few hours in front of the cage of this chimpanzee, and Nina literally watched very minutely what this mother did with the baby. When within 1 hour, Nina knew what she needs to do with this baby Timbu. Immediately she put the baby onto the breast and started feeding, and now you can see that baby chimpanzee Timbu has grown up into a beautiful, handsome baby. So the point is, though it is natural, though it is normal, this even doesn't come easily to animals. So for us to, it's really difficult. And there are many barriers to breastfeeding. Some are interpersonal. Some mothers, they do think they don't have the knowledge. We can't blame them as well. They have less knowledge or no knowledge about the benefits of breastfeeding, or wrong information. So sometimes they think that if they feed their baby, maybe their freedom, their body, everything will go for a toss. Some interpersonal belief, like that breastfeeding is means the first milk should not be given to the baby since it is yellow in color. It may be dirty, or sometimes it happens the boys of the family, the baby boys will be fed with the breast milk, baby girl will be fed with other milk. Some interpersonal barriers can be like if the mother delivers the baby through C-section, mother and baby is being separated for any medical reason or any other things, or since the mother will be a little bit drowsy on the first day, family members, they feel that let us take care of the baby and let the mother take rest, or mother is new, she doesn't know how to take care, or so those really impact the first golden hour of breastfeeding. Then comes our laws, social norms, community. Then recently it happened in our community that the mother was feeding her baby in a mall, and she had been asked to go to the bathroom in order to feed her baby. So many mothers, they feel that, whether I should feed the baby in the public, or should I continue with, giving other milk to my baby. Then some organization policy, mothers, they don't have adequate maternity leave, and sometimes even the father, who plays an important role in giving support to the mother, even they don't have paternity leave. then the laws that mother needs to go back to work immediately after delivery, or father needs to go back to work immediately after delivery. So all this plays an important role in whether the mother continue feeding the baby for 6 months or beyond, or mother should stop feeding in between. So when we talk about the benefits of breastfeeding, uh, it's a huge, means if the mother feeds the baby for even for 1 month, that has got a huge benefit in reducing babies' inflammatory bowel disease, in reduction in adolescents and adult obesity in that baby, reduction in gastrointestinal infection. If the baby is being fed for 3 months, it helps in 30% reduction in diabetes 1 and diabetes 2, time in type 1 and type 2 diabetes. If the baby is being fed for 4 to 6 months, there is a huge reduction in the celiac disease and asthma, eczema, atopic dermatitis, and also it's if the baby is being breastfed for 6 to 12 months or beyond, it helps in reducing some serious disease like lymphocytic leukemia and other leukemias, and risk of becoming the baby becoming obese or having heart disease later in their life. And if we see from the benefit to the mother, it's again, it's huge. It helps in decreasing in postpartum bleeding post delivery. Then it helps the mother to gain back return to pre-pregnancy weight. It helps in preventing risk of breast and endometrial cancer and ovarian cancer as well. It helps in preventing postpartum depression, which is very, very, very common nowadays. And there is a research which says that we can prevent 20,000, I repeat, 20,000 women a year from breast cancer if we can, improve the breastfeeding rate of, if any country. And breastfeeding is associated with the reduction of women's risk of diabetes and risk of, ovarian cancer as well. And when we see the ecological benefit, again, it's huge. Breast milk does not require industry for production, and it is created and consumed with a minimal ecological footprint. In contrast, breast milk substitute needs energy to manufacture, distribute, and prepare, all which leave ecological footprint. Now we are more concerned about the green earth. And when in case of breast milk, there is no water needed, no paper, no metal is needed for the packaging of breast milk. But in contrast to other milk, it is needed. And so it's ecologically beneficial to the mother earth as well. But when we see for this economical benefit, annually in India, I will just show you the research that 1 lakh babies can be prevented, under 5 child death can be prevented by only one action, that is breastfeeding. 37 million cases of diarrhea and pneumonia can be prevented by, again, breastfeeding. Then if we see that, how much money can be saved, it's almost like $4 billion in household cost if the child is being breastfed. Mother and the family, they need not have to take the baby to pediatrician for the simple things like fever, cold, cough, diarrhea. And when we see from the country perspective, $106 million can be prevented in healthcare system in the treatment cost of the this. If we feed the baby exclusively, this can be saved. And if you see the business benefit globally, around $300 billion can be saved annually by only one action, that is breastfeeding, according to Lancet breastfeeding series. So we could see that 8,20,000 lives a year can be saved by only one practice, that is breastfeeding. And according to Anthony Lake, UNICEF Executive Director, what if government had a proven cost-effective way to save babies' lives, reduce rates of malnutrition, support children's health, increase educational attainment, and grow productivity? They do. It's called breastfeeding. And it is one of the best investment nations can make in the lives and future of their youngest member and in the long-term strength of their societies. Because we all know that breastfeeding is so important for babies' brain development, babies' retinal development. So automatically the babies will be more emotionally, more intellectually strong. Now let us come to the father's role. Many a times it happens that when we say father's role in breastfeeding, many men mistakenly believe that breastfeeding is strictly confined to women and babies. They see their role as a passive or neutral outside observer who has little influence on the process of breastfeeding. But studies have indicated, and even we see on our day-to-day practice, that unless fathers are included in breastfeeding educational programs and breastfeeding campaigns to be made aware of benefits of breastfeeding, then they will remain barriers to exclusive breastfeeding. Men can play a key role in supporting women to breastfeed. And how? They can provide emotional support. They can, take additional responsibilities like to do the household chores, to take care of the elder children or elderly people at home, and to give mother time and space to breastfeed. When the mother is feeding the baby, father can take in turn in changing of diaper, burping the baby, putting the baby to sleep. And they can also be sensitized, they can also sensitize their peers, the community, to the importance of breastfeeding and advocate for a women's right to breastfeed in public spaces. And so what we believe is father are also the stakeholders in decision making relating to how their child to be fed, and their reactions to the if they are not educated, they can be the hindrance in breastfeeding journey. And also fathers play a key role in improving mothers' confidence by showing them how they can improve the confidence, by showing them with showering them with compliments and praising their efforts and supporting them, and maybe a back rub while they're feeding. It really helps the mother. It really boosts the mother's confidence to breastfeed, to do more. Because we all know after delivery how the mother's health and emotional well-being will be. She will be devastated. She will be feeding the baby. She will be tired. She won't get proper sleep. She won't be able to eat, eat properly. So she needs rest. If we can support them physically, by mentally, then definitely that is a huge thing for any mother across the world. See, you can see that, even we involve the father in during pregnancy classes, in educational classes, so that father should know what exactly he needs to do after the mother delivers her baby. So, what we can do all to support breastfeeding? So, first thing is be supportive to the mother who needs time and flexibility to breastfeed. Be supportive to the new father, means he also needs a flexible time so that he can go back home and help the mother. Encourage the new mother and father with a positive accepting attitude, and recognize that the months after having a baby are special, so both of them need proper health support from the peers, from the co-workers, from the society, from the community as a whole. So again, there is a research which says that women are 2.5 times more likely to breastfeed where it is protected, promoted, and supported. So what I try to do from my individual level in my day-to-day practice, I empower the new parents by educating them on the pregnancy, on the nutrition, on the breastfeeding things. So and what they need to do immediately after delivery, from the first hour of delivery, because we consider first hour as a golden hour. If we lose that chance, it's gone forever. First are what the father needs to do after after the mother delivers the baby. Father needs to put the baby onto the mother's breast. If the first milk is very important, and mother should be comfortable. And then next is we also means from this corporate sector, from the government sector, we educate the mothers and the fathers regarding the breastfeeding. Not only the mothers and the fathers, also the grandparents, who plays an important role. Then I take classes for the young nurses, for the nursing students who are there in the third year or fourth year of their their studies, and also the master degree students and the government hospital nurses, new nurses, and the corporate hospital nurses, with a course which helps them to understand how they can help the new mothers in breastfeeding, how they can sensitize the father in and involve them in this whole process of breastfeeding. And you can see here we involve the father in promoting breastfeeding. And in corporate settings, we try to sensitize everyone about the importance of breastfeeding, about the importance of putting a breastfeeding room in every corporate sector, in every government sector, in every organization, so that mother can come back to their work easily. And that will prevent the organization from losing their employees, and also the employees will be more productive if the organization, if the corporate sector, if the government sector helps their employee in helping them with maternity leave, with paternity leave, with flexible work timing, and also a breastfeeding room, so that mother can come back to work, join the work, and express their milk and take back that milk for their babies. And what we do from this Rotary, since I'm a Rotarian, I'm in the district level, I'm the district chair for human milk banking and breastfeeding awareness. We create lots of awareness in the primary health sectors, so, grassroots of the society. We educate the primary health center nurses, Anganwadi workers, and the primary health centers doctors regarding the breastfeeding. We also do a lot of work in supporting, a lot of work in teaching and supporting and promoting breastfeeding among the mothers and the fathers and other members of the society, so that together we can improve the breastfeeding rate of our country to create a healthy world. And I also conduct international conferences where, in order to create a bridge between what we are doing and what all the people should be doing, so that we speak a same language. So we had means an amazing group of obstetrician, gynecologists, and then pediatrician, lactation consultant, midwives, doulas, researchers, social workers, authors, journalists from different parts of the world, where we talk the same language: how to improve breastfeeding, how to take care of the mother during pregnancy and after delivery, how to take care of the father during pregnancy and after delivery thing, so that mother, father, and the baby should be healthy. They should get a healthy environment, and they should have a positive atmosphere to create a healthy world for a better future for everyone. And in order to reach here means other part of the country and other part of the world, we do lots of breastfeeding awareness through Instagram, through Facebook, through Zoom, for different hospitals, different districts of India and abroad as well. And this is what we do through Bharat Nutritional Week, through digital media. So what I believe, supporting women to breastfeed is everyone's responsibility. It's a collective responsibility. By providing paid maternity leave, by quality health, care, nutrition, spaces to nurse, we can strengthen both families and economies. Building a sustainable momentum around breastfeeding requires effective policy, advocacy, and social behavioral changes, and combines interpersonal communication, mass media, and community level programming. For mothers to successfully breastfeed, they need support from the people around them, including fathers, partners, extended family, healthcare providers, lactation consultant, mother support groups, employers, and society at large. All these factors form a warm chain of support for breastfeeding and can ensure that mothers are supported throughout the first 1,000 days of their life. So, what we need is the 4 C's: communication, coordination, cooperation, and collaboration. With this, I want to leave a message that it needs a village to create a healthy world. And it doesn't matter whether I support my family or neighbor or stranger. It needs a word of encouragement to a mother in order to achieve her breastfeeding goal. So please support a mother wherever you are, whenever you see a mother, and give her space to breastfeed and a word of encouragement that really helps a mother in the long run. Thank you. And over to you, Dr. Ravindra.
Thank you, ma'am. Insightful session. You outlined various activities taken by you and your organization. It's a bit of the hour. Practices, and most of the women are also now working. They face different kind of challenges, especially that the children, and especially the first-time parents with nuclear families. A lot of them do not have this proper exposure to breastfeeding and also awareness. So most of the hospitals, even as a counselors or as a health professionals, we are also advocating and also recommending these counseling sessions for everyone. So participants, thank you once again for the wonderful session. And participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free to unmute yourself or raise your hand, or you can put in chat box. There is one query from FD Dr. Kalkidar. I have breastfeed elder son for 3.5 and elder for 2 years.
Unable to hear you, sir. Hello? Hello?
Hello, ma'am.
Right. I was unable to hear you. I think we have somebody has raised their hand. Yes, please.
Okay.
Hello, good morning, ma'am.
Very good morning.
Yes, ma'am. So I request you to kindly tell the benefits of breastfeeding for mother.
Mothers.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want me to repeat? Sorry, I means or share the. Hello. Uh, Yeah, sure. I will. It's a live stream, so you can see the benefits of breastfeeding for the mothers in YouTube. You can see my slides, and definitely, I have shared my mail ID. You can contact me directly, and I can share with you. And I hope that answers your doubt. And yes, Mr. Abhijit.
Yeah, Vijay, go ahead.
Um, Hello, Mrs. Pyle. I loved the session. It was really elaborately one. You covered it in a wholesome fashion. Just wanna give appreciations for spreading the awareness. It means a lot. I'm a clinical psychologist and I'm practicing the same. It matters. So thanks for your time and the awareness you are spreading. Just want to say thanks. Thank you. Thanks for your
Yeah.
time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other participants would like to share? Feel free. Okay, if there are no further queries, then we shall move on to our next speaker. Can you hear me, ma'am? Dr. Payal?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Arts, Sciences and Wellbeing. On behalf of all the participants, we thank you once again and express our gratitude, and we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future.
Thank you,
ma'am, for joining.
Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Dear participants, quickly fill the feedback form. It is in the form of polls. So it is mandatory for each session. So do not close any pop-up window. Do not move away from the Zoom app, because once closed, it cannot be opened again. So kindly fill up the feedback form for session 1. All the participants are requested to quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to the next session. Feedback form has been shared in the form of polls. You can see polls window in Zoom platform. There is no link for the feedback form in the Zoom app itself, Zoom platform itself. You can see a window named feedback form for session 1. If you have any difficulty in checking this form, or if you are not able to see this form, leave your feedback in the chat box on session 1. It's mandatory for receiving your certificate. Either you fill up the polls feedback form, or you leave your feedback in the chat box. And kindly quickly fill up the feedback form. We have 3 minutes, then the feedback form will be closed and we will move on to the next session. If you cannot see the feedback form, don't worry, you can leave your feedback. How was your session in your own words. You can use chat box, but make sure either you are filling the feedback form in polls, or you leave your feedback form in the chat box. You can select host. We have another 1 minute. So we will move on to our next session. So we invite Dr. Vidya Hari Iyer, founder and director, psychotherapist, counselor, Dr. Vidya Smile Dental Clinic, Tamil Nadu. She is a multi-talented personality, dentist, artist, animal lover, entrepreneur, passionate dancer, classical singer, author, social activist, and many more. We invite you, ma'am, once again to the international series. We invite you to take over for this session on thwarting child abuse. I think there is some network issue, network lag, due to which there is some lag in voice or disturbance in voice, I think. So kindly bear with us. Ma'am, you can unmute yourself, start your video and your presentation.
Sir, can you see me and hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. There is some network issue today.
Ravi sir, can you see me and hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So good afternoon, friends, and welcome to another amazing seminar. I just heard the first speaker, and I'm sure all of us had a great time listening to the importance of breastfeeding and the role of men there, right? Today, my topic of presentation is going to be thwarting child abuse. Even the word child abuse sounds very scary, right? And I have been involved with a number of NGOs who work along with child abuse victims. And we always feel that, there is so much that we can do for these tiny tots that we bring into this world. Many a times, it's a very sensitive issue. And today, for the next, say, 45 minutes or so, I know I'm going to touch on very, very, very sensitive topics. Topics which are worth, hours of discussion. But there's only one thing that after we understand all these and after we, get these information, what is our next plan of action? How can we prevent this? And what is the best thing we can do to make our world a better place to live in, not only for ourselves, but for the next generation? So without taking much time, I would like to definitely start sharing my presentation. And at the same time, I would like to thank Dr. Ravindra sir for this wonderful opportunity and my friend Mary for giving me this wonderful platform to speak. All of us know today is 12th June, and we are, commemorating World Day Against Child Labor. And it's a beautiful topic to actually discuss. And there is a plethora of speakers who are going to take us through this entire day, speaking on various facets of today's topic. So what exactly is child abuse, right? So child abuse is defined as a variety of harmful behaviors directed towards a child. It could be towards your own children, or it could be towards, children of the community. And it can take various forms. And this basically, if you look at it, has a number of ways that you would be able to, abuse a child. And this not only leaves a kind of a physical or a mental, imbalance in their life, but also it deranges their psychological and emotional quotient. And to a very large extent, most of these abusers or perpetrators are within the first line of circle. And that is the most scary or most uh, part of the thing that we need to really work. So are we really listening to our children when they talk? Is a very important thing, because 5 children die every single day as a result of child abuse. And this is a very alarming number. And as we go through the statistics in the next few slides, you would understand that when I speak this, there's a lot of, some kind of a ill feeling in our own hearts to see that, we as adults, we can say no to all this, but not the children. 80% of the children that die from abuse are also under the age of 4, which means they are just forming in their life and they are not very sure of what's happening with them too. And give the child a voice to speak, and if possible, be that voice at all times. 1 out of every 2 children in India is also sexually abused, and most of them are never reported. And this is a very alarming number when we say that, because we generally think it is the girls who get abused more than the boys. But sadly, it is the boys who are more targeted, abuse victims. And the numbers vary. It is around 52 for the boys and around 48 to 49 for girls. And if you look at these child sexual abuse in numbers, you will see that 53% children are all subjected to this abuse. And in most of the cases, almost 50% of these cases, the abusers are known to the child. So that is why these child or children, they become easy prey or victims to this entire scenario. And as I told you, the boys versus girls, the predilection is more towards the boys, and they are not far away, but definitely they are equal praise. And when you look at the amount of physical abuse they go through, 2 out of every 3 children are subjected to this, and about 8 cases of abuses are reported every single day. And if you look at it, the parents sometimes are also the perpetrators of these abuses. Most of the reasons why parents are perpetrators is sometimes poverty. Definitely, we are not trying to, give reasons for being perpetrators, but nevertheless, alcohol, substance abuse by the parents. They don't know what they're doing at the time they are doing. And in among the states in India, UP is the highest, followed by Delhi. And all of us have heard a number of cases in children and teenagers getting sexually abused. And 73% of the abusers, if you look at the data, you will see that most of them are even in our states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, West Bengal, and so on. And all these are on the top list. And if you look at the child labor complaints, as today's topic definitely deals with it, you will again see an increase in the states. And the categories, or who all are the abusers. It is very tough call because now you will see that, the first line of caregivers, like parents or step parents, even teachers, some family members, uncles and aunts, and some friends, relatives, and some staff within the institution, especially if it's a school, then you would have maybe the driver or the ayah or somebody like that. And when you look at neighbors who know that the children are alone, And we have seen a number of cases in the last few years in high-rise apartments where young adults they target such children, and they are subjected to a lot more sexual abuse too, and many a times even killed after rape. So these are things which is definitely a red flag for most of us. And if you look at the gender distribution for interventions, right from protection to restoration of these kind of children, from reporting missing children to giving an emotional support and guidance, you will see in most cases that the boys are at a higher percentage than the girls. And 40% of India's children are also susceptible to threats. So not only they are abused, they are also forced and threatened, so that after this threat, these children go through this kind of a psychological scar in their mind, and this goes on even till they become teenagers, and they are constant prey till that age where they can stand up for themselves and speak. And every child is innocent, and saving them from this kind of a threat or a fear is our responsibility. And it is up to us to stop child abuse. Many a times in India, especially in very poor families or families who are even below the line of poverty, girls are sold at a very minor age, and they are sold in the name of marriage to rich boys who can buy them, and they are used, and now they are thrashed, they are put into the flesh trade. And this is again something which is a story where most of us are not even able to relate to, even though we hear such stories. And there are some brave hearts, and recently there was a movie also. But see, only one or two people have that kind of a brave heart to fight against and speak up for a number of people. But not all of them fall into this kind of a genre. So we need to be very sensitive, very empathetic towards every child whom we see these kind of changes in their physical or their emotional well-being. When you look at the outrage against children again, you will see the cases of rape has increased almost 336% in the last 10 years. And even though we have a number of child welfare committees and communities coming up, it is nowhere in comparison to the number of cases which are reported per state or even country-wise. So this is again a very alarming number which we all need to work out on. And these helplines, definitely, if you see this Rakshin project which has been started, it definitely helps or rehabilitates these kind of children, providing them the basic comfort. When you say comfort, it is like giving them decent places to stay, sensible levels of health and hygiene, that is food and nutrition, and definitely giving them some kind of a vocational training, putting them back into school, helping them get back on their feet, and not get scarred for life because of these events which has happened in them. Many at times very insensitive people ask, why didn't you report such incidents when it happened? And why are you speaking up even after so many years? And many of them don't believe that it happened. And, they always have a way of putting it and saying, what were you wearing that particular day? Were you kind of, trying to instigate the other gender to approach you? And did you provoke them? Did you scream? Did you raise your voice? And what is the proof you have? And are you exaggerating? Are you hallucinating? Were you drunk or high, or were you with your male partners or boyfriends? And that is the kind of society, sadly, that who are judgmental, where we live in. So if you actually look at any child abuse case, every 2 seconds a child is getting abused, and most of these cases are not even reported. So it is not that we have a great statistical evidence to speak about the actual kind of damage that is happening within the society. So getting back into the topic, when you look at the types of child abuse, you have basically 4 types. The physical abuse, when there is a deliberate kind of an intention to inflict a kind of pain or torture on the child. And then, of course, you have the emotional quotient. You have a neglect. We'll be talking a little more on that front. And of course, the sexual abuse, which we spoke about. Even medical neglect or any kind of a psychological neglect is also taken into consideration. When you look at the various examples of such a kind of abuse, this does not only hit the child or the children below the age of 4 or 10. It also goes on towards teenagers, and sometimes even women are domestically getting into such kind of a violence if they were subjected to a kind of a violence in the early ages. Financial violence or material exploitation is also taken into consideration. And today, workplace violence is also on the rise, where there is a kind of a gender discrimination between man and a woman. So if you look at these kind of physical or abuse, child abuse, let's understand what all come under the words of child abuse. If you are verbally abusing a child, if you're teasing a child which is hurting them beyond a kind of a reversibility of their emotions, when you're exposing a child to any pornographic content or any kind of videos or audiovisual aids, if you're teaching a child or touching the child in inappropriate places without their consent. When I say without their consent, see, a child is very open. If it does not like, it will cry. If it is within the first or the second year, if it does not like, if it's not comfortable, the child is going to cry. But after that, the child is trying to actually come out of that comfort zone and trying to understand people around. And at that time, the child shows its kind of unpleasant feeling on the face. So as a caregiver, it is very important for us to understand this. Forcing a child to touch you at inappropriate places, or not attending to the child's call when the child is trying to speak, hitting or beating or hurting a child to get out of your frustrations. There were times when people used to take iron rods and hit or mar the child, manipulating a child, or trying to tease the child in an unpleasant way. Sometimes, not taking care of your child also, that is not giving them proper clothes to wear or food to eat, is also a kind of abuse. Making your child do all the work at home like a servant. Usually step parents are depicted and shown that is what they do. Not listening to your child or not paying attention to your child's conversations, neglecting the emotional needs of a child, like a proper or a hug or a kiss or a kind of a bond. I'm sure you would have seen in a lot of Asian schools, even as the child enters the school, they will have a chart to say like how does a child want to be greeted today inside the class, right? So you will have the teacher and there'll be images like if the child wants a hug that day, the child would touch hug and the teacher can hug the child. Some children need a kiss, some children need a high five, some children just need a shake hand, some children just need a namaste. So it depends on what the child needs or what that emotional need of the child is on that particular day. Even as adults, I think all of us fall into that category. Next is making the child do all human labor, and which is much more than what is necessary for that child. Like many schools in Japan, if you look at it, they instigate this kind of labor, but that is not as a punishment. That is as a way of training or wise parenting of the child. Most of the schools in Japan make their children clean the floors and clean the the classrooms, and this is to instigate kind of responsibility in the child. So that is not an abuse, that is a way of grooming the child. But when I say making to work as a servant, this is like when you deprive the child of any basic facilities, as in even education or kind of fun time or leisure also. Many a times children are try to not go to bigger schools. This has happened in many villages where the male child is given a priority of going into a bigger or a better school. And I remember the story of Karnam Malleshwari, a person who brought laurels to our country, and she shared a lot of pictures on social media that when she was growing up, her brother was given shoes to wear and she was deprived of even wearing shoes. And similarly, many girls are not allowed to go to English medium schools or better schools, and boys are. So, I mean, this kind of discrimination is also not, I wouldn't say it is 100% equivalent to abuse, but then you are trying to draw a line which could lead to a child abuse. Neglecting a child's mental needs, and sometimes even neglecting the child's educational needs and not allowing them to go to school, and not giving a kind of atmosphere or an environment where this child can grow to be a responsible adult. Most of the time, children are even made to cook food and go near the fire in a very tender age when the adults are not doing anything. I mean, that is also, say, a child abuse. So children definitely can't stop child abuse, and adults can. And it is upon all of us who are listening to this webinar today, and to all those who are going to listen to us when it is on the Facebook and live streaming, that we all take it upon us as individual responsibilities, even if we are not attached to any organizations, to at least make a difference in the area where we live in. So what are the different types of injuries, what you would see when the child is definitely abused? You will see severe cuts and rips and marks on the child. And this happens even in tiny tots and infants. Most of the child, if they are unwanted birth or unwanted pregnancies, the child which is born is hit. Most of the girls especially are, injured this way because there is a kind of a fetishness for a male child. And the injuries could be so traumatic that it can leave a kind of a permanent scar on the child's development, and it could cause hematomas or hemorrhages on the child. And when the child are subjected to this kind of a physical torture, you would see that the child is beaten black and blue. That's the general way we speak. And they are hit on all parts of the body. And if you look at the parts of the body, when you have to see whether they are normal injuries or they are injuries related to sexual or physical abuse, you can see that the green spots are spots of normal injury areas, whereas the red spots are spots where the child are actually touched or abused in not kind of they have not been accepting this kind of an abuse. This is the way it is. And you will see such gory pictures, especially if you look at children. They are bitten on all parts of their body, and it is very traumatic that these children sometimes don't even cry, and there is a kind of so much of sorrow that most of them die by just not crying after some point of time. Their entire connect with the world is stopped. And when you see young teenage girls, you will see them bitten on certain private parts also. And this is again, you would see the kind of injury, and the color of the blood clot would give you a kind of a timeline. When it is a fresh blood clot, it is mostly reddish in color. It becomes pinkish, purplish, bluish, and violet, and then goes into a black clot as the days go by. And that is a kind of a general phenomena with which we as doctors, we try to see such sexual bite marks. And being a dentist, we generally try to evaluate these bite marks to see whether it is a human bite or it is an animal bite. I'm sure you saw the news today morning also, where a 5-year-old child was eaten up by a stray dog and it died. So we need to know what exactly is the cause of the death. And if these kind of bite marks could give us some kind of an information, we have a scale with which we try to measure these bite marks, especially the upper teeth or the maxillary teeth, as we say, and the mandibular teeth. And we try to find out the petechial hemorrhage, and depending on that, we are able to analyze this. Along with that, we also understand what is neglect. Neglect is where 60% of the child abuse victims are, affected with, and this is the maximum score for the child abuse. And this is when a caregiver, a parent, a guardian, a governess, or whoever is taking care of the child does not attend to the child's basic needs, and this could be medical, physical, educational, or emotional neglect. And in dentistry, we also understand, we try to, we work very closely with these kind of NGOs, because when you see a tooth decay, it does not happen all in a day. It does not happen from the dentine, from the enamel to the dentine to the pulp, giving to an abscess on a single day. So there is a kind of timeline wherein this kind of progress of a dental caries is. And you will see the color of the teeth also changing from white to yellow to brown to black. So it is not that the parents would have not seen. So if you're not attending, this is a kind of a floor chart we look into when we think about the abuse. So when you see the abuse, we also see the siblings. Now, if all the children of the family are affected the same way, and we also see whether it is life-threatening, and if it is life-threatening, we definitely inform the child helpline, and we screen also other abusers. Now, if there is only one child, as a doctor, it is up to us to see the other children also, and we either do counseling, and the role of a dental surgeon here becomes to identify not only the soft and the hard tissue injuries, but also check on the multiple injuries on the body or any other parts of the body. Most of the injuries are neck and above, so it becomes very easy for the dentist to have a look on a general examination. And there is also roles of other doctors like medical doctors, orthodontics, or orthopedics, and then we have surgeons. When you have multiple bone fractures, we also take the help of gynecological doctors, because to check their private parts and see if there was any penetration. Now, is a child safe at home is the next question which we need to know. If not, then we have to send them to a kind of a home where their needs of emotional needs are taken care of, and definitely wise parenting and emotional improvement of such children are taken into consideration. And if the child is safe, then we leave them with trusty family members, especially when it is step parents there. We give the child to a responsible grandparent or an aunt or an uncle who's ready to take up. In either case, they are kept under radar, and then they are reported to police for further examination in case it is something beyond control. In cases where there is death of a child, forensic odontologist, there is a specialty of dentistry where we try to analyze the subject, we try to see the crime spot, we try to collect evidence, and we try to attend autopsies and also work out to analyze these bite marks and all the vital findings we see, both ante and post-mortem. So as Matt Blunt said, child abuse and neglect often offend the basic values of our state. We have a responsibility to provide safe settings for at-risk children and facilitate permanent placement for children who cannot return home. So many of these permanent placements are foster parents or homes which really bring out the best of children. And we have seen many children who have walked out of these homes as individual adults who are worthy of having a second life, right? Next is signs of emotional abuse. When you look at constant criticisms, you are not good, look at your neighbor, or look at your brother, or some things like that, constant comparisons, accusations and blames always on children, playing mind games and fooling them, not allowing them to think wisely, suspicions and skeptical about every single thing, isolating them socially, and verbally abusing or yelling out bad names to the children. All of this are, signs of emotional abuse, and we need to understand that every child has a healthy boundary, and we have, even though we are as parents, we have no right to invade into their privacy, and we need to understand, and we need to, pick their emotions, pick their facial expressions early on to help them understand that, as an adult, we are there for them. So it's very important. And there is no greater inhumanity in the world than hurting or belittling a child. This is very important for all of us to know. And as Nelson Mandela said, a true character of a society is revealed in how it treats its children. So it's so very important. I know the subject is quite heavy, and there are so many unsaid truth which has to be brought in the open. And it is up to us to thwart the child abuse and stop it, and stop, giving the child unnecessary inputs saying that, don't tell anybody and I will scare you, I will hit you, I'll kill you. These are the words, if the child hears, they get traumatized for life. We need to stop all these kind of words, and we can tell them that it is okay to tell us or share. So we as responsible adults, we need to tell them, you have to let us know. As parents, you have to let us know when somebody touches your private parts, when somebody asks you to touch their private parts, when somebody allows you or shows you their private parts, when someone asks you to show your private parts, when someone asks you to take off your clothes when it is not in a medical setup or it is not in front of your parents, when somebody takes photos or videos of you without clothes, and when someone shows you videos or photos of people without their clothes. This is very, very important in today's world. world, because most of the children are getting into social media much at a younger stage or age. And I think as parents, we ourselves are sometimes exposing our children to all that. So what is my connection with all this? I have been working with a kind of a series called the Inspiring Young Mind series, where we teach children moral values, we support their mental well-being. I am an art therapist, so I help children, I identify them, I work very closely with these children on art therapy so that I can really understand their unsaid words and unsaid emotions. So we use a lot of kind of tools where we try to understand their inner hidden emotions. And sometimes even adults, we do the art therapy to help them come out of trauma which they have had very much in the past. And this Inspiring Young Minds has really given a kind of a holistic 360-degree approach towards the well-being of children. So in that, we teach them about good touch, bad touch, and we talk to them about the various parts of the body where people can never touch. So that is an absolute no, and we tell them to say the word no. Just saying the word no or moving out of that area or situation sometimes is not comfortable for the child, because they are very small and their perpetrator could be a very huge person, and maybe even a person of respect. So that can be a kind of a challenge, but nevertheless, this is something which we need to tell them. So the good touches are when you get a pat from your teacher, when your dad is trying to clean your private parts, and when your brother is pulling your cheeks or kissing you. All these are good touches. Whereas your bad touches are when your stranger is touching you, or the stranger is telling you something to keep it as a secret, or any stranger is trying to threaten you to hurt you. So these could be bad touches. And we ask every child to draw a circle of safety. We call it the safety circle. And we try to ask them to include 5 people whom they can run to in case they feel they are, at a problematic stage. So these 5 people will be those non-judgmental people. And we ask them to draw them or put their faces, write what they feel about when they are with them. We boost their ego, we boost their sense of mental well-being, and try to help these children to actually come out of their trauma. And all these 5 people are informed that they would be the frontline warriors for their children. Next is the 6 signs your child is being targeted by a predator, especially in today's world of the social media and when there are so many online sessions going on. So we need to say or tell the children to follow the law and understand whatever has been the rules of the online platform. So if you see a child or your teen who spends a great time online, or if you see any pornography on your family computer, or you see that your child receives or is making call to unknown numbers which you don't know, or you understand that your child has received some gifts from people whom you don't know, or you see that your child is slowly withdrawing from the family. Now, when I say withdrawing, there must be a kind of a pattern within the family. We generally say that all the family has to eat together, pray together, and have some quality time together. So if you see that your child is not coming on these areas now and is slowly withdrawing, that is when you need to start thinking that's a red flag coming up. And when your child is using somebody else's account on the social media platform. So it takes a child's community to end this child sexual abuse. And 94.5%, as I told you, are from people whom they trust. So it is very important that this safety circle is a well-known circle where the children's voice will be heard no matter what. And what are the effects of child abuse? You see that there is an impairment of the brain development. There's poor physical health. No matter what you feed the child is not putting on weight or does not look that per child's age. There are a lot of psychological issues. They are either very silent in nature or they are very aggressive. It's either the two. And if they are aggressive, they can become antisocial people as they become adults. Relationship issues, they don't get married. In case they get married, they are abusive and the trait continues. They sometimes get into substance abuse. It could be smoking, alcohol, drugs, and whatnot. Behavioral issues, they, as I told you, sometimes they can get very aggressive. They can become very bossy in school. And when you go into their personal space and understand them, then you will see a scar of the yesteryear. And sometimes they also become abusive to others. This is a very interesting statistical analysis, and I feel all of us should know about this. See, we understand child sexual abuse when the children are young, right? But what happens to these children who are going and moving on to maybe their 5th decade of their life? So men who have suffered this kind of childhood abuse are twice likely to be without a job. 34% of the male survivors, their household income is less. And male survivors are twice as likely to live alone, which means they don't have good social relationships too. 17% of the men and 14% of the female survivors are not working because they find relationship issues and trust issues when they have got to go to work. Sickness and disabilities are main reasons for being out of work, because they are always thinking about their past and it has given a permanent scar in their life. And most of the times, if you see that incomes of these people are also much less, and they live out of other people's lives. So that is a permanent scar. So what are the types of mental health disorders? These children get into anxiety disorders, eating disorders, mood swings, trauma or stressor related, personality or psychotic kind of mindsets. And this could turn into depression and obsessive compulsive disorders and bipolars, and probably even lack of sleep. They are just so scared that once they close their eyes, somebody might come and hurt them or injure them. So what are the ways you can do to improve such children's life? Is by helping them understand themselves better, accomplishing goals, reduction in symptoms and emotional outbursts, having a stable kind of an appetite, giving them some kind of a routine, helping them sleep better, establishing healthy boundaries so that nobody steps in, and looking forward for validation versus an outward appearance. So April is actually the Child Abuse Prevention Month. And what can you and I do towards this? We can volunteer our time and get involved with parents in your community and spread this good word. Discipline your child thoughtfully. When you discipline, it is not abuse, my dear friends, because there are times when you also love your child. So we need to understand that thin line between discipline and abuse. Examine your behavior and the behavior of the children, educate yourself and others, teach the children their rights, support prevention programs, and understand and know what child abuse is, and also know the signs of abuse. So after being abused, if you look at a child who's 10 years later, if they have been abused and they have not got any kind of a proper treatment, this is what happens. They have post-traumatic stress disorder, they are sad, they are depressed, and they have anxiety disorders. However, if they have been raised by loving, caring parents, you will see these children confident, friendly, outgoing, and happy. And it is up to us, my dear friends, to give these children a better world to live. These are few food for thought. We are talking about infertility, which is on rise, which means many couples don't have children. And on the same time, we are talking about child abuse is on the rise. What are we looking for, my dear friends? We need to understand we are in dire need to restructure our society and our overall holistic well-being. This is your food for thought for this weekend. Every child deserves to grow up feeling safe and loved, and you and I can make the difference. Thank you so much for a wonderful, patient listening, and thank you, audience. I'm open to questions at this point of time. Thank you, Ravindran sir, for another wonderful opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
It's a
sir.
wonderful session. You have covered upon various aspects of child abuse and also given wonderful statistics about how the child is being abused, and also there is no gender disparity between male and female also. I mean, that gap is slowly reducing, unfortunately, even in child abuse cases also. So, I mean, it's a great concern. We all need to address it.
Absolutely, sir. Many a times we don't understand that boys also get affected, and the onus is only on the girls. Of course, sometimes the girls bear the brunt of it. We have unsafe pregnancies in young girls, young teenagers. They don't understand what life is, and they are already pregnant. And most of the times they go through the entire pregnancy also and deliver children. Many movies in Hindi also has shown such kind of stories, but nevertheless it is up to us to understand that we are living in a society, and change is from within, and we definitely need to look into it. And yes, Sarika ma'am, as you said, it's very, very horrible to see such bite marks on children. And being in the dental industry, I have personally seen many, many such bite marks, and it is very painful because the child does not open and say, and it is very important that we help the child understand it is not their mistakes. Mostly the child is made to believe that they have done the mistake, and it is very very difficult for us to know. There are times when I see girls wear very high neck clothes and cover themselves so close so that they are not seen, and whenever asked what is this mark or anything like that on their face, they say, no, I fell down, I just slipped and fell, and things like that. Wives say that. So it is very difficult for us to pinpoint until unless they come out of their I can't say comfort zone, but I would say that zone where they feel they are safe enough to be heard and safe enough to be understood. And I think it is not a boy or a girl. It is every child is precious, and gone are those days when they had around 10 children. And probably when I was born, and I have around 2 siblings, so we are 3 in our family. My age, I think most of us, there were 2 or 3, but today every family has only 1 or none. So more we need to be aware of such things. So definitely it is up to all of us, and we have to raise our voice. Thank you so much, Mohan sir, for those kind words. Thank you so much for all those wonderful comments. Is it possible to send your PPT, ma'am? Okay. What do I say? I generally don't share my presentations, but I would say that it is available on the Facebook platform. If there are any queries related to it, you can feel free. I'll write my number here. You can feel free to contact me and talk. I don't share for only one reason, is because I feel I've taken a lot of pains to make the presentation, and I feel like I should safeguard the time invested in that. Any questions? I can see 2 people who have raised their hands. I'm not able to see your names though. Can you please unmute and come over?
Vasanta, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Madam Vidya, Madam, it was a nice presentation. Really, I'm very happy because I'm directly related with child labor. Only one point I thought you missed it. After all these abuses, where to send the child? What is the action to be taken by the parent or the society?
So generally, as I had told you, in some cases, parents are not a safe place to go. And in that cases, like I had mentioned, it is better to send them either to the next line, which could be grandparents or an aunt or an uncle whom the child is very close to. Many a times we have seen beautiful relationships between grandparents and their grandchildren. I don't know if you all have seen a social media a video of a grandmother and the grandson. The grandson lost the mother during childbirth. So as soon as the child was born, the mother passed away. And this child was reared by the father and the father's mother. And during the COVID, this child lost the father also. And he is around a teenager. He is around 18 years old. So the grandmother is over like almost 70 years old. And she has not been working all her life. Okay. But now, and she is a very good cook. So during the COVID, what this grandmother did, she started making food and sending. And that is how income started coming. And today, both the grandchild and the grandmother make videos and send. So this bond between the grandmother and the grandchild is so very precious. This is not about child sexual abuse, but it is just like a financial loss, a loss of a loved one. So we need to identify these kind of second line helps. There are cases where aunts and uncles, maybe the father's brother or the mother's sister, have much more affection towards the children. And that way you can put these kind of children, if they are in step parents house, you can put them in these families. Or worst case scenarios, there are many NGOs which adopt these children. There are lots in Chennai. I know them by name. There must be lots in other parts of the country and the world too. So it is always nice to put these children in such areas where the basic things like, roti, kapda, makan, that's what we say, right? The good food, good healthy nutrition, good hygienic place to live. Second is definitely good clothes to wear. And third is a good shelter to live in, a safe shelter to live in. And then comes education and vocation. So once the child is safe within all this, within about 6 months time, with regular counseling, with a lot of love and affection, there are, a lot of outreach centers where people come and spend their time. I have had a lot of my friends who after the age of say 50, what they do is in their spare time, they go to these houses. They are not a part of, I'm not saying Rotaries and Lion.
Hello, madam. Sorry to interrupt. This is a positive story which is you are giving. It's really good. My question is that what to do according to law? If everything is behind that, you have left 1098 and also child welfare committee in your speech. Just I wanted to come out with that. Only 2 points you have left it in the whole speech of yours. It is an excellent explanation. Abuse is an excellent abuse in this thing. You have given the illustration, everything. Only you have forgotten to mention 1098. What is the use of 1098 and what is the role of CWC in this society?
True. I think there are other speakers who are going to speak on those topics, ma'am.
Yes, I am the one who is waiting now.
Yeah, so I've left it for them. But as you said, child helplines are also there for such questions. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Nice of you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good endeavor.
Thank you. There are 3 more participants who've raised your hands. Please unmute and ask.
Yeah, quickly, we are running out of the time. So
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah.
Lovely
Yes.
session, ma'am. A lovely session.
Thank you
I
so
would
much.
request you to speak about MLC also, because when the kids get abused, then parents do not know what to do. They wash them, they clean them, right? And then all those marks goes away. So you need to tell, and we need to know more what can be done. We need to go to directly to the police with those mark, or we should not clean the body, so that doctors, or even say MLC can be done in the government hospital, or we can take them to the police. But this part is also very important. I request you, either you or the next speaker, to cover that point, because when you go to police and all these things, then MLC is very important. People do not know what is MLC? So
Yeah,
yeah,
what
ma'am.
you said is absolutely right. Many a times the children need to open up and say, or the parents or caregivers need to find out immediately a difference in their physical changes or emotional changes. And if it is within, say, within the first 24 hours, it becomes easy for them to take these children to the police and examination by the medical doctors to understand the cases much better. There was a case from a daycare center where the caregiver by mistake had poured hot water on this child as she was taking care, and the caregiver did not tell the parent when they were handing over the child at the end of the daycare time, and the child was so scared to even open the mouth to the parents. But the next day morning, when they were giving bath to the child, the father noticed a kind of a burn mark on the thigh, went back to the daycare center, and then raised an alarm. So it is very important in such cases where we need to understand. And sometimes, like in this particular case, as I told you, the hot water was not with intention, it just dropped. So the case was, diffused. The ayah was given a warning, and the child was taken into confidence. But not always it is this case. So sometimes we definitely need to talk to our children much better. And it is not on these days or days of a problem that you need to talk to the child. Talk to the child every day. That is when the comfort zone will come, when the child will come back to you on the same day. Many a times when you are aloof from the child will not tell you, and you might miss out on these kind of evidences on day one. And that is why I told you, in case of the bite mark, the color change. So within the first 14 days, if you see the color change from red to purple or black, we as doctors are able to identify, and that holds good for any part of the body too. Chronic neglect, like dental caries, is a chronic neglect. Multiple teeth are decayed and the parent has not taken care, not taken to a doctor for medical examination. That is a thing. A child is losing weight and the doctor has not been attended to the child. That's a medical negligence or medical abuse by the parent. So that is why we as doctors, we look into all these kind of small nuggets to understand how long the abuse has been there. And we are a little careful in the words we choose and we speak to the parents, because we want to know whether it is ignorance or it is irresponsibility. We need try to look into that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So we have two advocates also on the panel. So let's wait for the sessions. We cannot cover everything in one session. And even because every speaker has their own limitations of the content they have to present because of the given time. So let's wait for all the presentations. And even after that, if you have any queries, we are always there to help you, and we can also connect you to the speakers.
Thank you.
So thank you, ma'am, once again for joining us.
Thank you so much, Ravindran sir. This is a topic which is very close to my heart, children. And when you look at both sides of the spectrum, infertility on one side and child abuse on the other, I feel there is a plethora of information which we can share. And thank you for giving me this international podium for sharing my few cents on this. And thank you all the viewers for your patient listening. And thank you for giving me an opportunity once again. Have a great Sunday and enjoy listening to the rest of the speakers. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. On behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art Sciences and Wellbeing, we thank you once again for joining us, and we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future. Thank you. Have a
Thank you so
great day.
much. Thank you. Thank you.
Participants, quickly fill up the feedback form. It is raised in the form of polls. Yeah, quickly fill up the feedback form so that we can move on to our next session. If you are unable to see this poll window, you can leave your feedback in the chat box. Feedback is necessary, mandatory for each session to be eligible for the certificate. So kindly fill up the feedback. So while you are filling the feedback form, let me introduce our next speaker. We have with us Mrs. Vasanta Talya Ramarao, Probation Officer, retired from Women and Child Welfare Department, Government of Karnataka. We welcome you, ma'am, once again to this international webinar series on occasion of World Day Against Child Labor. To take over for your session, Child Development Abuse, Exploitation and Child Labor, and various initiatives taken by Women and Child Department for prevention of child labor. You can unmute yourself, ma'am. You can start your video.
Me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Really, it's a wonderful session for the day and for the year also. It's one of the very, very interesting and lovable subject to me because I have served half of my life with this subject. I am with children, I am with for the abused children, I am for the child labor. I have worked a lot for these children. So it's very nice to have this webinar section at the international level, and with so many good people like you with me today. It's a wonderful session for me. It's very nice to have that abuse. Dr. Vidya was speaking all this time. Of course, abuse is what all she said is good, and here are the three things are there. One, the child is the center point. The other side, abuse is there. The another side is child exploitation is there. The third side, the child labor is there. In between these three triangle, the child stands in the center. See, always these things happen together. The child abusing. Yes, any question? The yes, sir.
No, ma'am. Please continue.
No, any question?
No queries, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So that as the child is concerned, these three things are in triangle in and around the child. So as other speakers said that abuse is there. So when these abuses are there, the positive histories are there, they can do so many things. But law is very important. According to law, what we should do, what is the action to be taken, either a social worker or a common human being or a policeman or a voluntary agency or someone who knows about this subject without knowing anything also. If the child is abused, if the child is in risk, if the child is in the street, if the child is in somewhere in the dustbin also, it's our duty. The first and foremost duty, either you have to report to the police or a report to the 1098. 1098 is universal common helpline. It's a helpline for children. Remember, child means 1099. So it is a toll-free number all over India. You can call from your mobile phone or from landline phone 1098. That goes to some helping hand place. So those people will come and rescue the child. If you are not getting that number, please kindly inform the case to the nearest police station. That is the duty you have to do. Every Indian or every citizen, every social worker, a student, whoever it is, when they see the child is under risk, whatever the risk, it may be child labor risk, abuse risk, or some run and hit case they have run, anything, you please kindly inform. Do these two jobs. One, you inform the police. Second thing, you call 1098 and inform. So, coming to the point, abuse. So, today they have given me good opportunity that we have given me child development also. So, he is telling that after development, see the from the conception to the birth to the growth to the development. Everything is the child development. So if I speak on child development as an server of this child development department, I'll take 1 hour only for that. Now I feel that let me not take that subject over here. Let me proceed with the abuse, exploitation, and child labor. All the subjects, all three are very, very important and which is unknown to many people. You know the subject, you know the word, you know so many things, all power presentation. But what is going on the other face of the coin, nobody knows. Maybe few of knows it, but you have worked with it, such cases. The thing what all other people explained so far, it is one face of the coin of this child abuse, development, exploitation, and child labor. But the other face, you have to report to the police or you have to report to the 1098. Then the real fact starts, the history starts, or the abusement after the exploitation, after all those histories, the child will be referred to the police. What police will do? Police will also not do anything. Police will also simply bring the child and hand over to the child welfare committee. See the word, child welfare committee. It's not a court, not called as a court, but it is the work going on in a child court is called as it is child welfare committee. This child welfare committee has been executed in the year of 2000 for the board. It has come before that only Juvenile Justice Act was there. For that there was a separate court was there. But in 2000 it has been come up with the power and it has its own bylaws and rules and regulation. It has started in the year of 2000 from our prestigious department, Women and Child Welfare. So when the child, after the abuse or after the child labor, it gives to the institutional management. All this child was there either his parent or in employer's name, a place or somewhere in the school studying with all dramatic phenometry. But after coming to knowing these things, what happened? Someone says sexually abused, physically abused, and psychologically given so many problems to the child, whatever it is. But it is all the same. Nobody has not done any investigation on that. So the child will be brought to the institutional management. So Women and Child Welfare is having institutions for this purpose mainly. So that child, irrespective of the age, a 4 year child is abused, so that child will also be brought to the notice of child welfare committee and it is coming to the institutional management. Irrespective of sex, boys or girls, whoever it is, they will all be brought to the notice. Then what we will do? As the early question was there in this session, they were asking if both mother and child or the also is abused, what will be the action and all. All those questions. Now I'm going to give you the reality, what is happening these days, today, with all things is going on. So one thing is that the child, when it comes to the institutional, what we will do? The first and foremost thing we'll do the medical examination of the child. Medical examination. Why? Because I'm not an expert. The only medical history to be there. So That is why we will refer the child to the doctor. Even if the girl child comes, we will refer the girl child to a lady medical officer only. So she will personally check the girl or the inmate. Once it came to the institution, it is called as inmate. So she will check it and a detailed history, starting with their weight, height, the wounds, the injuries, the diseases, the medical history, what are the medicines previously they were taking, what are the points, how long they are here, everything they will write in the medical record. It will be recorded within a half an hour or within 24 hours. If the medical officer is on leave, we'll send the child to the peripheral hospital near to us and we will make it. It is 24/7. No timing. It is night. No, we will not avoid it. Immediately we do the health check. And then if the child is physically abused, immediately we take the photographs of the child. Even if it is not physically abused, then also we take the photographs within 24 hours of the child with the clothes which they worn and have come to the institution. And if it is physically abused, that special photographs will also be taken. If it is sexually abused, we will not expose anything. It is secretly maintained. All the medical history will be maintained. A probation officer will be there. They are fully in charge for the child. They will take care of the child from each level to the higher level also. So soon after the child comes, these are the two things will take place. One is taking photographs. The second thing, the medical examination. The third thing only we do the admission to the institution. So while doing the admission, we do a small counseling. At that counseling level, child will never open, whether it's illiterate child, a literate child, a poor poverty line child, high society child, whatever it is, because they're psychologically disturbed. They don't want to open their mouth. Emotionally distressed. They are anxiety. They have so many problems in themselves, so they will not open up. Even including their parents' name, they will not give it truth. So whatever the things they say, we record it as they say. So we keep it ready. So within 1 or 2 days, the child welfare committee sitting will come. What is child welfare committee? Child welfare committee means there will be 5 members in that committee. One will be the chairperson, another 4 persons will be the members of the committee. So what they do, what's the responsibility of child welfare committee? In child welfare committee, the chairperson can be unisex, anybody can be. But the other 4 members, 2 will be men and 2 will be ladies. So why? Because these girls will also be admitted, boys will also be admitted. For that purpose, the child welfare committee contains 5 members. They have all the power to take decision about the child, about the family, about the labor, about the employer, about the punishment to be given to the employer, such things. They hold the full power in their hand. So they start the inquiry of the child. The medical report is very important. Photographs is important. Probation officer's report is important. At the same time, police report. The police who brings the child to the institution, that report. All these things around the child, they will have good study of that and they do counseling of the child, personal counseling of the child with this child welfare committee, these 5 members. If the girl child is abused, then the girl or the lady concerned of the officers there, they will take the personal request and personal counseling of those children separately for each child. So that is the first day the counseling we will do, and if we will get proper information from the child in the first counseling itself, we will start working. What work we will do? The all the things which we explained for the last 2 hours. No, that is all the scientific things we have heard. Now the real picture, the actual 4G picture will start now. So we'll start digging. First, what we do, we try to locate their parents. We'll try to trace them. We'll make them to attend child welfare committee to the nearest day. are in Assam, they are in South East somewhere, then also we make all the arrangements that those parents should arrive to this place. It may be South India, it may be North India, whichever the place. But as I was working, I was the probation officer of Bangalore. We used to make them to come to the child welfare committee. Certain cases, they say that not even we have the child welfare. For such people, we used to make arrangements for the tickets also to come over here. After coming to your home, if they have any relatives, they can stay with them. If they don't have anything, we used to make arrangements for the stay also in nearby our place for them to stay here. So we'll call the parents. Then we'll search for the cause, whether it's only sexually abused child or physically abused child, or both together it is a child labor child. See, this is all interrelated. We can't say that a child labor is a separate, a abused child is a separate, a school going child is separate. No, all one in all. It may be this, it may be that, or it may be that. So with second counseling, with third counseling, everything will come out. And we give lot of training to the social workers who will be the students of social school, that MSW students will come. The psychiatric students from NIMANS, they will come for training under us. So we give opportunity for them to counsel these children looking into their history. If it is very chronic cases, we never hand over them to the students because they are also learners. So what we do, we take detailed counseling of the child, we call up the parents. By the time we find out what labor the child was doing, where the labor owner of that industry or owner of that place, if child labor is a house labor, we call the owner of the house and we'll give them an opportunity through phone only to attend the child welfare committee. In certain cases, they ignore it, they deny it. No, we don't know who is that girl. Never we kept her in our house. We don't know. It's not a child labor in our house. So they exploit. So in that cases, what we do? Certain cases, there are so many voluntary agencies are working for child labor at houses. They do lot of observation before bringing the child to us. They do their home inquiries. They they do so picturization in and around their house. They gather the information from the neighbors and they gather the information from the shops. All history together only they will bring the child to us. With all that point, then we have the power to summon them. Then we'll put a summon on their name and serve it through the police department. Police will go to their house and they serve the summons and they should attend the child welfare committee and so date and so time. Then if they deny that also, after these summons issued to them, we have the power to arrest them. See the powers of the committee. Then I was working as the probation officer for these children also for many years, and I was the probation officer for the child welfare committee also. So the summon has got more values. The word summon itself is a somewhat affordable, that is fearing word. Please summon, if they are not responded, they are not turned off, then we'll arrest them and bring them to the child welfare committee. Usually when the second summons goes only, they turn off and they come. They will also consult some lawyers and they say, no, you should go and attend. Let us see, I am there. The speciality of this child welfare committee, we never allow any lawyers inside our committee. Even if we allow them, they should not come them with their dress. See the protection for the child, the dresses. Even the police who comes to the committee, they should not come with their uniform. They will come with their civil dress. The lawyer, if at all any personal request will allow them, they have to remove their black coat. Then only they have to attend to this court. See, all this protection for children, it is child protection law only is working with this. So 1098 will refer the child to the police. Police will hand over the child to the child welfare committee. The child will be placed in the organization. The child unit, the girl child will be separated. The boy child will be separated. Below 6 year child will be kept somewhere in the other place. All the places, separate probation officers are there, caretakers are there, and all the place doctor will do the health checkup and we start giving treatment to them. This is all the preliminary work we are doing for the child. Then after tracing the parents, we'll trace the owners and many sittings of the child welfare committee will take place and it takes long time in certain cases to give the final judgment. In certain cases, the next day itself, the owner will also come, the parents will also come, the everything will be settled within a week of time. And what will be the action taken? That if it is a child labor child, they will be punished and they will be asked to penalize 25,000 rupees for the welfare of the child. Number two, the child should be straight away go to school. They should go to school and take certificate from the school headmaster. The child will be admitted tomorrow itself in the school, and child educational certificate will be submitted every month to the child welfare committee. And we do the follow up also if it is very soon it has done. In certain cases, what happens? It is nothing very soon it will take place. To trace the parents only will take 1 or 2 months because child is not cooperating. In such case, we see that soon after the health checkup, soon after the thing, the child will take 3 to 4 days to adjust the poor imbalance of the development, physical imbalance that is, and according to age, they are not grown up. So we start giving them good medicine. If it is required protein, high protein food, we will give. If it is they have any high risk deficiencies, we refer them to the higher hospitals in and around us. We start those treatments. Some cases, the child while coming inside only heart enlargement is there, heart problem is there. Immediately next day, the probation officers will go and sign. I am responsible for child. You can undertake whatever the operation is required. So after all these bypass surgery or whatever it is, we will trace the parents. So they will also come. So after that, we take care of the child, and all history repeats, and we do the thing. Even then, the parents are not traced. What we will do? We'll put the child if he is interested in non-formal school. We have one section for non-formal education. If we will put children there, if they are grown up above 14 years, is not interested in school, if he is interested in occasional work somewhere, if his father is a tailor, we will put this child also into tailoring section. There he started learning tailoring, and we have some carpentry work. They can go and work in carpentry section. Even if the child is 16 years, but he is not interested in any of these. If he is interested in cooking, so we will put them for cooking. We have a bakery section. If he is interested in bakery, we will put him into bakery. He will start learning bakery, how to prepare bread, how to prepare cake. Only simple things we do. If at all he is interested, even after his leaving the institution, we will get them job in good bakery. We'll inform their parents because he has grown up. No more schooling is required for him. So we will put him into a bakery to send him to the bakery. His savings, his earnings should be there in his account. So when he starts his work here only with us, he will build up his confidence. His confidence level is built up. He is confident. He is friendly with others. He is helpful to others. See, the 16-year by what is that? When the 4 years child comes with some problem to admission to this place, he will start petting this child. All the time that will go in and around him. Anna, Anna, Anna. He will take care of the child. So that is the nature. Helpful nature he build up in the institutional stage. So he will do that. While outgoing, he will be a perfect man. He don't want to do any laboring. He know the values of his work, how much labor he should get, how long he should work. Beyond 8 hours, he should not work. All these things we will give them a lesson, and we do that for each child, minimum to minimum. We will teach them to sign their name. On the day of admission, they will put their thumb impression. On the leave of departure, they will sign their name and go. We are proud. We are very much proud of ourselves because we taught one child all this confidential level, helpful nature, friendly nature, and he started writing his name. And sometimes they stay for 1 year also. Nobody will turn up. Nobody will come back to the child. The parents are not at all traceable. Maybe he's an orphan also. In such cases, what we do? We release him after 18 years. Until years, we keep him with us only. After 18 years, we release him and we will put them to the malls, nearby malls for the job. And we will be caring for them. All is the saving amount, whatever he earns, we'll put it in bank account, and free food, shelter, everything is arranged for this child. So we are giving, you might have seen in the traffic areas, now non-police people wearing the white uniform, that is traffic uniform, they are controlling the traffic. They are all our children. We are proud to say the girls are ours, the boys are ours, because we gave them that job. Now they are very happy. And while if at all they have done fifth standard, sixth standard, seventh standard, and they have come here, we'll make them to take 10th standard direct exam, PUC direct exam. Now one girl, she has completed her degree where she was doing trafficking police job. Now she has been selected for the home guard department. Now she is working as a home guard. She is earning her own money. It's not a small money. She's getting good salary. She's so proud, so happy. She came to my house and she was dancing. Amma, because of you, today I am a government employee. I am earning so much. Look at my passport. How much I have saved. See the proudness. That's not only for the girl, for the department, as a human being, for me also. This is what these are the positive things we have done, and at the same there some negative things are also there. So some of the children, what they do, they come to the institution after doing all these things. See, we four departments work together for these children. One, we women and child welfare. The second is the police. The third one, labor department. Labor department has their own responsibilities. According to the labor law, no child should be a child labor. But beyond everyone's control, everything is going on in this society. So labor department also directly involved. So tracing the labor employees and all these things, this labor department will also help us. Sometimes they only directly from the industries, they bring the children. While admitting only, there are two types of labor are there. One is hazardous labor, one is non-hazardous labor. So the children who are working for chemical factories, industries, where it is health injurious things, it is called hazardous. There we can punish up to 1 lakh also for them, 2 lakhs also, some cases 50,000 also. These are the penalties they have charged, and it is there in the child names deposited in the government. So if it is non-hazardous job, see, for example, once even they are all together, child welfare committee, the institutional head, and the labor department, police department, we all together early morning 3:30 to one industry. There 400 children were there. 400 children. What they were doing? Only these Pepsi bottles, Pepsi tins and all, which they will grab from the whole city. They will clean it in running water. Which running water? Garage running water. And it is such a non-hazardous hazardous job. And then they were washing, polishing, all these jobs. They only have to cook morning rotis and sabji, eat it continuously till night, no break. Continuously they have to work. Then no, where they have to take in that running water only they have to take. The same water only used for everything. They have not seen mineral water in their life only. So all four children have been taken to our custody. The employers, more than 100 employers, they ran away. We don't know in that darkness where they ran away. But totally we could grab. We had hundreds of vehicles. Soon after the child enters to the van, we used to do the health checkup of the child and put him to the bigger van. From there, shift him to the institutional management. So these are the things we have to do. Then the health department. As I am telling from the beginning, medical examination is very required. So we are not going to anywhere. We have our own doctors in the correctional institution. So they are appointed directly with the same respect and same wages, everything. Their duty is around to take care of these children of the institution. So all four departments together we do this child labor and abuse cases, all history, everything together in our organization. So, doing all these things, child labor will be identified. So, for a long period, the child is not at all traced by the parents. Nobody has come up, but employer we trace it, and his money has come. Then what we will do? The money, whichever it is, 25,000, 50,000, whatever it comes, we'll put the money in the name of chairperson of the child welfare committee, and together with the child name in a post office for 5 years, 6 years, post office and savings. Then we try to do what the interest child is there, that we do everything. In certain worst cases, child run away because they are grown up now. They climb small, that whatever the bed sheet or something we give them, we tie up. They climb the building, 3 floor building. They climb, jump and run away. Again, what we do, we'll not keep quiet. Cases are less, but there are history of runaway cases of this child labor. So again, we'll put the police complaint. Police start hunting. Sometimes they trace within half an hour this child because it's a big place and there are 4 police stations in and around our organization. They trace it. Sometimes railway police will trace the child as they bring back. In certain cases, they escape. Many years also we could not get the child. In such cases, the money which is kept in the name of the child will wait for 6 years also. So 6 years also child could not be traced. In such cases, the money will be handed over to defense department or some welfare department for further development. It is very rare case. It may be 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000. But in all the cases, the child money will help the child's life. There are so many positive histories. The child labor today, they are doing good job. They are in a good position. And when they got getting married, they will come and invite us, Amma, you will be the chief guest for my marriage. You must be present there. Please come and bless us. And some cases, we will be the parents for them also. So these are the positive histories also there. So coming to the abuse cases, which is mainly for child labor. So coming to the abuse cases, see, there are abuse really very much painful to explain. There are especially sexual abuse of the girl side. Boys also sexual abusement is there. I'll come to that part next of my part. Sexual abusement, it is not only from the unknown person, the own father of the home. His own father, biological father will abuse the girl child. The grandparent of the same home will abuse this child. Previous section, madam was the thing. Don't open your mouth. Don't tell others. All harassment for the girl child. Everything, same thing will repeat here also. The girl will be abused not for a day, not for a month, years together. They are already abused. And the girl, she comes to the school, she runs away. So after running away, this 1098 or the police, they will bring the child again back to us. So in one case, a madam, she was an employed doctor in army. So she was there appointed somewhere else in the country, and the father and girl child was at home. And he's on also army, but he took a voluntary retirement. He is the cause for abuse. Really, we took a hard time, very hard time to trace all these things, and it is such a bad event. The girl child, she is from high-fi family. She was admitted to this organization. It's very difficult for her to adjust for this government organization. It is minimum requirements only we can provide them. But the girl has changed like anything now. Really, we wonder. Really, we wonder. Now she has become a nun. She is serving so nicely and she has dedicated all her property to that organization and she is doing seva for so high risk society. She is doing seva for the cancer patient now. So she herself has done because the pain given to her, the pain given to her, it has changed her life. She came to know that there is nothing in this life. So until I am here, I should serve someone. So her loneliness has gone, so her emotional abusement, gave her a good teaching, and we did all the things. Very good job. Child welfare committee has done. We have taken all the necessary actions on that, and she was very much satisfied herself. Sexual education was not given to her in a proper time. Because of that, she was abused by her own parents at the home. So then, this madam was telling this circle, the friend circle, it was not right for her. So finally, somehow, when she became pregnant, then only the teacher could help her. Teacher had informed the police. Police took custody of the child and they handed over us. And finally, we gave that child, she gave birth to that child also. The child is growing nowadays in adoption in somebody's good family with a good environment for the child also. So this is the way child welfare committee is doing. So if this thing child along with the elders also abused, the child will be referred to this child welfare committee, and the girl, if she is above 18, the mother, sometimes below 18 years mother itself, they are the mothers, they are already carrying, they have issues, two children in their this arm, they come. In such cases, the same child welfare committee will keep the mother in the other organization. We call it as reception center. The mother will be placed there, and the child, if it is breastfeeding child, the child will also be placed with the mother, because we give lot of importance for the breastfeeding. Because recently we have completed breastfeeding day, international breastfeeding. What are the values of breastfeeding? The content of the breastfeeding. So we cannot ignore it. So child will be allowed, but she will be 18 plus children there, the girls only, and she will be there, and she will also be followed with all these procedures. If it's sexually abuse case, we take necessary action for that. If it's child labor abuse cases, we take necessary action. And for the child abuse with her and for the mother abuse, for both the cases, we have separate cases, and we will not mix up the case on the same day. We repeat the case separately. The owner may be the same, but child labor, child abusement will be another day, and the mother's abusement will be the other day. So we get the benefits both for the mother's abusement, both and also for the child abusement. For both of them, all the medical facilities there. For both of them, free medical checkup, free treatment, free boarding, free lodging, everything is given. Law protection is free. So if any girl she want to do her studies, she can do how long she want to do her studies is full of free of cost. Even if the mother takes the girl home and they stay separately until she does her studies, everything is free of cost. And if she want to do law, especially law, full free with all the books, everything we provide her. And after that, the same girl will be given lawyer's post in the department only for the so many forums we have in our department for the protection of the women and children. So these are the things we are taking the most responsibility of that. So we do that. So the presenting of the child to the child welfare committee also, very confidentially we do that. Never we show the finger towards that. Madam was telling, never do the comparison. Not even comparison, not even we say that. Only the probation officer knows the history of the child. In a home, that institution, there 50, 60 people are working. No one will know what is the history of this girl. No one will question also. We will not even allow them to go to the admin department. Admin department is different. The teaching department is different. The teachers should not ask any question to these children. Their duty is to teach them, give them free education, give them dances, teach them singing, give them enjoyment. We will have so many fun activities. Fun club is there. As if 24 hours we are engaged with the children. So never we leave them. Even during night time when they sleep, some observers will be there with them. We see whether they are good. If the boy gets up two times per toilet, immediately we check why, what happened to him. Is there any loose motion for them? Such so much of health, welfare, being, everything will be given to the children in the institutional management. Taking care of the child is doing very well. Vocational training is given, schooling is giving, and they are giving all the training, everything to them. So some of the children who will not face with the parents, they are our own property. We'll take care of them. We'll never leave them on the streets again. They'll be very happy with us. Though people who came with Hindi speaking, now they are Kannada speaking children. They are local children of this city, this Karnataka state. So this will be take place all over in the Karnataka. The same rules and regulation is there from the Women and Child Welfare Department. So we are very proud to be the part of this department. We had our food, shelter, everything from this department, and we have that happiness, our satisfaction, job. Always when we go, somebody will question, do you have the job satisfaction? I say 100%, 200%. Whatever the job we have done, no, the way today we are here, we are presenting, is all given from the department. What all I have studied in the books, big, big books, psychology. Hey, what is there in that psychology? Nothing. Our best teachers are our teachers, are our children, our ladies who came from these villages, our all inmates. They give us good teaching. They gave us this courage. They give us this inspiration to work. Even today, if I'm in this international webinar, means they are all my best teachers. I would like to say thank you, my teachers. They are nothing, they are nothing. They are good-hearted people, so much lovable, so much feasible. I am not physical. You cannot touch me, but those really they are wonders. They are the next face of the god and goddesses. Such a beautiful things they are. And so never we should say stop to them for anything. That is the importance of the institutional management. If we say stop, 3 days they keep quiet. That word they don't like. And after coming to the institution, they will have all self-abusement, giving trouble to others. These are the institutional management problems that is there for all the children, for child labor, for abused children, for whatever this thing, exploited children. Exploitation is too much in this country. The poorest child will be exploited so much. On the previous section, madam was giving our presentation, was giving how child was abused, what are the causes, what are the pictures she has shown. It's all reality. Those children has been come to us for several days, several histories we have seen in our teaching. So it is very, very important. So after coming to the institution, their anxiety will be reduced, their emotions will be reduced, their mood will be nice, and they will be given all training. They will be mentally ill to mentally happiness they have found. No more illness to the mental illness, and they have good sleeping habits after something. First, when they enter into the institution, they never sleep. Whole night they will be roaming here and there. Are simply they will sit and sit and sit. Somewhere in the afternoon, 2 o'clock, they will sleep. So these are the syndromes they have. So after institutional admission, after child welfare committee, the help of 1098 has given them a life. So they have come here and they have done everything here over here. So in any case, or any time, 24 hours in Bangalore, when I was working, 140 police stations were there. So all of them, they were ready 24 hours to help us. Any one single call. Vasanta madam, good evening, good night. What can I do for you? And everyone has our number. Even after my retirement of 6 years, today if I'll go in the traffic, someone will salute me. See, because this is the happiness, this is the wonder happened because of these institutional work. It was very difficult. 24 hours we used to work. Night, 1 o'clock, calling bell. We have to get a key, 40 children standing in front of my house in the quarters. I have to take admission, 40 children. It was not an easy job. It was very much painful, very much responsible, very much giving for us also mental strain, some anxiety, some depression, everything we have also faced. But even today, after my retirement, I am happy because of that experience which gave me this happiness. How many people after their retirement they are recognized? No one. See, in my building, maybe even higher officers than me, they are here. Not even they will be called for flag hosting. Every August 15, And then children say, I am busy whole day. Madam, what time you can come? Tell me. We'll have our children at 6 p.m. also. Don't mind, madam. We will drop you. Why? Because of this experience. Because of the love of these children. Because all these things we have really, really, really wonderful experience of this child work, child with work, child with me. They're all inside my heart. They're not here. They are here. Really, each child, you can't even see that when the child comes inside the institution, he can't even touch them. Thinking smell, bad this thing, their clothes, you can't even see. It's so difficult to handle them, but we never felt bad for that. Immediately the child comes, we give them bath, we give them separate soap, we give them toothbrush, toothpaste. What they do, they throw it off because who will face it? They throw the thing somewhere where you cannot repeatedly with you. After bath, after putting the new clothes, they will come again to us. They are so happy. At the end, nobody will call us madam. Everyone will say Amma. See how many children for me. Can you imagine in my 40 years institution I have spent 22 years. Maybe I have 25,000 children, 50,000 children. Everyone will call me Amma. Maybe my own biological children will not call me once Amma. I will get 100 calls saying, Amma, how are you? Amma, I want to meet you. Amma, I miss you. This is the real voice it will come. Really, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of my department. I think I have taken more time. Ravindra sir, if I have taken more time, please excuse me because the subject is like that. It is the inspiring subject for me. If I have taken more subjects, please excuse me, sir. If you will give me some more time, I will continue. Please respond. Sir,
Yeah, ma'am. Please continue.
I can continue. Okay, sir. So nice. So along with that, coming to the abusement, the child, your more importance has given for labor, child labor. See, for child labor, what are the kind of labor they are using? The girls brought from West Bengal, Assam, Gujarat, even from Kashmir, both boys and girls brought for the child labor. So what are the labors they are doing? Domestic labor as well as industrial labor as well as chemical labor. This chemical labor is very hazardous labor. They don't know anything. There they say for their parents, we have one good organization where we give education. So we will take your children and give education, and every month you will be given some money. So because of poverty, because of ignorance, because of so many other issues of their own, tribal people, they don't have their own living place. They have 8 to 10 children. They send 2, 3 children along with them. See how bad these employers. Not even they will allow the three siblings to stay together. They will send one child to Karnataka, one child to Andhra Pradesh, one child to Goa. They separate the siblings also. Such a bad people. So the child comes to the child labor, to the domestic. The girls mostly they will put into domestic labor if their look is not good. If the girl is very beautiful, they will be put into dancing in the bar at the age of 8 to 18 years. The girls are dancers in the bar. See, 169 girls has been arrested midnight 1 o'clock and they brought to me for admission. I was in charge for this reception center. Only girls will be kept there. There not even one, maybe one fly will also not come. I don't know, a male fly will fly also or not. Such a separated organization for them. All girls from 4 years, they're all in dancing dress. You must see the air. No picture will show such beautiful girls. Nowhere you can see. All are well dressed up. And these 18 years girls with cigars, cigarette, what all there in their hands. Along with that only they have come. Only with two dress on their body. See how pathetic condition for them. They are all labor. In that, one lady, she delivered yesterday night. For her also they forced to dance in the bar. She is such a beautiful. She is like a Menake, Rambe, Urvashi. Really, really, still I remember her face. Excuse me. So all of them together brought to me all our dancers in that bar. And it's our duty soon after they come to collect the things which they have with them and make a note of it and keep it in the treasury. Unless they go out, we give them everything. One girl with two breasts, she's holding 18,000 rupees with her. Look at her. That is the tips she got in the dancing bar. Maybe if the girl earns 18,000, what could be the earning for the owner? What could be the earning for the club? Say how much money is circulating, how exploitation they are taking of these girls. Then we gave them all the protection. The doctor came midnight, 4 o'clock, and did health checkup for all the children. Almost everyone sexually abused. All of them. Multiple sexual abuse. Doctor says there are 5 varieties of sperms have found in her. It's such a pathetic condition. Sometimes I was crying in front of them also. But Kurt was telling us what to do. It's our pride. My mother only sent me. My mother only sent me. My mother only sent me. See, really, really, really pathetic condition. But we did such a seva for such those people. This harassment, this physical abusement, sexual abusement, mental abusement, psychiatrical abusement, all abusements on the same person, on the same girl. So all the 47 children, the special sitting of the child welfare committee, if 5 cannot come, 4 should come and take up the section. Special sittings was arranged for them. Special, all special things. Special officers. See, for so many things, two lady policemen from all police station, I have taken all lady polices. So some of the cases they are under IPC also. If IPC cases is there, we should send them to the other courts also. We have to send them, and again we have to take custody of the so much of law conflict, so much of it is challenging job. It's not an easy job. An ordinary lady cannot hold this job. If a newcomer, if she comes and take over this position, maybe she will run away. It is not an easy job. Very, very difficult job. So the sexual abusement, about 60 people, see how to handle the cases, how to handle the things, how to provide medicine to them. So both all of them will be kept under protection, and we will give them all requirements, medicines, everything. And for all of them to the different states, again the police will come. We will get the transfer order. Assam, 3 girls. Meghalaya, 4 girls. Nagartala, 10 girls. Kashmir, 2 girls. For each one girl, 2 police and 1 rifleman. All railway reservations, food for 3 days, food for 4 days. Every arrangement should be done. And for that, all money to be given. And government is such a headache for everything, recording. Keep files ready. Namma, really terrible job. But when all 64 went off to their family and they called me, said, Amma, you are so kind enough. We are thankful to you. You have done so much for us. And their parents were telling, never I saw so much money in my life. You have sent all the money back with my daughter. We are happy. Now we are opening a petty shop in that money. We are leading our family well. Are you not feeling happy for this? I'm not proud of that. Really, it's such a thing. It's all because of the government is doing such a beautiful, wonderful job. For anything, we'll scold government. Even I am sitting on the road going in a car. What government will look at our roads in India because of government is useless. But at the same time, And on the face of the other coin, government is you doing wonderful job, especially from the Department of Women and Children. This is the not only the section I am explaining. There are so many. If we come to the adoption, really you will also cry with me. So many histories are there. 8 years girl delivered twins. 8 year girl. See how much weight she will be there. 8 years, 8 plus 6 kg, 14 years, 14 kgs was her weight, girl's weight. And she was carrying two kids in her womb. Think of it. And she delivered both the children are normal. Really, I took both the children and I was so happy. And I was ready to take both the children for my adoption. My child welfare committee said, no, you are already 55. You have two male kids. We will not give you adoption. Though I am the officer for adoption, I could not get the child. But both the children, we gave it to beautiful American family. We will not separate the twins. The siblings should be together. We will see the requirements of the adoptive application. Who is accepted for siblings? For such people only we will see them. They are growing very well in America. Now they are the American citizens. This 8 year girl today, because of the child labor, because of the child abuse, now she is also nicely leading her own family. She is married to a good man. They are leading good life. We are so happy. We are very proud. And really, we feel very happy for all these good attitudes and good work we have done in your life. So many things. Not these are the see. This is not the power presentation. I cannot show you anything because I have my own limitations. Only not even I can say anybody's name. You know the limitations. There are limitations for me also, but I can share my experience with you people. Really, today I had another important work, but I said, Ravindra sir, I want to share my happiness. I want to share my experience, so I don't want to miss. Please give me some time before itself because 2:30 I have accepted some other webinar with the same subject with them there. So I have to attend that. So give me preponement. So he has done it. Really, I'm thankful to Ravindra sir for giving me this opportunity. I'm very proud. I'm really proud. I'm very happy to share all these things. I hope I have not bored anybody in this group. I hope everyone is with me. With me, you're all in my place, and you are all enjoying the things. These are the things are going. See, power presentation is different. Yes, power presentation is required to understand these things. What is abuse you can understand, but what is abuse, what is this act will take place, that explanation is not an easy job, and that cannot be done by an ordinary person or as a PhD holder also. Only because of these my teachers, they gave me this experience, my children, my ladies who had their pain, so I could share, have this, all these things could be shared with you. Each and one, you're sending your appreciation to me. I love each and every one of you. Please work for them. Please work for such people. Please work for them. Please have your wonderful experience in your life. Maybe my days are coming countdown, but your days just started. So you also have this opportunity. Be a social worker. Work for the people. Whatever the thing you will get, report to the police station. Whatever the things you will get, please send it to the 1098. For the children, you serve them. For the ladies, you serve them. For the gents, for other part, I said I'll explain later. See, for boys also, abusement was there. One beautiful boy, he came from Kashmir. He was from Pahalgam. He was from Pahalgam. And then he was only 11 years. He was so cute, even I wanted to kiss him. You believe it or not? Such a nice boy. 11 years boy, who will not like it? But he was so dangerous. Dangerous means very dangerous. While coming inside only, he was in his one bag in his hand. So smart, no? So he came inside and he came and he want to, he said, Amma, I want to hug you. I said, no, I will not allow anybody to touch me also. Come on, you take your seat. Though I feel I should kiss him, but I had my own respect and reviews. No? So we take your seat, come on, he said. He said, no, I want to hug you. I want someone to hug now. He said, then I said, whom you want to hug? Okay, your brother is standing there, you can hug him. He said, no, I want a lady to hug. I want a girl to hug. He was given so much drugs. He was sexually abused. That boy, 11 years boy. So much of drug has been given. Then suddenly, immediately, I called my assistant. I had one assistant man. I called him and asked him to please take him to the doctor immediately. He said, Amma, you are not coming. First you go, I'll come. I was afraid to go with him. Then yeah, that man, he took him with the other two children. And in our institution, no this thing is given to the children. No beating, nothing, forcing, holding the hands, putting cufflinks, nothing. No threats, nothing. Simply, come on, we'll go. Madam has said, I'll take you. He'll put his arms and he will put, and he'll take. Then doctor, she said, this case, I will do all the examination, but blood test to be done immediately. Then I called my ambulance driver and my other staff, health staff was given enough staff we had, of course. And then I asked them to take him to the Nimans hospital. Directly, they took him to the de-addiction center. There for us, all top priority was there. We need not wait for anything. Then immediately his blood test has been done. Doctor was wondering. They called me. Usually they used to call personal numbers and tell what is the case and all. Immediately called and Vasanta, it is an unordinary case. I have not seen such case in my life. Since 2 years, he has given these addicting injections and oral drugs also for him. So around the clock, he is ready for sexual contact. See, 11 years age. According to this thing, the boys will be ready for sex only at the age of 14 years. They say the medical history says the girls only after maturity, 2 years, 3 years only she will be ready. Even if she will not be abused. But at the age of 11 years, he is ready around the clock for sexual contact. Means just to think of it, how much drugs has been given to him. Then we said, sir, don't send him back to home. The doctor said he will not do homosex. Don't worry. But sir, we are all ladies. We are all working here. So we are also thinking ourselves, madam, you can control energy. No, sir, in his case, I was also afraid. Soon after entering my room only, my chamber, he said, I want to hug you. So it's difficult, sir. For few days, please admit him to the hospital only, and I'll send my staff to. Then again, we had put two police. Anytime he can run away, and my staff 3 times 3 staff to be sent. His lunch, dinner, breakfast, his medicine, what not arrangement to be done. Within 5 days, he cooled down, reduced. 24 hours he was sleeping. 24 hours. Now wake up only. Doctor is to say that no need to give any food to him. Only we'll put him in saline. And they put in catheter, no output at all. After 5 years, he got up. Then doctor said, no, he is normal. I'll send him, need good counseling. I'll send my assistant doctors also over there only. They will also do counseling. You also do counseling. Don't put him to any student. You are the only better person. You do it. What a challenging job for me also. Just think it over. I know all this, but I should not show anything to him. I cannot show my finger to him. I cannot say anything. I cannot compare him. Really, it was a challenging job again for me. So he was normal by 1 month. By 1 month, we could trace their parents. They say from Pahalgam they cannot come. Not even they know language. They have not even seen the train only. They say. Somebody said they will put him to the school, so we have sent him to the school. Madam, we don't know all these things. And the language which I speak, they cannot understand. What they say, I can't understand. Though I speak Hindi, their language is different. And I put one, our security guards will be there, no? For them, one I kept it and I gave him one conference call, him, and one on the line, other side I was there, and for them also, police gave this mobile phone. They don't have a mobile phone. See how much exercise we have to do. Then they said, madam, you only arrange to send this child. Then we had put one notice in our this thing, our society. All these people just donate 10 rupees. So in our this thing, we were more than 1,000 employees for this. The people who came to the organization, everyone was putting 10 rupees. Together we made him 50,000 rupees, and we had sent the 50,000 rupees along with the child to their Pahalgam village. The police who went there, they came and are telling, madam, they are not in Pahalgam. They are on the mountain. One single house is there. There is nothing in their house, madam. Really, we also feel very badly. They not even have good chaddars to cover. They have no good food. Nothing, madam. But the parents are ready to come. we wanted to rehabilitate the parents also in Pahalgam itself. So we have spoken to the embassy of Kashmir because Kashmir is different from India, no? Through Delhi, we have done everything, but they were not ready to come. But whatever we could do, we do it. But now the child is with parents, no more he has come back. Like the boys also, so much time, they are also given so much of trouble to them, so much of exploitation there. Child labors are more comparing with the girl child. They are, all of them they have brought for the industry. Industrial child labor is more, and all industries are running near these garage waters only. In many garages, the children are working. Many industries, children working. Boys also given sexual abusement, physical abusement, and psychological abusement also. But once they come to the cities, they don't know how to go back to their villages and how to reach their parents. But this nice job, this responsible job, we are all doing. Not I have done anything alone. With the support of all other staff, I thank each and everyone staff below me, above me, whatever it is, whatever the category we are, with everybody's support, we have done really wonderful job. We have replaced the children to the many parents. Now everyone is blessed because of the blessing today. Even today, I am hale and healthy. I'm very happy. So because of this child labor, the child abuse, the exploitation, and so many other problems. Schooling is not there for them. No education. Still, we say poverty is there, ignorance is there. So many problems are there in this country. This is all because of this. Again, the prisoner children, they also be the child labor. The single parent children, they are there. Prostitute children, they are here in the child labor and exploitation. Where the mother is herself is doing prostitution in her own home. The child sees the prostitution in his own eyes, so he or she doesn't feel it is bad. They think it is also a must for life. Of course, that's why even there are certain pride and prejudice for life. Even if they arrange one first night, they celebrate it in separate way. Why? These things should not be known to the children in an early stage. So for everything, age is a factor. For everything is known to everyone. But sex education is very much required. As Madam was explaining in previous session, the teaching sex education, don't touch. No one to should touch you, your personal part and your body, and you should not touch them. No one should see your body. No one should ask you to remove your clothes. You should not see any video, mobile, nothing. It's a nice education. It's really required. Each parent, each sister, each brother, they should teach their younger brothers, younger girls. Previously, sex education means everyone was thinking it is required only for girls. No, it is required for both. It is required for both. So the elder brother should teach the younger brothers at home. Elder sister should teach the younger sisters, and mother should teach the girls at home. Father should teach the boys at home, and they should be given full protection. Even father should not give birth to the girl child after his age of 4 years to the girl child. It is a must. Mother should not allow father to enter to the bathroom when girls, though if he is a single parent also, mother is no more also. Father should not give birth to the girl child after 4 years. It is the law. Even when the parent will come to us, to the child welfare committee, we explain them. You should not touch your daughter. You should not change the dress of your daughter. You make some arrangement. You do the arrangement which is required. Never you touch your daughter, especially her private part. Maybe you are the only person in the home. So much we are doing. You also do it. Everyone let us do it. Let us all do together with that. Dear friends, it's my time. I have to take leave of all of you. Really, I'm proud. I may speak up to the evening also, all these sessions, but I have one more session at 2:30 with the other group of people. So I'll take leave of you. Any questions? I'm here with you another 5 minutes. You can put me the questions. Dr. Ravindra sir, I'm very happy to be with you all on this good occasion, sharing with my experience with you. Though I have no power presentation, nothing. But my experience itself is a power presentation for all of you. Very nice of you, very kind of you. I will have all more sessions with you all anytime, anywhere. Any questions, please?
Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session. I mean, you don't need any PowerPoint. You are epitome of knowledge, and
Okay, sir.
the way you present information is so simple and so informative, insightful that we always look forward for your session eagerly every time. You always connect to the topic very well, and it's a very lively session and very engaging session. Thank you, ma'am. And participants, if you have any queries, quickly you can share in chat box or raise your hand, or you can unmute yourself.
Dear participants, I hope you have no questions. You have given some appreciation for me. I'm kind of you. I'm hopefully thankful to you. I hope everyone has enjoyed this session. Please keep in touch with. Thank you so much. Shall I take leave of you?
Thank you, ma'am, for once again for joining us on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art Sciences and Wellbeing, and also on behalf of all the participants, we thank you and express our gratitude. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in the future. Have a great day, ma'am. Thank you. Kindly fill up the feedback form, dear participants, for session 3. If you are unable to view the feedback form in the form of polls, you can put your feedback in the chat box. So quickly fill up the feedback form. Feedback is mandatory for each session. Either you fill the feedback form in polls or you put your feedback in chat box. While you are filling up the feedback form, let me introduce our next speaker for the day. Quickly fill up the feedback form. After the wonderful sessions from the speakers lined up since morning, we have our next speaker, Ms. M. Varalakshmi. She is presently Assistant Professor of Law, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Law College, Hyderabad. And she is also pursuing PhD in Law at KL University. She is an advocate, also academician. She has pursued various courses like MCom, LLM, MA Journalism, MA Sociology, PG Diploma in Human Rights, PG Diploma in IPR. And she has over 8 years of experience. We welcome you, ma'am, to the International Webinar Series. We invite you to take over for the session on child rights under Indian Constitution. You can start your.
Thank you.
audio.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, very good afternoon to one and all. Sir, my voice is clear? Is it my voice is clear?
Yes, ma'am. You can start sharing your PPT.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead with the PPT presentation. Yes. So we'll start with the good quotation, like every child is different kind of a flower, and all together make this world a beautiful garden. So children are our future generation. So children rights under Indian Constitution, we do have various kinds of constitution rights. So by seeing this picture, you could understand that each and every child may be different from color and personality and hair and other things. But as a minor, by law, children do not have any power to make decision on their own. So instead of these decisions are made by their parents, caretakers, or social workers, teachers, youth workers, and other also very wide range of authorities are there. But before going to all those who are authorities, what kind of Indian Constitution rights are guaranteed, or we can say rights are guaranteed by Indian Constitution, first we have to understand who is a child. So who is a child? Now we have seen in the picture that maybe is around below 18 years old. A child is every human being, very human being, below the age of 18 years, unless the national laws recognize the age of majority earlier. So according to the conventions of rights of a child, according to Article 1 also says the same. So child means who is below the 18 years old. So here I have a category. According to the United Nations, anyone who is below 18 years age, a child, according to the Labor Act, that is Child Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act of 1986, the 14 years is the age criteria. Mines Act, 18 years. Factories Act, 14 years. Plantation Labor Act, 14 years. Apprentice Act, 14 years. Right to education, end of compulsory education, 14 years. And according to the Juvenile Justice and Protection Act of 2000, it is 18 years. Okay. So ultimately what I'm trying to say that minors, by law, children cannot take their own decisions. So if they want to take any decision, they have to depend upon their children or caretakers. If the biological parents are alive, automatically, naturally, the legal guardians are the parents. If the biological parents are not there, then automatically the guardianship will be shifted from natural to testamentary to by court. By way of court also we can adopt or we can take guardianship. But ultimately, the child means the who is below the 18 years to protect herself or to protect, take care of her welfare as well as property or else her health, education, everything will be taken care by the parents. If the parents are not there, then according to the law, the natural guardian would be, if the father is not there, mother would be the guardian. If the mother and father both are not there, then automatically it's shifted the guardianship towards natural, grandfather or grandmother, whether maternal or paternal. Okay. So why this? Because they are not in a position to take care of their own things. They can't go their own decision. That's why the children rights are human rights of children, which they can draw special attention to the special protection as well as care who can afford to the minors. That's why many governmental policies which have held to hide out always as a adult abuse, exploit the children, which led to a decline in the integrity of the children. So far, our earlier speakers like Dr. Vasanta Madam and Dr. Vidya Madam also explained the lot of different varieties of the abuses. But to stop those abuses, so children must have awareness with regard to what kind of rights they have. So those rights are guaranteed by our Indian Constitution. Now, let us see what is the right actually. So, as right now I told you that rights are human rights. All the rights, whether it may be women right, whether it may be child right, whether it may be parental right, all rights are called it as the human rights. So, rights is emerging from the needs as well as desires. However, it has the basic needs are referred to be the rights. Okay, so without fulfillment of the basic needs, a child normally development cannot take place. So rights are considered as far as a person where they have life. So right to life is the fundamental concept according to the Indian Constitution. Article 21 clearly provides. And the right to dignity, whether it may be a girl or whether it may be boy or whatever it may be. So right to birth, and these all the rights basically which may get it from naturally. So accordingly, a person, for a human being, we have a natural rights, legal rights, fundamental rights, and etc. etc. So whatever all those laws are there, rights are considered as a fair and just for a person to have. So rights and responsibilities will go together. Without right, there is no duty. Without a duty, there is no right. These two are correlated. So needs also linked to responsibilities. So rights have framework of the rules as well as laws. In the case of needs as well as we cannot seek legal action. So always I can say that rights are the human rights. It is a fundamental basic right. Everybody must possess eating, wearing clothes. These all are fundamental rights which has been taken from by birth itself. But now we have to question ourselves that why should children have a right? Without right, they can't live. Yes, every person, not only children are human beings, which they are require safety, opportunities, development, and personality formation to take place during early childhood. Therefore, every child friendly services as well as nutrients of the utmost importance will be given. So children were recipient of welfare measures. So it was in a 20th century that the concept of children rights are emerged. Technologically, it is the replacement of the welfare with rights, which was in need a significant approach. So children they need more care, help, and then they will grow up to do. And being young in the age, they can't participate in the politics or judicial system, or they can't contribute anything for the society progress. So during the early years, they were dependent on the adults. Therefore, need extra protection and appropriate guidance too. So, generally, what I'm trying to say that our constitution makers were aware that the fact that children are the promises of the nation. Okay, so the future of the India is in the hands of the children. They are the future generation. They were concerned about making provisions for the protection of the children, and also by protection their mind, protection of body, protection of dignity, protection of freedom. Everything is comes under the rights. So now, what are child rights? So the Constitution had laid down many provisions which dealt with the lives of the children. In order to strengthen the provisions in the Constitution, there have been a number of legislations, policies, as well as schemes, etc. Now, here in the slide, it is clearly shows the every child, according to the constitutional provision, some rights are protected. The Constitution clearly ensures the rights and protection of the children through the various provisions. So children, on the account of their sensitive age, immature age, they need care as well as protection, especially specific rights, legal entitlements, as well as they recognized the right to education and liberty, fresh food and water, and safe environment, proper healthy care, and play. They should not work. No to labor, go to school. This is also one of the major impact important right of the children. They have to be a safe and decent shelter. With any one right has been deviated, automatically child will attract the abuse. So if you are at home, you have to provide a safe environment. Just now, many other previous keynote speakers were discussing about the child abuse. If at home itself you do not have any safe environment, how child will get security, right? So if the children are, if the parents are not providing good food or good shelter, good clothes, then whose responsibility is that? If the parents are not providing proper education, what will happen? They will deviate from their own rights from the abuses. So if the person, any child will not get these rights, then automatically the society will starts abuse towards the child. So the first and foremost thing is that we have to give safe environment at home as well as in the school, in the other society also. We have to provide good fresh food and water. We have to proper education, give proper education to know what is happening in and around. Then we have to give safe and decent shelter, and we have to give a good environment. Only they have to go and study, eat, and grown up very happily without any burdens. And we have to give proper health care also. So these are the basic rights of the child. So again, the same, it is in the other slide, that is dignity of the child, accountability and duty of the bearers, and child right can be primary consideration of the best interest of the child, and universality, not discriminated. Not to discrimination mean you are not good, your color, by basing upon the color or this thing or that thing. We should not criticize the child. We have to encourage. We should not compare the child from one person to other person, which leads to the abuse. So we have to be very conscious when we are taking care of the children. So even the major care can be given in these areas. Children are associated with these areas: families, civil society organizations, schools, and local self-governments. So in this area, everyone has to protect the child interest. Everyone has to take care, they have to look into the utmost care of the children for their dignity, for their education and everything. So the Constitution has recognized the rights of children to a great extent, which are included many articles which are dealing with the compulsory of free education, liberty, development of child, non-discrimination in educational sphere, and also prohibition of their employment in factories, mines, and hazardous conditions also. So here, few of the constitutional article which clearly provides the rights of a child, or we can say children's rights under our Indian Constitution. So we know very well our Indian Constitution, which became operational from 1950, which refers to certain child rights. Example, right to equality and right to education. the Article 24 clearly shows the prohibition of employment of children in factories, etc. This is also one of the right. And Article 39 clearly speaks about the certain principles of policy to be followed by the state. This is part 4, that is directive principles of state policy. According to Article 39, certain principles of state policy followed by the state. And 45 provisions for every early childhood care and education children below the age of 6 years is compulsory. So Article 24, Article 39, Article 45 mention about the protection of the children from being employed in hazardous employment, protection against the moral, material abandonment, and the provision free and compulsory education for all children up to 14 years age. So Article 14, how? So these directive principles of state policies directing certain laws. Example, we could see a number of laws are there to protect the children's right. We do have a employment prevention of child marriage, prevention of employment in hazardous factories, everything out there. So Article 24 clearly express no child below the age of 14 years shall employed to work in any factory or mine or engaged in other hazardous employment. In the present scenario, laws are saying something, but practically is going in some other ways. So that's the reason when child abuse is there, then the role of protection of child and welfare societies will come into the picture to safeguard the children's interest. That is right to equality, right to education, and prohibition of employment of children in factory and etc. So basically, you know very well, all are equal before eye of law. That is, rule of law will be applicable according to Article 14. According to Article 14, citizens of India, including children, must be treated equally before the law, and they must given equal protection by the law without any discrimination or arbitrariness. So we have to look, all the children are equal, whether it is maybe poor, whether it may be rich, whether it may be middle class, whether it may be innocent, whether it may be matured, or whether it may be unsound mind or sound mind. But the right to equality guaranteed by the Indian Constitution for all the children, not only for rich people, not only for poor people, for everyone, right to equality is more important. Because the directive principles of state policy directs such a laws for every law, not only one law, but every law it shows. So discrimination, Article 15, subclause 3. So if the child is black, if the child is very poor, you should not discriminate the children. Okay. Then right to education. These all are the fundamental rights towards the children. Right to education. Article 21, subclause A, clearly provides, the Constitution provides, according to the 86th Amendment of 2002, the Article 21A was amended. The Constitution clearly provides free and compulsory education for all the children. That's why to take care of the all this kind of to protect the children, right now, each and every government, if you take Telangana government or if you take Andhra Pradesh government, any government, we do have a government schools, government gurukulas, government other schools are there. They are giving free education from PG to UG. Okay, so if the poor people are there, they can utilize. If the rich people are there, they can spend good money and they can study in corporate schools and they can learn good things. But as the social security comes under the, when the social, if you speak about the social security, it must be taken care by the government. So that's the reason Article 21A has to be implemented through the government sector. Even if the single parent is there and deserted parent is there, according to 21 subclause A, even private corporate schools also has to give at least minimum 15% reservation for the children to get the free education from the institution. But of course, in the present scenario, none of the corporate schools are following this provision. But according to Indian Constitution, Article 21 clearly shares right to education. Because if the right to education is there, then children cannot attract to the abuse, because they can aware what is what, how society is going on, what we can develop our to gain a good knowledge in the society, everything. Because education is the weapon to lead in a good life, good in dignity manner in the society. So that's the reason Constitution clearly provides, or we can say that most importantly, Article 14, Article 21 are giving power to the children's, or we can say by fighting their own rights, they can get the education through the government schools or government organizations, or any way they can get right to education. And then the one thing, just now I told you about Article 24, no child below age of 14 years, they shouldn't work for the factories. If such cases, then they can approach a police station, or they can dial 1098, and they can get security from the government. So it is clearly provides a prohibition of employment of children in factories. So according to 24 of the article, hazardous conditions may be include construction work, railway works, or even in car. Recently in Chennai, most of the children are working under the fireworks. Recently, one accident is happened. N number of children were died in the hazardous employment. Why? Because they do not know the legal awareness of their own rights, what kind of rights they have. So NGOs and advocates and other legal fraternity people has to give awareness to the village level and rural level or urban level, or through the study, through the education, or through classes, or through the subjects oriented way, where we can educate the students, where we can provide a good number of awareness for the children. Because child labor is defined as a work which is deprives children for their childhood and for their dignity, and also it is something which causes threat for their physical as well as mental development. And UNICEF clearly estimated India with a high population and high rate of the child laborers in India. Even after independence also, if you look into the from colonial rule to present day, there are a high population, at the same time high rate of child labor also there in our India. So Article 39, which is clearly speaks about the directive principles of state policy. So the state shall in a particular directed policy towards securing that health, strength of the workers, men or women, or tender age of the children are not abused, and that citizens are not forced by economic necessity to enter evictions unsuited in their age of strength, or the children are in the opportunities and facility to develop in a healthy manner and condition of free and dignity, so that child and youth are protected against the exploitation and against the moral as well as material abandonment. So here Article 39 and 45 clearly shows about to the provisions with regard to the safety of children and protection rights of the child. So even Article 45 provision clearly speaks about the compulsory education for children. That is it is directs the principle based upon Article 45, where we can compel the children to go for the education. So the state shall endeavor to provide within a period of 10 years from the commencement of the constitution. So it is compulsory education. Article 21 clearly speaks all the children till they complete the age of 14 years. Now our Telangana government provides the free education from PG to UG. So that is the beauty of this particular state, or we can say depends upon the constitutional rights where the state is implementing. One good thing is with regard to Telangana state. Apart from that, we can say article fundamental duties. Article 51 subclause A. Article 51 subclause A also provides a certain duties for every citizen India who is a parent or a guardian to provide opportunities to education for their children, as well as for their wards or sisters, siblings, whoever it may be, up to 14 years. It is their duty to provide the protection. And with regard to the Child Labor Prohibition and Regulation Act of 1986, here this particular act, child means who has not completed 14 years. Earlier I already described the same. It specifies the industries where children are not allowed to be employed. This is fundamental. However, it is also says that does not apply to any workshop or process carried in the occupier with aid of the family or school where it is established receiving assistance or recognition from the government. So it is fixed period of each and every child. No child should work more than 3 hours before, or he has an interval for rest for the at least 1 hour. So even based upon the circumstances, the time work, no child can be employed between 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. and total duration, including rest hour, time spent waiting and other things, are 6 hours. So apart from that, there is in 2006, government include domestic and hospitality as a sector that come under the hazardous professions. Even in 2008, the process was involving extreme heat, cold were added into the list. So children do not have any right to work over here. If such kind of discrimination or people are forcing to work under these sector, then automatically if any person who have observed these kind of things, they can complain to the any police officer, or they can call to 1098 and the child protection officers will come and rescue those kind of children. Apart from that, the Right to Children to Free and Compulsory Education Act 2009 also is there. Free and compulsory education is also children in 6 to 14 age. So no child shall be held back, expelled, or required to pass a board examination until competent of elementary education. So it is must and should, at least up to 10th standard, they must have the free education. So a child who is complete elementary education shall be awarded a certificate, and they will fix a student teacher ratio. It will be happen only in the compulsory education if the people who caught by the child officer, I mean to say child welfare officer, then they will take all these kind of rescue and they will implement the rules regulation which were included in the Indian Constitution. So it is mandates improvement of the quality education, and also schools teachers will adequate professional degree within 5 years, and also they will lose the job if they are not taking care for the children's education. Okay. And what more government can do to protect the children right? So according to the needs of the society, or as time changes, we need to change amending laws. We have to amend the laws. We need to enact the new laws to have a uniform definition of a child, because we have seen different age criteria with regard to child. 14 years, 18 years, 14 years, 18 years, and 18 years, like that. So we do not have any uniform age criteria with regard to the definition of child. So we have to create infrastructure to train required human resources to implement the national plan of action for children according to the government policies or plans. And we need to make adequate budgetary provisions to fulfill the commitment to children. And also we need to discriminate the information about the child rights all to the stakeholders by using the government machinery. So here many laws are there. Article 21, Article 15, subclause 3, Article 14, 21, 16, and directive principles. And we do have a separate laws like prohibition of child labor prohibition and regulation act to prohibit the child labor under the hazardous and non-hazardous factories also. We do have a number of laws, but even though there is some lacunas in the machinery, so what we have to do, we have to change, we have to implement the national plans of action for the children in 2005. So it is clearly defines certain goals, objectives, and strategies. So there are totally few survival or development protection with regard to the children. They have here reducing the infant mortality rate. Another one is reducing maternal mortality rate and reducing malnutrition among the children, achieving 100% civil registration of births, universalization of the early child care and development, and equality education for all the children, achieving 100% access and retention in the school, including preschool. So, and completely abolition of female foeticide, female infanticide, and child marriages, and also ensuring the survival, development, and protection of the girl child. So improving the water and sanitization coverage, both rural as well as urban areas, addressing the upholding the rights of the children in a difficult circumstances, securing for all the children all legal and social protection from all kind of abuse, exploitation, and negligence. So complete abolition of the child labor with the aim of progressively eliminating all forms of economic exploitation of the children. We need to look into all the aspect, and we have to monitoring, review, reforms, policies, programs, laws to ensure the protection of the children interest and rights. So we have to ensuring the child participation and choice of in their matters and decision affecting their lives. So these are the 12 identified areas implementing the national plan option for their children to identify the goals, objectives, strength. So here there are some lacunas. So we could observe the n number of leading case laws also there. They brought all the problems before the Supreme Court and High Court. It means that there is no proper definition. We are unable to file any kind of the decision, even though many NGOs like MC Mehta versus Union of Tamil Nadu, there is a leading case. In this case, the judgment passed by the state that direction of the prohibit child labor in hazardous conditions, and the petition was concerned about the right to rate of child labor in hazardous condition in the match factories, that is Sivagasi in Kamaraja district of Tamil Nadu. So the judgment gave the visions of the constitution and also very interlinked with the child labor with the poverty, and the judgment also started that there was no proper eradication of the child labor by the state. So here the government has to come up with the good number of policies. The policies are there, but there are lot of lacunas in the mechanism that we have to eradicate. And also there are in another case like Sanjay Suri versus Delhi administration. These all are leading case laws to protect the child rights, to stop the child labor. So now we know very well today's theme is to child labor, against child labor. We are conducting this national program. So there are a number of rights to protect the child interest from the child stage itself. I mean to say sixth or eighth years of 8 years itself. But we are not getting the fruitful awareness, or we can say that lot of issues are going on. Just now I told you that female feticide is there, infanticide is there, child marriages are still going on, and there are a number of abuses, child abuses like rape and exploitation of the child, girl child. So even in families also, the environment is not that good. For girl child, they are taking different manner, and if the boy child is there, they are giving more concern towards, more attention towards the boy, but not girl child. Girl child always ill-treated by the family itself. So that should not be happen. That should eradicate. We have to give healthy environment from a family itself, so that we can stop the child labor. Even laws are providing, but if the who has to implement, we asked to implement from the family itself. We have to start the stop the discrimination. We have to stop the we have to take care of the children at most care, with love and care. Okay, so many cases are filed. We got very good judgments with regard to student, child and other aspects. But even though here and there, because of the patriarchal families or male-dominated societies, still many problems are faced by the girl child, especially girl child. Each and every day abused. Many people are abusing girl child. So ratio is very high. And coming to the other cases like Sheila Barse versus Secretary Children's Aid Society and others. So in this case also, the petition was filed by public interest. You know very well public interest. It is huge. Most probably the NGOs and other people will file the public interest with regard to improper functioning of child care institution in Mumbai. The Supreme Court directed that in no case should child kept in jail, whether it may be central jail or whatever it may be, it must be enacted to bring the uniformity in the juvenile justice system. Even juvenile justice system is also there. When the rape victim is there, she has to undergo the juvenile justice system, and shelter, protection, education, everything will be given by those officers. But lot of lacunas are there for implementing the plans as well as laws with regard to child rights, as well as to stop the child labor also. And one more case is that Kishan Patnaik versus state of Orissa. This is also very thing that poor people were forced to sell children to buy food. So the Orissa government was compelled to take several welfare actions. The case in the petitioner wrote a letter to Supreme Court of India to bring to the court notice that extremely poverty of the Kalahandi in Orissa, where hundreds of people were dying due to the starvation. As a result, they were forced to sell their children. So in this case, has taken to issue of lack of food as well as poverty. And in this case, the Supreme Court given judgment to take a significant steps implementing the irrigation projects in order to reduce the drought, and certain measures were taken in order to ensure fair selling prices. So even many areas, one or the other situation is there. So even human trafficking is there, child trafficking is there, child prostitution is there. So each and every child was exploited with the one or the other social evils. So to stop that, each and every, I mean to say, we have to give awareness for each and every student at NGOs or any legal associations or like that, so that we can eradicate these kind of issues or problems within the society. So even policies, actions, many are there to protect the children. There are national policy for children in 1974 was there, and national policy for children 2013, national policy for SARC, which decaded of child girl from 1991 to 2001. And there are a number of national commissions also there for the protection of child rights. So even just now I told you that there is a child rescue, child line is there. Child line 1098 is a phone number that spells out hope for millions of children across the India. So it is 24 hours, 365 in a year, free call service for the aid and assistance for the children in India. It is not only to reach outside the emergency, but it also links to the relevant services for their long-term care and rehabilitation. So in spite of all these legal frameworks or protections from the Indian Constitution, still a scarcity which is prevailing. There are still challenges to be forced both in the present as well as in future also. So there are many circumstances. There are where justice have been denied to the children also. So social evil like child marriage, child labor are still practiced in the society. The reason is for the child labor is nothing but poverty. And there are many incidents where the sections according to the IPC have turned out to be vain. And there are other instances like where the child is being kidnapped, or she or he being killed physically, mentally, or sexually abused. All these instances are still happening. It should also be taken into the notice that all laws are for the education of the those crimes in the society, eradication of those crimes in the society. So the rate of crimes in the society also still very high. The law should strengthen its strictness, and also we have to punish the wrongdoers, and we have to upgrade the certain laws which are already existed. Apart from that, what I would like to mention that the practical conditions of the legal framework in the country also to be amended. This is all about my presentation. So thank you so much, sir, Mr. Dr. Ravinder sir, for giving me this opportunity to share few aspects with regard to the Indian Constitution, or I can say children rights under the Indian Constitution, especially Article 14, Article 21 are most important rights for the children to eradicate evils like child marriage, child labor, and many other things, sir. Thank you so much for all the participants for patience listening. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your elaborate presentation. I know this topic is touchy, so involved, meant for everyone. We cannot conclude so early, or it takes months also at times, because this has been we are discussing these issues since years together. So, and since centuries together, and the problem is still there. So it takes a lot of time. There are a lot of issues, factors that are contributing. So,
Political and social, both issues
yeah,
are political and social.
we have a lot of factors contributing it. So definitely, you did a wonderful presentation. And thank you, ma'am. And we'll take one query due to short of time.
Sure, sir.
Yeah, what is the punishment for a child abuser who do sodomy in Telangana? So this is query by one of the participants. You are unmuted. You can ask yourself.
Yes, yes. It is minimum punishment would be 2 years rigorous punishment will be there, sir.
Okay.
2 years rigorous punishment. If if he is proven the guilty, then only punishment will be there.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And
because it is again interlinked with the Indian Penal Code. So we have not yet touched with the Indian Penal Code. We touched only constitutional provisions, especially.
yeah,
Article 21, Article 14, Article 21A, subclause A, and directive principles of state policy, that is Article 39 and 45, 51A.
yeah, basically today's theme is more oriented towards prevention of child labor.
Yes, sir.
Actually, next week we have this International Day for Drug Abuse and Child Trafficking, which deals with more of child abuse and child trafficking. Maybe on that day, next Sunday, we can deal with exclusively with those laws.
Exactly.
Due to time constraints, we shall conclude now with this session. Any queries you can put in the chat box, and we will quickly move on to the next session, because we have to conclude by 5. We have other speakers left. So thank you, ma'am, once again for joining us and accepting our invitation and
Welcome,
being
sir.
part of the international webinar series on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Institute Center for Art Sciences and Wellbeing. We wish you all the success, and we look forward for more sessions in the future.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Please continue, sir. I have introduced you, so you can
Okay.
start over.
Yes.
And we are running out of time, sir. So for this session, kindly conclude in 30 minutes.
Which are not the role of the commission. There is a special commission established now for protection of child rights, which enforces different laws for children. And these commissions have also been established at state level. So we shall examine the role of different commissions since these have been formed after 2005. So now it's about 17 years that this law has been enforced. So we shall focus mainly on the say commissions and their constitution, their functions, and their activities, what they have been doing. So we shall see this one by one. So the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, NCPCR, is an Indian statutory body established by an act of parliament. The Commission for Protection of Child Rights, CPCR, we can call it, at 2005. The commission works under the aegis of Ministry of Women and Child Development, Government of India. The commission became operational on 5th March 2007. The commission is mandated under Section 13 of CPCR Act 2005 to ensure that all laws, policies, programs, and administrative mechanisms are in consonance with the child rights perspective as enshrined in the Constitution of India and the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. So Advocate Varalakshmi has already given an introduction to the constitutional provisions for protection of child rights. So as far as this definition in this act is concerned, so as defined by the commission, child includes person up to the age of 18 years is defined as a child. So the commission's mandate is to ensure that all laws, policies, programs, and administrative mechanisms are in consonance with the child rights perspective as enshrined in the Constitution of India and also the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. My view is, I think it's coming very small screen because it's from mobile. Maybe I will do it from my.
Yes, sir. It's better if you share with your system or laptop. Yes, sir. Now it's a bigger screen.
Is it better? Like I'm starting it from my. I hope now it's in better size.
Yes, sir. Yeah, please continue.
So the commission is mandated to ensure that all laws, policies, programs, and administrative mechanisms are in consonance with the child rights perspective as enshrined in the Constitution of India and the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. My speaker is. I'll start from here. Here and echo was there, yes. So I hope now it will be better.
Sir, you can keep little bit far. More echo is coming now.
Now.
Hello.
Yes, I hope now there will be no echo.
Sir, now still there is echo. Little bit far.
Maybe I would log out from this another device. So I hope now that won't be a problem.
Okay.
Okay. So I hope my screen is being shared.
No, sir, we
let me
can't
do it
see
again.
your screen.
Let me do it again. Yes, I hope now it's okay.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
So the commission is mandated to ensure that all laws, policy programs, and administrative mechanisms are in consonance with the child rights perspective as enshrined in the Constitution of India and the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, that is Constitution as well as the International Convention. So child includes any person up to age of 18 years. How this NCPCR is a statutory body under the Commission for Protection of Child Rights CPCR Act 2005. This is a special act for this commission itself, under which it functions and under the administrative control of Ministry of Women and Child Development. So it visualizes a rights-based perspective flowing into national policies and programs, along with nuanced responses at the state, district, and block levels, taking care of specificity and strengths of each region. So now there are children commission at say child rights commission at the state level also. In order to touch every child, it seeks a deeper penetration to our communities and households and expects that the ground experiences gathered at the field are taken into consideration by all the authorities at the say higher level. Thus, the commission sees an indispensable role for the state, sound institution building processes, and respect for decentralization at the local bodies and community level, and larger societal concern for children and their well-being. So that's its role. Now it emphasizes the principle of universality and inviolability of child rights and recognizes the tone of urgency in all the child-related policies of the country. Now, since it is a special act only for children, therefore, obviously, children are at the priority for this commission. For the commission, protection of all children in the say age to 18 years age group is of vital equal importance, and thus policy define priority actions for the most vulnerable children. This includes focus on regions that are backward or on communities or children under certain circumstances and so on. So NCPCR believes that while in addressing only some children, there could be a fallacy of exclusion of many vulnerable children who may not fall under the defined or targeted categories. So in its translation into practice, the task of reaching on to all children gets compromised and a societal tolerance of violation of child rights continues. This would in fact have an impact on the program for the targeted population as well. Therefore, it considers that it is only in building a larger atmosphere in favor of protection of children's rights that children who are targeted become visible and gain confidence to access their entitlements. So the commission also ensures that every right the child enjoys is seen as mutually reinforcing and interdependent. Therefore, the issue of gradation of rights does not arise. So all rights are equally important, and child enjoying all her rights at her 18th year is dependent on the access to all her entitlements from the time she is born. Thus, policy interventions assume significance at all stages. For the commission, all the rights of children are of equal importance, and these are, say, we shall see in this presentation about the organization structure of the commission, constitution of the commission, functions and powers of the commission, and administration and finance of the commission, and responsibilities under other acts. So let us see this one by one. The first section says this act may be called the Commission for Protection of Child Rights Act 2005. It extends to the whole of India. The world, except the state of Jammu and Kashmir, has now been dropped after 5th August 2019, 31st October 2019. And it shall come into force on such date as the central government may by notification in the official gazette appoint. So this 2005 Act was actually notified on 5th February 2007, and then it came into force on 15th February 2007. That is the date of publication in the Gazette of India. Now, some important definition. Very few definitions are there. Chairperson is the chairperson of the commission or of the state commission. Child rights include children rights adopted in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Child on the 20th November 1989 and ratified by the Government of India on the 11th December 1992. Commission means the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights constituted under Section 3, that is the National Commission. Member means a member of the commission or the state commission as the case may be, and includes the chairperson. Notification means notification published in official gazette. Prescribed means prescribed by rules made under this act. So there are rules and notifications also. And state commission means a state commission for protection of child rights constituted under Section 17. Now we see how this commission is composed. So the central government shall by notification constitute a body to be known as the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights to exercise the powers conferred on and to perform the functions assigned to it under this Act. The Commission shall consist of following members, namely a chairperson who is a person of eminence and has done outstanding work for promoting the welfare of children, and 6 members, out of which at least 2 shall be women from the following fields, to be appointed by the central government from amongst persons of eminence, ability, integrity, standing, and experience in education, child health, care, welfare, or child development, juvenile justice or care of neglected or marginalized children or children with disabilities, elimination of child labor or children in distress, child psychology or sociology, and laws relating to children. So it could be any of these 6 fields, and at least 2 women shall be women. And the office of the commission shall be at Delhi. So it has been established in Delhi. Now it consists of these members, that is a chairperson and 6 members. And the 6 members could be out of these any 6 areas. Now, if we see the names, so presently we have from JJ Act, we have Ms. Pragya Parande, who is the member. Ms. Rosie Taba, who is specializing elimination of child labor or children in distress. Dr. R.G. Anand, a specialist in child psychology or sociology. And C. Yashwant Jain, a specialized in the laws relating to children. So these are the 4 eminent members who are at presently on this commission, on National Commission. Now, how the appointment is done. So central government shall by notification appoint the chairperson and other members, provided that the chairperson shall be appointed on the recommendation of a 3-member selection committee constituted by the central government under the chairmanship of the minister in charge of the ministry or the Department of Women and Child Development. So this minister is the chairperson of the selection committee for the appointment of chairperson and members. Now their term of office. So it's for 3 years. Chairperson and every member shall hold office as such for a term of 3 years from the date on which he assumes office, provided that no chairperson or member shall hold the office for more than 2 terms. So maximum 2 terms are allowed. In fact, one chairperson was appointed 2 times, as we have seen earlier. So this for 2 consecutive terms, the member was appointed firstly, and now this maximum, that is the 2 terms that is provided in this Act. Further, that no chairperson or any other member shall hold office as such after he has attained, in the case of chairperson, the age of 65 years, so age limit, and in case of member, the age of 60 years. Chairperson or member may, by writing under his address to the central government, resign his office at any time. Now their salary. The salary and allowances payable to and other terms and conditions of service of chairperson and member shall be such as may be prescribed by the central government. So they have been prescribed by the rules. Provided that neither the salary and allowances nor the other terms and conditions of service of chairperson or a member, as the case may be, shall be varied with disadvantage after his appointment, so that they feel secure while exercising the judicial functions. For removal, subject to provisions of subsection 2, the chairperson may be removed from his office by an order of the central government on the ground of proved misbehavior or incapacity, and notwithstanding anything contained in subsection 1, the central government may by order remove from office the chairperson or any other member if the chairperson or the case may be such other member is adjudged and insolvent or engages during his term of office in any paid employment outside the duties of his office. So only one job is allowed, or refuses to act, or becomes incapable of acting, or is of unsound mind and stands so declared by competent court, or has so abused his office as to render his discontinuance in office detrimental to the public interest, or is convicted and sentenced to imprisonment for an offence which in the opinion of the central government involves moral turpitude, or without obtaining leave of absence from the commission, absent from 3 consecutive meetings of the commission. And no person shall be removed under this section unless until that person has been given an opportunity of being heard in that matter. Now the vacation of office. So if the chairperson or as the case may be member becomes subject to any of the disqualifications mentioned in section 7 or tenders his resignation under subsection 2 of section 5, his seat shall be thereupon become vacant. If a casual vacancy occurs in the office of the chairperson or a member, whether by reason of his death, resignation, or otherwise, such vacancy shall be filled within a period of 90 days by making a fresh appointment in accordance with the provisions of section 4, and the persons appointed shall hold office for the remainder of the term of office for which the chairperson or member, as the case may be, in whose place he is so appointed, would have held that office. That means for remainder term also appointment can be made so that the vacancy is filled immediately. Now these vacancies etc. are not to invalidate proceedings of commission. So no act or proceeding of the commission shall be invalid merely by reason of any vacancy nor any defect in the constitution of the commission or any defect in the appointment of a person as the chairperson or member or any irregularity in the procedure of the commission not affecting the merits of the case. Now the procedure for transaction of business is laid down. The commission shall meet regularly at its office at such time as the chairperson thinks fit, but 3 months shall not intervene between its last and the next meeting. So every 3 months or less than 3 months, that is more than 4 times a year, it shall meet. All decisions at a meeting shall be taken by majority, provided that in the case of equality of votes, the chairperson or any absent, the person presiding shall have an exercise a second or casting vote. So this shall be by majority, and second or casting vote can be cast. If for any reason the chairperson is unable to attend the meeting of the commission, any member chosen by the members present amongst themselves at the meeting shall preside. The commission shall observe such rules of procedure in the transaction of its business at a meeting, including the quorum of at such meeting as may be prescribed by the central government, and all members and decisions of the commission shall be authenticated by the member secretary or any other officer of the commission duly authenticated, authorized by the member secretary in this behalf. So this is about the procedure. Now the member secretary office and other employees. Member secretary, of course, very important person because his executive powers are there. The central government shall by notification appoint an officer not below the rank of any joint secretary or the additional secretary to the government of India as a member secretary of the commission, and shall make available to the commission such other officers and employees as may be necessary for the efficient performance of its functions. So the staff is provided. The member secretary shall be responsible to the proper administration of the affairs of the commission and its day-to-day management, and shall exercise and discharge such other powers and perform such other duties as may be prescribed by the central government. The salary and allowances payable to and the other terms and conditions of service of the member secretary, other officers and employees appointed for the purpose of the commission shall be such as may be prescribed by the central government. So they have been prescribed by the rules. Now salaries and allowances to be paid out of grants. So salaries and allowances payable to the chairperson and members and the administrative expenses, including salaries, allowances and pensions payable to the member secretary, other officers and employees referred to in section 11 shall be paid out of grants referred to in subsection 1 of section 27. Now we shall see functions. There are 19 important functions that the commission exercises. We shall see these 19 functions one by one. The commission shall perform all or any of the following functions. All these functions are very important. First is to examine and review the safeguards provided by or under any law for the time being in force for the protection of child rights and recommend measures for their effective implementation. So Advocate Varalakshmi has already given an idea about different laws for the protection of child rights. So for all these rights, the commission acts. It is empowered to examine and review these safeguards. Secondly, present to the central government annually and at such other intervals as the commission may deem fit reports upon the working of those safeguards. So it provides annual as well as the special reports. Inquire into violation of child rights and recommend initiation of proceedings in such cases. That is, inquire into complaints. So it can receive and examine the complaints. Examine all factors that inhibit the enjoyment of rights of children affected by terrorism, communal violence, riots, natural disaster, domestic violence, HIV/AIDS, trafficking, maltreatment, torture and exploitation, pornography and prostitution, and recommend appropriate remedial measures. The fifth one is to look into all matters, the matters relating to children in need of special care and protection, including children in distress, marginalized and disadvantaged children, children in conflict with law. This could be, we can say, children protection homes. Actually, my project in MTech first year of my MA, sorry, not MTech, MA Criminology and Criminal Justice Administration was in Lucknow. That was in children protection home. So that includes orphan children as well as the under trial children. So we may call them children in conflict with law, and juveniles. That is, there could be under trial. There are also special homes. So special homes, say for example in Etawah in Uttar Pradesh. So that includes that houses the convicted children, Sajai Hafta Mujrim, children without family, and children of prisoners, and recommend appropriate remedial measures. Then study treaties and other international instruments and undertake periodical review of existing policies, programs, and other activities on child rights, and make recommendations for their effective implementation in the best interest of children. So as Advocate Varalakshmi has already told us, even the names are different. That is, instead of court, we call it board. Instead of jail, we call it home. So these special terminologies are used, and even the arrest of children are made by, say, women police officers. So undertake and promote research in the field of child rights. spread child rights literacy among various sections of the society and promote awareness of the safeguards available for the protection of these rights through publications, the media, seminars, and other available means. Then inspect or cause to be inspected any juvenile custodial home, that is where children are kept. They could be first offenders, so below 21 years of age they are considered juvenile, or any other place of residence or institution. Now the for say serious offenses like say this rape and murder, the children above 15 years, there has been change in the law after Nirbhaya gang rape case. So the presiding officer of the juvenile board shall take a decision whether their trial should be as per the say JJ Act 2015. So the previous Act of 2000 and 1986 have been repealed now, and there is new law that is in force of 2015, and the presiding officer shall take the decision whether their trial should run in say JJ board or it should be in sessions court as far as rape and murder offices are concerned, because there was objection from women's commission that if a child is physically capable of committing rape and murder, should he be treated as juvenile or not. So now the law has been changed. Or any other place of residence or institution meant for children under the control of the central government or any state government or any other authority, including any institution run by a social organization where children are detained or lodged for the purpose of treatment, reformation or protection, and take up with these authorities for remedial action if found necessary, inquire into complaints and take suo motu notice of matters relating to deprivation and violation of child rights, non-implementation of laws providing for protection and development of children, and non-compliance of policy decisions, guidelines or instructions aimed at mitigating hardships to and ensuring welfare of the children and to provide relief to such children, or take up the issues arising out of such matters with appropriate authorities, and such other functions as is may consider necessary for the promotion of child rights and any other matter incidental to the above functions. And the commission shall not inquire into any matter which is pending before a state commission or any other commission duly constituted under any law for the time being in force. This is to avoid multiplicity or duplication of remedies. Only one remedy can be availed at a time. Yeah, even if matters are pending before the courts, this can't be inquired into by the commission. Now the powers relating to inquiries. The commission shall, while inquiring into any matter referred to in clause J of subsection 1 of section 13, have all the powers of a civil court. These are there for all the commissions, even for women commissions or information commissions. So these are called powers of civil court, trying to suit under the Code of Civil Procedure, that is 1908. And in particular in respect of the following matters, namely summoning and enforcing the attendance of any person and examining him on oath, discovery and production of any document, receiving evidence on affidavits, requisitioning any public record or copy thereof from any court or office, and issuing commissions for the examination of witnesses or documents. So in effect, we can say that these are the special courts established for the say matters related to children's rights. The commission shall have the power to forward any case to a magistrate having jurisdiction to try the same. That means if it is a criminal matter, then the commission doesn't have power, so it will forward that to the magistrate. That is the, we can say, Dandadhikari, criminal judge, we can say. It could be session judge also. And the magistrate to whom any such case is forwarded shall forward to hear the complaint against the accused as if the case has been forwarded to him under section 346 of the Code of
We can't hear your voice, sir. I think speaker got disconnected. Let's wait for the speaker to join. whoever is not able to get the feedback window, you can put your feedback in chat box, but it is mandatory. Either you put in feedback form or in chat box, but make sure you are providing your feedback. All the participants, it's mandatory. Sir, I made
Sorry, there was interruption. So, hello.
Yes, sir. Please continue. Sir.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So there was interruption on the desktop. So I'm continuing from one mobile. We had seen up to section 15. There are 37 sections.
Sir, you have to be very quick, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay, okay. So instead of reading the full sections, I would just go through the important provisions. We have already seen the functions in detail. That was actually the main section. That is the 19 functions of the commission. Now we are coming to the what the powers the commission has. So it can approach the Supreme Court or High Court and recommend to the concerned government or authority for the grant of such interim relief to the victim or the members of his family as the commission may consider necessary. Then it can submit the it has to submit the annual and special reports. So commission shall submit an annual report to central government and the state government concerned, and may at any time submit special reports on any matter which in its opinion is of such urgency or importance that it should not be deferred until submission of the annual report. So it can submit special reports also. Central government and the state government concerned, as the case may be, shall cause the annual and special reports of the commission to be laid before each house of parliament or the state legislature respectively, as the case may be, along with a memorandum of action taken or proposed to be taken on the recommendations of the commission and the reasons for non-acceptance of the recommendations, if any, within a period of 1 year from the date of report receipt of such report, and the annual report shall be prepared in such form, manner, and contain such details as may be prescribed by the central government. So that has been given a statutory status. Now, if we see the role of the commission, so the activities are: commission had asked to form special cells in schools to solve problems of children. This has been done, say, during past 12 years after the establishment of the commission. The cell will examine the say parental and mental and physical torture against children. Complaints regarding sexual harassment, mental harassment, favoritism, etc. should be informed to the Taluka or District Legal Services Authority within 48 hours. And the findings, the above said recommendations were based on survey including 6632 students. All of them replied to have been harassed. 75% of them informed of being beaten. 69% did get slaps on their face, and 0.4% were given electric shocks by the teachers. So even torture, physical and mental torture cases it looks after. Then main recommendations were that seminars should be conducted for teachers to improve their teaching styles. The dignity of a student should be accepted by everyone, and drug addiction, copying, violence, etc. should be curtailed, and state commissions of protection of child rights should be established. So they were initially not established. Even in many states, they were established after 2012 also. So so far we have the chairperson Shanta Sinha, who was there for 2 terms. Then we have Kushal Singh from 2013 to 14, Stuti Narayan Kakkar from 2015 to 18, and Priyank Kanungo, who is incumbent from 2018 till present date. So this is the role of NCPCR. Similarly, at state level, we have the Constitution of State Commission for Protection of Child Rights. These have been formed along the same lines as the National Commission. Appointment of chairperson and other members. So these are different conditions of service of chairperson and members. These are that is 65 years, 60 years, and say term is for 3 years. Then under section 20, we have salary and allowances of chairperson and members. So these are borne by the state government. So we have central as well as the state commissions. Then we have secretary, officers, and other employees of the state commission. So these expenses are borne by the concerned state government. Then we have salaries and allowances to be paid out of grants. So these are given under section 28. Then annual and special reports of state commission. So these are laid before the state assembly. So there are provisions similar to that of the national commission. Then application of certain provisions relating to National Commission for Protection of Child Rights to state commissions. So the only three differences is, instead of commission, they are called as state commission. Instead of central government, there will be state government, and instead of member secretary, references shall be constituted as references to secretary. So these are the only three. Otherwise, all other provisions are similar. Then we have children's courts. So for the purpose of providing speedy trial of offences against children or a violation of child rights, the state government may, with the concurrence of the Chief Justice of the High Court by notification, specify at least a court in the state, or specify for each district a court of session to be a children's court to try the said offences, provided that nothing in this section shall apply if a court of session is already specified as a special court, or a special court is already constituted for such offences under any law for the time being in force. So these are called children courts. So these can be formed by the concerned state government. So they have powers equivalent to that of sessions court. That is the highest type of trial they can hold. A special public prosecutor. So for every children's court, the state government shall by notification specify public prosecutor or appoint an advocate who has been in practice as an advocate for not less than 7 years as a special public prosecutor for the purpose of conducting cases in that court. So this provision is in addition to the provisions for the public prosecutors under CRPC chapter 2. Then we have section 27, grants by central government. So central by parliament by law in this behalf, pay to the commission by way of grants such sums of money as central government may think fit for being utilized for the purposes of this act, and the commission may spend such sums of money as it thinks fit for performing the functions under this act, and such sums shall be treated as expenditure payable out of the grants referred to in subsection 1. Similarly, there is provision for grants by state governments in section 28 for state commissions. Then accounts and audit of commission. So the commission shall maintain proper accounts and other relevant records and prepare an annual statement of accounts in such form as may be prescribed by the central government in consultation with the Comptroller and Auditor General of India. And the accounts of commission shall be audited by the CAG at such intervals as may be specified by him, and any expenditure incurred in connection with such audit shall be payable by the commission to the CAG. And accounts and audit, any person appointed by him in connection with the audit of the accounts of the commission under this act shall have the same rights and privileges and the authority in connection with such audit as the CAG generally has in connection with the audit of government accounts, and in particular shall have the right to demand the production of books, accounts, connected vouchers and other documents and papers, and to inspect any of the offices of the commission. The accounts of commission as certified by the CAG or any other person appointed by him in this behalf, together with the audit report thereon, shall be forwarded annually to the central government by the commission, and the central government shall cause the audit report to be laid as soon as may be after it is issued before each house of parliament. Similarly, at the state level, we have section 30, the accounts and audit of the state commission. So these are examined by the accountant general of the state government. Then we have 30 legal proceedings shall lie against the central government, state government commission acting under the direction of central government, state government commission or the state commission in respect of anything which is in good faith done or intended to be done in pursuance of this act, or of any rules made thereunder, or in respect of publication by or under authority of the central government, state commission, state government commission or the state commission of any report or paper. So this protection is given so that they get complete protection as far as the judicial duties are concerned. So no suit or prosecution lie in any court against them. The chairperson, members and other officers to be public servant. So of course this is acts as an exception to section 31. That is, if there is corruption, then action can be taken as per the IPC. So they come within the definition of the public servant as per section 21 of the Indian Penal Code. That means for corruption they can be prosecuted. 33 is directions by central government. So in the discharge of its function under this act, commission shall be guided by such directions or questions of policy relating to national purposes as may be given to it by the central government. And if any dispute arises between central government and the commission as to whether a question is or not is not a question of policy relating to national purposes, the decision of the central government thereon shall be final. So the powers of the commission are recommendatory in nature, and it may not be binding upon the central government. Then returns or information. So commission shall furnish to the central government such returns or other information with respect to its activities as the central government may from time to time require. This is in addition to the annual report or special report. Then we have power of central government to make rules. So this is the rule making powers. So the central government may by notification make rules to carry out the provision without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing powers. Such rules may provide for all or any of the following matters, namely terms and conditions of service of the chairperson and members of the commission and their salaries and allowances under section 6. The procedure to be followed by the commission in the transaction of its business at a meeting under subsection 4 of section 10. Then powers and duties which may be executed and exercised and performed by the member secretary of the commission under subsection 2 of section 11, and the salary and allowances and other terms and conditions of service of officers and other employees of the commission under subsection 3 of section 11, and form of statement of accounts and other section 4 of 1 of section 29. Then we have power of say every rule made under this act shall be laid as soon as may be after it is made before each house of parliament while it is in session for a total period of 30 days, which may be comprised in one session or in 2 or more successive sessions, and before the expiry of the session immediately following the session or the successive sessions aforesaid, both houses agree in making any modification in the rule or both houses agree that the rule should not be made, the rule shall thereafter have an effect only in such modified form or be of no effect as the case may be. So, however, that any such modification or annulment shall be without prejudice to the validity of anything previously done under that rule. So, this is the general procedure for any rules made under any act. So, they have been to be laid before the parliament or the state legislature. Similarly, power of state government to make rules. So, similarly, they shall be the sections are given, and they shall be laid before the state assembly. Then only they become final. And lastly, there is power to remove difficulties. So whenever any new act is formed, so if there are any problems, so there is power to remove difficulties. That if any difficulty arises in giving effect to the provisions of this act, the central government may by order publish in the official gazette make such provisions not inconsistent with the provisions of this act as may appear to be necessary for removing the difficulty, provided that no order shall be made under this section after the expiry of the period of 2 years from the date of commencement of this act. So every order made under this section shall be laid as soon as maybe after it is made before each house of parliament. So even that has to be approved by the parliament. And after 2 years, if there is any difficulty, then the only solution is to the amendment in the act. So that concludes this act for this NCPCR. Any questions on this? I'm thankful to Dr. Ravindra for giving me an opportunity to make this presentation today. I'm also thankful to all the resource person, particularly Advocate Varalakshmi, for giving very good introduction to the legal rights of children. I'm thankful to the audience also. Any questions?
Thank you, sir, for your very quick presentation. Sorry, couldn't give you much time.
Thank you, sir.
Dear participants, if you have any queries, you can feel free to unmute yourself. Varalakshmi ma'am, would you like to share your comment? I think there are no queries. In case if you have any query, you can share. We will always be taking up at the end of the session or whenever you have it. So thank you, sir, once again for joining on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. We wish you all the success, and we look forward for more sessions even in future upcoming sessions. Thank you, sir. So we'll move on to our next session. So we have with us Dr. Chandrakala ji. Ma'am, you can unmute yourself. And you can switch on the video.
Trying to.
Yeah, as already introduced, ma'am will be taking over on session child labor, causes and consequences, and the sustainable ways to rehabilitate in India. Ma'am, you have 30 minutes.
Yes.
Over to you, ma'am.
Need to pass. Done. Okay, ma'am. There is some problem, sir. Just a second.
Ma'am, your PPT is visible, ma'am.
It's visible.
Yes, ma'am. Your voice is clear, your video is clear.
Okay.
Yeah, now it's full screen. Perfect.
Okay, okay.
You can continue.
Right. A very good afternoon to Ravinder sir and all the participants, all the resource persons. Thank you so much, sir, for having given me this opportunity to share my thoughts on child labor. And participants, today we have all gathered and we are sharing our thoughts and ideas only for the children, right? So it's on the occasion of World Against Child Labor. Now, why World Against Child Labor? See, children care, support, you know, the protection and participation, development, their survival was always a way of life across the world, across community, across culture. But why today we have gathered here to speak about children? So I feel that children have their all set of rights, right? And majorly we are supposed to focus on their right to survival, right to protection, right to participation, and right to development. But what has gone wrong so that, today we are speaking about so many problems related with children is because all these rights which was supposed to happen or supposed to be given to them are denied. And few children on the basis of race, caste, creed, their religion, they are being discriminated and they are denied once again. And few children who are coming from low socioeconomic background and they do not have say. And their parents, their representatives, they do not have say. So they are being ignored. And people who are coming from such continents, some such regions where they have less of resources, less of technology, less of know-how, how to lead their life in a more better way, where the standard of living is less. They are being neglected. The children are being neglected from those continents, from those regions. And today, when we are racing for, it's a mad race that is going on for development. I don't know, our sustainable development are there right in front of us. All the goals are set, but we are running opposite side, concretizing our whole world, our, in the name of development, many things are going opposite way, which are the repercussion of which are we are already facing. And they are the children, they want to just, the world have become so materialistic that today even the children are being abused. They are being exploited in order to mint money. So that's for the reason, or hence we have to speak about children. We have to get up every individual to work towards, the children, towards the right of children. So in order to, since all this denial, discrimination, ignorance, negligence, abuse, deprivation, exploitation is there in relation to children, hence we face innumerable numbers of problem. And one of the biggest problem, a biggest challenge, that is depriving the children, minor children, that that the age ranges from 3 years to 18 years, they are being deprived of the survival, protection, participation and development. And it comes from proper nutrition, that comes from proper education, that comes from proper focus on their their health care. So that is being denied. So today I'm going to let you go through this roller coaster ride of understanding what is child labor and what are its causes and consequences. And before me, Virendra Kumar, Thakurji has already explained, and many of the esteemed, professors and other resource persons from different, esteemed departments have already presented the legislation part of it, whole, the arena of legislation. We have loads of legislations in place. We have loads of organizations that are working for addressing the rights of children. But where we are going wrong, let us check. So the highest, the umbrella organization which addresses or which sees to it that all the civil, political, economic, social, health and cultural rights of children are being upheld, right? That is United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. And this organization is supposed to give all the directives to the whole nation of the world. So we are supposed to abide by whatever directives this organization gives, because this is UN organization, which is the umbrella organization. So it has 4 principles of the Convention on the Rights of the Children. That is non-discrimination. We are not supposed to discriminate any child on the basis of sex, on the basis of socioeconomic background, on the basis of religion, on the basis of race, or any kind of disability in that case. And best interest of the child. That means we have to work not on the basis of perceived need of the child, but we are supposed to address the need of the child as per the felt need of the child. That means I am highlighting the involvement of children in voicing out what they actually need. Because see, this particular point I'm emphasizing because a week back, 2-3 days back, I was just going through the video of a child in the capital of India, and in some part of Delhi, where the child, since she did not do the homework on time, she was tied up. I think in the peak of, I think it was 2 o'clock when this, 12 to 2, when the sun is on its peak. So she was left alone, tied up her hands and feet, and then she was left to cry. And that was the punishment just because she did not do her homework. And that punishment was not given by any stepmother, stepfather, or any of her relatives, but that was given by the mother herself who gave birth to the child. So if the child suffers in the hand of a mother, that is the ultimate cruelty that the child is facing, right? So that's for the reason we have to understand the felt need of the child. Because children, the emotions, it changes. Sometimes she doesn't want to study, she just wants to do the painting. Sometimes she doesn't want to, and we are on the race to educate the child here. And children who belong to low socioeconomic background, now they are seeing the well-off children doing so well after being educated, so they just want to replicate that, and they don't know the way to deal with the child. So it's a wild race in order to educate the child, right? In order to make the child as better as the children from good families, but they don't know the right way to deal with the child. So hence the right of the child to survival was in question. It was a big cruelty that was done to the child. So now see, when we as a country, India as a country who has already ratified the UNCRC, all the directives. So we are supposed to abide by all the directives of, child, to survive, to protect it, to help it participate, and for its proper development, so that child would grow into a sustainable human being. Sustainable human being. Why am I calling it a sustainable human being? That means she or he would be able to participate socially, culturally, spiritually, and every aspect of the rights of the child should be focused. It's not only the education part of it, not only the cognitive development, it is development in every aspect of the child needs to be focused. And for that, after the UNCRC called out for addressing the rights of the child, then India came up with the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, and that came up in 2005. So it is the commission works under the aegis of Ministry of Women and Child Development, Government of India, and it became operational in March 2007. Now what does it do? It voices or advocates for rights of the children, for proper education and health. So right to survival, right to protection, right to participation, and right to development. Right to survival is right to be born. That means we are advocating against the abortion, illegal abortion. We are focusing on the detection of the sex of the child, where you find, there's a preference of son over the the girl child. So if they find out, especially our neighboring states where we are staying now in Delhi, neighboring states like Haryana, Punjab, they do not want to have, I don't know, now the situation have improved because of government intervention, but 2-3 years down the lane, things were not going good there. So they had a lot of preference for the son, and then they would abort after they find out that there is a girl child growing in the womb. So right to minimum standard of food, shelter, and clothing, for survival, right of minimum standard of food and shelter and clothing is needed. Right to protection. Now, protection from what? Any sorts of violence, right? Any sorts of cruelty or ignorance, And right to participation. What is this right to participation? That means the child should have a right to speak that she does not want to do this work. And she would, in terms of studies also, sometimes children would not like to study for a long time. So it is her right to say that I do not want to study, but I would like to do the painting. So as a mother or father or any elder in the family, they have to, adhere to that, her rights, and then say yes to it and give her, because that is another way of creativity that is shown by the child. If she wants to play also, that is one of the fundamental right of a child, right to play. So if she doesn't want to do painting either, she has a right to play. So that needs to be given to them. Right to development. Now, where is the development going to come from? Development is both physical development, cognitive development, spiritual development, and so many angles or aspects of development. So we have to give her all this set of rights. And now after the independence, see, in the chair was our dear Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, in order to frame our constitution. So while writing the constitution, they have given a special focus on the child, because, and then, that envelopes Article 24, and then so many other articles, 23, there are Article 21A to Article 45, which would give her all the rights to live as a human being and develop as a good citizen of the country, right? And there are many legislations. Very important of them is the Child Labor Provision and Regulation Act of 1986, which is already being spoken by the esteemed speakers who have already presented their paper. So I would not emphasize on this, because my focus is causes and consequences and the suggestion that I would like to present here. So Child Labor Provision and Regulation Act of 1986, there were a lot of loopholes here, So they came up with the Child Labor Provision and Regulation Amendment Bill 2012, where they have added many sections, and finally in 2016 they came up with Child Labor Provision and Regulation Amendment Bill Act 2016, and that is a complete provision on employment or work of children below 14 years. That means there is complete provision on the employment of children who are below the age of 14. And then they have even bifurcated the age from 14 to 18 as adolescent. And they are allowed to work, but they are not allowed to work in the hazardous, occupation or processes. For example, glass industry, for example, any kind of, employment that is to do with inflammations and all that, right? So, and now these are set of the constitution which are already being spoken. So I would not like to take up this. See, Article 24, Article 16 to 14, that talks about free and compulsory education. Article 21A also emphasizes and provision forced labor. Article 23 prohibits the employment of children under 14 in hazardous occupation. Article 24 and establishes that the policies should be in place to protect children from exploitation. Article 39 E to F. The Right to Education Act 2019, it further reinforces the Article 21A of the Constitution on the right of free and compulsory education, also establishing the right of all out of school children to be admitted to age appropriate children. That means those who are out of the school. Now, this I've already explained, amendment bills and all. See, student, before participants, before I explain all this, I would want to let you know there's all these articles, all this would only speak about protection, survival, then prevention of any kind of harm, participation and development of children. And now, students, participants, there are organizations that are defending children's human rights. Those are set of organizations, that those are ECPAT International, ASPAT International, Child Rights International Network. If you want to note down, you may please note down. Defense for Children International, Plan International, Save the Children, UNICEF, World Vision, Humanium, right? And International Bureau for Children, Children's Right, and We Charity. All this organization, they only work for the different aspect of child rights, right? Political, social, civil, so many rights. And children who are deprived, especially for World Vision India, I would like to talk about, because one of my family members, very close family member, is working there, have been working there since, it's been 25 years that he's working. So I know of this organization who dedicatedly have, have been improving the lives of children across the globe. And it exists in every district, every small village, and they are addressing, they're working very hard, and they work, with proper meticulous studies, baseline studies they do. And then, after having done, and I'll tell of their work, the kind of credibility they have developed over the years is like, during the lockdown, the second wave, or second wave, the NDTV had given them half an hour, I think, broadcasting of some kind of interview with them and all, just to generate funds and all, because FCRA is already in place, so they were not getting the foreign funding and all. So they wanted to generate the money, and they just did 1.5 hour or some or half an hour. I don't remember what was the time that was allotted to them, but I got to know they collected about 16 crore during that short period of time, because many organizations, many individuals, they just donated blindly, because they knew about their work, how they have been bringing change in the lives of people. And they really work for the children, but they involve the whole community, because when the child is born in a family, she or he becomes the responsibility of the whole community. And India being a community based society, so they work at the community level in order to bring change in the child in all aspect. So now I would like to give you a little bit of highlight on what is child labor. Now, what here I want to just give you a glimpse. What is now? You must be wondering, what is a child labor? And if myself as a mother, I'm giving some few of the tasks to my child, that is not a child labor. That is a grooming of the child. That is socialization of the child. See, myself being the mother of 2 children, I am I'm a very strict mother. Strict in the sense, I do want them to work. Not only they should aspire to be a good kind of scholars, but they have to do their own work. So I let them fold their own clothes, dry their own clothes, keep their things properly, sometimes give them some task. So that is not the child labor. So I'll just give you a distinctive features of what is child labor and what is child work. So child work is light work. Children learn to take responsibility. That means it's a light work where children would help themselves to take up the responsibility, because we have to. And children working in the field, we are trying to being a very quote unquote developed society, a civilized society. We are trying to keep the children away from the work. We are not letting them work in the kitchen. We are not letting them work in the field. No, that is absolutely wrong. We have to let them experience every task. Learning by doing, that is what is being taught in the school also. So in Japan, children are supposed to clean their own washrooms. There's little children, they have to wear gloves, and they have a very systematic way. They have to wash their utensils, they have to eat together. Why has that culture being developed there? Because they have understood that the way the Westerners are grooming the children to have fork and spoon and not to touch dirt, and to go into the corporate kind of culture. No, we are supposed to make them work and learn their responsibility, learn to take their responsibilities. Then only their cognitive development happen in a right way. So light work, it should not be like, I'm letting my child fold the clothes, and I'll let her fold the clothes for 6 hours at a stretch. No, that's wrong. If she does it 45 minutes, folding up the clothes, cleaning her cupboards, everything we need to teach them. It should not be hard and hazardous work where children are exploited. That is a child labor, right? Respect of children's right to health and education. That means children are not, we are supposed to give them a good, best of the health and best of the education. That means if my child is given some work, household chores, that should not deprive her of the education. The work should be given after the school hours. So I'll just give you here a little bit of highlight of how many definitions are there across, so many scholars have given, so many social scientists, so many organizations have given the definition of child labor. ILO has given the definition of child labor. One of the definition I like the best is UNICEF. One line: children who are out of the school during the school hours. That means children who are absent, children who are in the field, children who are doing the household chores. Those are all child laborers, because they are not attending the class. It is not only the children whose names are there in the register, but who are out of the school. Their names are there in the register, but they are not present in the school. So they are all child laborers, right? So that the same scenario is happening once the district magistrate or some officials, they went and visited the schools and all. When they checked the register, all of their names were there, but very few children were there in the class. On inquiring, they found out that half the children have gone to their field to work during the daytime. That is wrong. That is a child laborer. So if she attends the class and then goes after the school hours, so that is not a child labor. So, and we have to make sure that during the time we are giving the work, they are fully nourished with proper nutrition, and they are given, if they have any kind of ailment or any kind of sickness, that is being taken care. Yeah. And child work is occasional. It's not that every day monotonous work they are supposed to indulge in. It should not be constant, and it should not be for long hours, right? For example, I'll give you the example. I had done this, it's an empirical research that I've done in 2014 in Kanpur, where I saw a girl, she was trying to do something, some factory work, and she had to do rigorously the same work all day. 6 hours straight, she sits on the same coat and then does that work. I said, my goodness, how many hours you spend on the coat to do this work, fixing the chapel. Then she said 6 hours, 7 hours. And because I have to kind of everyday basis, I have to fix up 7 sacks of the chapels. So I said, do you have, because of sitting continuously, bending your back, do you have any problem? Do you face any problem? She said, I have dry eyes and I have this backache, severe backache. And when she got up, she could not, stretch up her back properly. And then that is the consequences of child labor. That's like, it is continuous, it's constant for long hours. And it is, child work is legal after the school, after having proper meal. You can always involve your child in your family business, in your personal tasks, in household chores, in in the field, off the field, everywhere, but not during the school time. That is illegal. Okay, so now see, I'll just give you this highlight. See, India was doing great, it was this 10 years down the lane. India was trying to really reduce the, child laborers, the number of children who are in labor. They were trying to reduce, but because of this pandemic, there was a big jolt, because uh, the parents have lost their jobs, they were underpaid, they were half paid, so they had to survive, made the source of the income better by involving the children in the labor. So post COVID, there is a huge rise of child laborers. So I'll just give you a data. ILO and UNICEF on 10 June 2021, they said the child labor population has risen worldwide, and it is now 160 million. Now it has become more. It is 2021 data. Now it has become more, because many of the parents have died. Many of the parents have lost their job. And many of the parents, I know I have myself witnessed many of the earning member of the family, they committed suicide because suddenly they lost their businesses. They could not handle the pressure of in debt, the debt they had to pay off. So many other, kind of money they had to pay off. They had to take a lot of, money from their families, they had to take loan. So they could not pay off. So because of the pressure, they committed suicide, they lost the job. So now children have, got involved in the labor market, and they are the ones who are supplying the source of income for the families. So according to the data from Census 2011, the number of child labor in India is 10.1 million, of which 5.6 million are boys and 4.5 million are girls. So why is this scenario? 5.6 million are boys and 4.5 million are girls. Why do you think the boys are more here? Ratio is more because boys actually have a greater pressure, of fulfilling the needs of the family members. And when it comes to low socioeconomic background people, they don't have any planning on anything, especially to do with the size of the family. So what happens is big size of the family. So the parents have lost the job, they're underpaid, they're illiterate, they have to, hand to mouth kind of situation is there. So they involve the children. So, and the first pressure that is put is on the boys, you go and work. So they work. So that's the reason the ratio is higher. There's a huge increase of 8.4 million children in labor in the last 4 years post COVID-19 pandemic. There is an alert of additional 9 million children who are at risk to join the labor market. Now see, 9 million children are joining post COVID-19, pandemic. Why? The reason is I've already shared with you. So this is, and you know, child labor is not only the prevalence of child labor is not only the scenario of developing or underdeveloped countries. Even the developed countries have this problem. Yeah, and post pandemic it is all the more. So now what happened? I'm not being able to do, Mister. I'm not being able to do.
You can click on any other object.
Suddenly it has stopped.
You can click on the screen, ma'am.
On the screen.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do it. Just a second. But yeah. It's done. It's done now. Now see.
Ma'am, you have another
I have
10 minutes, ma'am.
10 minutes, yes.
Already
So
we
students,
exceeded, so 10 minutes to come.
yes, right.
Thank you, ma'am.
So yeah. So when it comes to labor, I'll just give you highlighting points only. See, Gandhiji also emphasized that we should, Nehruji, you know, they all said if we are to take, you know, control of or take charge of our country, we have to invest a lot on our children because they are the future citizens of the country who are going to hold all the responsibility and take the country forward. So when it comes to labor, I have already made the distinction what is child labor and what is child rights. And labor also, one is the physical labor, the other is the mental labor, and both the labors are dangerous if it exceeds the normal time, right? So mental labor, are you understanding? That's for the reason now in NEP 2020 has emphasized that when the child is 6 years, she should be in class 1. Otherwise, children who are just being born, you know, these days the scenario is such, um, in the race for developing their cognitive level of the children, they are mothers are becoming very competitive, and they are trying to put their very minor children into the schools and kindergartens and all. That's wrong. You know, she or he should feel the warmth of the parents, warmth of the mother, and understand the world through the family. And that is the gateway. They should be able to, at least till the age of 3, it is very, very important child spends the time with the mother, father, siblings, grandparents, and all the warmth of the family. Why? In order to prepare that child, in order to be sent to the, to play a vital role or to learn more, execute the expertise, kind of in the real scenario when he or she joins different institution like religious institution, educational institutions, spiritual institution, she should be able to, the way it happens, sports and all, what do? They warm up before they take the child for racing. So the same warm up, environment the child should have. So till the age of 3, I emphasize children should be kept at home and given all the care, support, learn in the home environment, and then take them to the institution after 3. So this I've already said. Definition I need not, because I told you the shortest one. Now, causes of child labor. There are many causes of child labor. Student, before I went to the field for collection of data, I always thought, because in my place where I belong to, we don't have child laborers. I've never seen child laborers, I'm frankly speaking, because that's a Scotland of India I come from. So I had never bumped into any beggars also. But here I saw child laborers, so many children, carrying the sacks and all. So I thought, people told me, when I asked my husband, they said it's because of the poverty. Then I said, it can't be only because of the poverty. I would like to search out. So that's for the reason I did this research, and I found, the kind of causes. I'll let you know. I'll take you through this roller coaster ride with me. So chronic poverty is one of the push factor, right? Chronic poverty is because inadequate income of the family, unemployed or underemployed adults. Underemployed is because there's a, this vicious circle. If poor socioeconomic background, low level of education, low level of aspiration, low level of income, and hence many, and hence early marriage, many children, because they don't plan anything, they don't have aspiration, many children, huge size of the children. And then again, what do? They are not able to take care of the children. They're all the responsibility. They are they are not able to kind of manage the expenditure in different aspects. So what do? The best thing they resort to is employing their children in the labor market, so that they get, they have many hands to work for the family in order to supply the basic need for the family. So, and absence of schemes for family allowances and other social security schemes, because I told you there is, have-nots are many and haves are small in number, and capitalists, and we have this mixed economy where capitalism is being emphasized these days. So hence the income is not redistributed. Like welfare schemes are not there. Welfare schemes are there. Social securities are there, but they just go. They don't get distributed. People are not aware that those schemes are there. And then hence they are not being utilized to reach to the right beneficiaries and large family, which I already talked about. Now, socio-cultural factors. Now, socio-cultural factor in Indian scenario, I also found out through my empirical research that because of the caste, huge number, almost 80% were SC students, SC child laborers. They come from the background of SC. And why is it that the SCs were selected out to put into the labor market? No, because of the history. We always try to balance or bring the parity in gender and all, but why we are not able to? Why there is gender discrimination still existing in Indian social cultural structure? Why? Because we are not being able to make a change. The same way historically the things have been set up like that. Socio-cultural fabrics or our structures or cultural fabrics have been like that. The functionality have been like that. So that's for the reason it's very difficult to change or alter the history. And casteism have been there in Indian context. So hence, what happened? They are not able to change, and they get into this vicious cycle of low caste, low level of deprivation. They were not allowed for education, proper educational. Take the example of Eklavya in this case. He was not allowed, and finally when he could, it was not Arjuna who was the best archer. Okay, it's a fabrication of history. It wasn't Arjuna, it was Eklavya who, in spite of not having guru to teach him, there with him, he respected the guru. He had installed his pratima, and then because of that inspiration, he got to learn on his own. But that also, his thumb was chopped off forever, so that he's made disabled. He was disabled and he could not pursue. So that was the state of that was the kind of mindset against And that was the organized crime. The failure of education system in India in realizing the constitutional mandatory of ensuring the right of every child to free and compulsory education. I told you of the register where names were there, but children were not there. So it's a push factor. Another is parental attitude and other socio-cultural factors like illiteracy and ignorance. That's again a push factor, right? And unemployment and underemployment of adults in the family. So if they are not employed or underemployed, they are getting, meager amount of income. So there has to be many hands to bring the income. So hence the children are put in the task. So as a child laborers, failures and defective legislation, law, policy plans and programs. So one, defective policy is, if there could have been just one, legislation, child labor provision, and why regular? If there is prohibition of child laborers, why has to be addition of regulation? That means somewhere government is also very, very, kind of, I mean, people at the planning level also are very, very sharp to just leave the loopholes so that, people who wants to kind of make use of the child laborers would be able to use it. So that is a big, without, that means act without teeth, and innumerable loopholes are there. And another is employers' preference for child laborers because they want to mint a good profit, make a maximum profit, so minimize the cost. So they don't have to pay a huge amount as a salary to them, and then they can be just paid a little amount for, kind of constant long hours job that they do. The availability of job opportunities for children in the study area. That means there were a lot of jobs because there are a lot of unorganized sectors that are existing, that are that are flourishing, because, and then hence they utilize the children, okay, in order to mint the profit and then get away with the legislations. Population explosion and large family size is again push factor. The tradition of making children learn family skills is again, family skills. If it is business person, they don't send the children to school but put them in the business, and that is also illegal. Migration and child laborers. Migration have been a huge reason of child labor prevalence in Indian context, because post pandemic has been a big, huge, increase, which I have already kind of notified to you. So these are the, and another reason is, I found out is the alcoholism. Alcoholism or, substance abuse is another factor that I have found out during my survey, that, research that, there were at least 3 families who were just living adjacent to that community, and then when I went there, they had the fourth grade, government servants, and their children were engaged in the, child labor. And when on asking the neighbors and everyone, they said it is because the earning member of the family are alcoholic, so hence they don't bother about the children education or development. So, and consequences of child labors is so huge in the agriculture, domestic work, construction, mining, manufacturing, huge consequences. And when it comes to consequences, it is mental, physical, so many aspects of consequences. I'll let you go through it. Now see, when we are saying characteristics of child laborers, characteristics are defined based on the consequences. Work which causes physical or psychological damage, which hinders education and mental, physical development. Cognitive development does not happen. Work done by children under the minimum age set by the ILO Convention number 138. Hazardous work as defined by provision of ILO Convention number 182. Now, physical consequences are there. Stunted growth of future generations, citizens with accumulated frustration, malnourished citizens, sick citizens, early morbidity of children. That means they die early. mental deformity of children because of continuous work. So monotony would what? Bring a lot of mental health problems, depression, you know, and then suicidal tendency, so many things, socio-economic consequences. That means it's a vicious circle. So what happens? Inability to harness human resources. They don't kind of they are not encouraged to develop themselves as a skillful labor in order to fetch more income. So what they do, very immature people are being put into the labor market, and they don't know how to explore. So hence they depend on the meager amount of income. Inability to contribute to development, so they are not able to contribute to the mainstream development. Inability to benefit from development. They are not well educated. They don't have, they are very naive. So hence they are misused, abused, deprived, and a lot of cruelty is being done to them. So hence they can't develop as a good human being, or good in human being in the sense as a very potential human being. Increase illiteracy. So I told you of the vicious circle. Illiteracy would be there, since they are involving in the labor market. Hence they would not be able to be well educated. Perpetuation of ill treatment. So once the child is being treated badly, so the mental confidence to challenge, to kind of fight back the challenges would be deprived of the child. There is deprivation of self-esteem in the child, the confidence in the child. So he or she would not be able to voice against the ill treatment. So they feel this is our destiny. This is something we have done in our previous birth. So hence we are born like in a such family to face such kind of cruelty in the hand of all this well-off people. So they accept that. And when there is acceptance of uncomfort, cruelty, so hence there is a death of humanity, the death of an individual in itself. He is surviving, he is not living. That means political economic consequences. So what would be political economic? Obviously they would not be able to get involved as a potential person who would be having a great amount of confidence to speak for themselves, to speak on behalf of people, to advocate, to speak for cruelty, to speak for better wages. They are in the perpetuation of poverty, persistence of child labor, perpetuation of economic inequality. They would face political instability. Whatever political instability is there, they are the people who are vulnerable. Intergenerational phenomena of child labor happens. They feel it's an increased bottleneck in the development process, wasted human resources, wasted human talents and skills. Scientists, artists, and person of eminence lost to child labor. See, we know about Dr. Kalam. He hails from a very poor family, Muslim family, and then if he was not encouraged by many of the factors around him, he would have been just left in that vicious circle. He would never have emerged as a big scientist or president of the country one time. But he was given every means or every facility, provisions at the right time to grow him as a big scientist. Otherwise, he would have been nowhere. Socio-economic consequences. That means inability to harness human resources, inability to contribute to development, inability to benefit from development, increase illiteracy, perpetuation of ill treatment. Now, so psychological consequences are increased abuse of children, ignorant populace, citizens with inferiority complex, instability of life, affecting many crucial aspect of children, life of the children. UNICEF classified the hazardous consequences of child labor into 3 categories. Those are physical hazards, physical whatever, stunted growth, eye problem, vision problem, hearing problem. So many problems are there, because children are working in the factories, saris and all, where huge amount of noise is there. So since early age, if they are working, their hearing capacity would just go decrease and get damaged forever. Cognitive development hazards is what? If you are invested to work for the monotonous work, the same thing, you'll go mentally instability happens, and the different compartments of the intellect or cognitive development does not take place. Emotional or social or moral hazards, that means they would become mentally sick children. They would grow as a mentally disturbed children. When I went to Tihar jail, many a times I work with a few organizations and all. So that organization sent me, I showed my willingness to go to the go to Tihar jail. I went to homes also, the juvenile homes and all. When I spoke to them, they were all coming from such background, low socioeconomic background, where they had faced all the atrocities of life. So hence, they don't have any willingness to live life. They are all frustrated adults. They are all frustrated children. They don't have any ray of hope. They have lost the hope in and in their life. And when the hope is the only thing that makes us live and aspire and then grow and develop. If hope is not there, there itself the human being die. Sustainable suggestions are stringent and effective monitoring has to be there, strengthen trade unions, consumer education through lobbying and advocacy, advocacy for banning the worst form of child labor, amendment in the existing law, extensive campaigning and mobilization of communities through social action and community organization, owners penalty and punishment for monitoring government agencies also, access to easy and low interest loans, alternative loans for the family, alternative livelihood options, reforming and strengthening the education system, so that education system would not only give them a monotonous, same one shoe fit all kind of system should not be there. It's the same syllabus and you teach the same thing. The education should have the curriculum and co-curriculum and the vocational skills that needs to be developed in the child as per the requirement or as per the interest of the child. For example, some mechanical training, some kind of typing, shorthand, so many other things which are already being in place. Okay, social security scheme services, so all this loan, social security for the family, so that family would not be under pressure to send their children to the labor market. Regulate global trade. We should be able to regulate the global trade, so that anybody who's using, any company who's using, the unorganized company also using the child laborers would be caught and would be kind of stopped from doing businesses or any kind of business collaboration with the international forum. Okay, education and training for women. If the woman of the house, that means mother of the house, is educated, she's being trained properly, she would be a smart mother, smart lady, in order to handle her family, in order to plan for the number of children, plan the future of the children. Push on the girl child education, because girl child education of the girl would make us smarter. The future would be what? Smarter woman in the family. Family control of fertility. That means there should be proper distribution of contraceptives and all. And contraceptives has lot of bad repercussion or effect also. So that needs to be checked again. Condoms also. The basic thing, that needs to be properly checked. That needs to be properly made. Something that would not give infection to either of the partners. And there are a lot of other, contraceptives and all, which I have heard from the community people that that has caused a lot of problem to them. and that has failed to control the population. So that needs to be checked by the medical, specialist. Speedy and honest enforcement and monitoring of all legislation related to child labor. So, enforcement officers, the child labor enforcement office needs to monitor themselves, monitor the work, whatever implementation that's happening in the community, that needs to be monitored well, checked well, so that there is no person who would take chance to employ the child laborers. Linkage of child labor family to employment. Okay, so the parents, the earning member of the family, in order to enhance their income, they have to be put in for training, and that would help. That means economic rehabilitation has to be in place. Linkage of child labor family to employment and monitoring of a government intervention program. So whatever, all these beneficiaries needs to be checked well, because sometimes what happens is all these schemes comes, but that is being benefited by the people who are already well off. So that needs to go to the right hand, and the proper baseline survey needs to be done. The use of children themselves as their strongest advocate by promoting role models. That's what is being done by the World Vision India. World Vision comes up with pamphlets and all, which have a write-off of the children who are in labor, and they have been rehabilitated, and they have grown as even IAS officers, lawyers and all. So they have written, and they are the ones who are promoting or kind of financing the sponsorship programs. So that itself is a push to development in the lives of the child laborers, in order to grow them as a better citizen of the country. The role of a media, instead of reporting about Kareena Kapoor's third child, instead of reporting about somebody's marriages, somebody's divorces, they should be able to focus on the real causes, which is going to have a big impact on the country now and in future, because they are the future. The children are the future citizen of the country. So media should also be very, very careful about what they are giving out to the civilians, to the people, so that they would kind of channelize the people energy to kind of focus on something that is very vital for the country. Involvement of civil society organization can play a catalytic role. That means myself being, for example, myself being a family, a mother, the lady of the family, should be able to deny that you to my worker, the maid who comes to work at my place, do not get your child if she's below the age of 18 and put her in the school. That's what I have been doing at an individual level, using social media as an effective tool to eliminate child labor. Strategic plan are on the anvil by, UP has the highest number of prevalence of child labor. So government is really gearing up towards, curtailing the number of child laborers in the state. Social sites as an effective tool. Instead of showing only the musicians, singers and all, people should invest their time on focusing. If you get to see in your own canteen, in your own colleges, in your own vicinity, the child laborers are being used, just make a video bite and send it out in your social media, so that people would be aware, and such employer would be caught. Going beyond boundaries, that means going beyond boundaries is what? We should be able to focus the way the government is focusing on other issues, the way we are caught in the traffic, the traffic police, if we are not masking, how traffic police catches us at every stop. Why can't they catch the, in the same manner, why can't they catch the child laborers and try to rehabilitate? So for that, networking, collaboration, is very, very important. So in order to, and it should have a, the district, every community should be answerable. There should be volunteers, the youth, in order to voice against the child labor. There should be volunteers in order, at the district level. There should be networking, collaboration with the district officials. There should be, the district officials should have a direct contact with the state official. The state officials should have direct contact with the central official, so that there is proper coordination. And every department, it's not only child labor enforcement office, it should have a good link with the education institute. It should have a education institution, and this labor enforcement office should have a good link with the this what do we call that, the forum, labor forum, so that they would not let this labor union and all, they can really work as a catalyst in order to curtail down on the recruitment of children in the labor market. So here I stop. I have really done it a little faster, or I've taken a little more time. I'm sorry. Thank you so much, Professor Ravindra RM sir, for having given this opportunity to me, and thank you so much. Participants, I just hope I did the justice to let you know about child labor, causes and consequences, and its proper rehabilitation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Wish we could have given much more time because you were not available in the morning session. Evening sessions are like hurry up sessions. So,
Sir, I would like to bring this because I have been very, very busy with my university work. So today I had this target that in the evening I'll present, but in the morning I'll invest my time for my children. So I took them out, and I said by 2 o'clock we'll be back. So around 2:30 I came back, but I had to just arrange everything. So yeah, thank you so much, sir. You have given me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. We have the pleasure to be you to be part of this board. Yeah, and thank you once again. Due to paucity of time, we are not able to take any queries as of now, but you always feel free to leave your queries in chat box, and through feedback form also you can share your feedback. We will connect you to the speaker, and whenever there is an opportunity, we will get back to you with clarification. So thank you, ma'am, once again for joining us and sharing a really wonderful session. And this was a very apt session for the Child Labor Day. I mean, Day Against Child Labor. So it was really insightful. And on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute, Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing, on behalf of all the participants, I wish you all the success and congratulations, ma'am. And we look forward for more sessions from you in future. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
So without Yeah, Lakhan Kumar, you have 5 minutes. Quickly present, ma. Introduce yourself quickly and start your presentation. You need to conclude in 5 minutes.
Yes, sir, I am present here.
Yeah. Share your PPT.
Am I visible, sir?
It's opening.
Am I visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue and conclude in 5 minutes.
My title is The
Introduce
Poverty and
yourself,
Child
your
Development.
name, course, organization quickly, and then proceed.
Okay, sir. My self-introduction, I am Lakhan Kumar Mahavar, and I am UGC NET qualified, and I proposed to graduate Government Arts College from Rajasthan. And introductions, what is poverty and how does it matter? The World Bank organization describe poverty. Poverty is hunger, poverty is lack of shelter, poverty is being sick and not being able to see a doctor. Poverty is not having access to school and not knowing how to read. Poverty is not having a job, is fear for the future, living one day at a time. Poverty also encompasses low level of health and education, poor access to clean water and sanitation required, physical security and lack of voice, and insufficient capacity and opportunity to better one's life. And the causes of poverty: economic reasons, unemployment, unequal distribution of wealth, and inadequate production of essential goods, and inflation. And second is social region, populated area, and caste system, and literacy of parents. And third is environment and climate actions. In these causes, natural disasters and migration and drought in agricultural sectors. And now poverty affect child development and how it development child. Poverty is the earliest stage of child, has a profound impact on the child minds due to the limited convenience in their mind and not getting food on time. They are in a stage of towards life. Health impacts, physical unfit, height, weight, and proper medical treatment. And on education impact, they faced stressful education, only job oriented and earning money. And on impact nutrition, low income parents and maternal health and infant. And on impact of human capital, investors, officers, and entrepreneurs. And we have many literature review, and we have finded many gap in these papers. First is home learning and social emotional participant of children, and second is language development, and third is social participation of children, and fourth is develop high quality child care centers, and five is stressful educations, and last is to evaluation that all scheme or program. And methodology, we adopt historical, ex post facto, and secondary data. Quality method, secondary data be used from World Bank, UNICEF, and etc. Objective using this methodology, first is the data easily available and reduce cost and time. And second is beyond truly observation by this approach, and secondary data, historical approach, and ex post facto method are perfectly suits my research. And child development in India, it is currently status of India, nutrition, PM Poshan schemes, and Pradhan Mantri Atmanirbhar Swasth Yojana. It is implemented by National Health Mission and many more schemes. And on environment health, urbanization quickly in India due to sickness, industries, water sanitation, etc. On poverty, Kerala poverty reduction program is very proudly and very successful. And next program is PMGKY, Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, is implemented during pandemic COVID-19 and Pradhan Mantri Yuva Mentoring Scheme. And on education in India, national education policy, which is very successful and very strategic to development child. And according to economic survey of this current year, government expenditure on social welfare is a follows. Education 3.1% of GDP and health 2% of GDP and other factors of 3.3% of GDP. And step should be taken. The objective of should be implemented by government. Stress-free education and the innovative thing will be developed in society. Home learning, the government should be focused on the parents. And the next is health and nutrition. Government is a large investment on health and nutrition and high quality child center for young children. The World Bank analyzed around the world over 40% of children below primary school entry age of children. Nearly 350 billion children needed childcare center, but they do not have access to it. And finally, conclusion, poverty affects child development badly. Is both cause and effect in underdeveloped countries. Health, nutrition, education promote mentally stress and affect human capitals. Push the children towards criminal tendency and abuse the children. And the children in mindset, earning money only, job-oriented education, no social participation. And I suggestion the government should be work on stress-free education and child care center in rural and home learning and social, emotional, and promote research in this field. And thank you, sir. I complete my presentation. It is save child and protect child. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity. Hello, sir. I have completed my presentation.
Yeah, thank you. Now I invite Ravichandran ji to take over for your session. He is a HRM, Principal Consultant.
Holistic child development is very important. Basically, mentally, spiritual development of child is very important.
Yeah, Ravichandran ji.
Can you able to hear you, sir?
Yeah,
Since the,
take over for your session.
okay. Since the time is very less, should I complete in 2 minutes? What do you feel, sir? Because the I don't know, the participant would be really energetic to take care of, then it would be really well. Or else we can do next time, so whatever you feel, so decide it.
No, you can quickly conclude.
Because I have minimum of this topic carries certain time, that is why I feel so. Concluding is so fast without touching my area of dialogues. So maybe we can give a little introductory. Next week we'll do. Is this fine, sir?
No, I think it should be fine. See, anything can be concluded in 10-15 minutes. It can take 10-15 years also. So it depends on the speaker how you utilize best of your resources and time. See, anything we can talk even for centuries long also. See, today's topic has been discussion even pre-independence, but still there is no perfect solution for this child labor. So things are like that. So continue with your session. You can conclude in 20 minutes, 20-25 minutes. That is a very good time.
Well, because the participant need an energy, that is why I feel so.
See, it's up to you how energetic you will make the participants. If you make them sleep, they will leave in 5 minutes. If you make them engage, they will stay for 1 hour also. It depends entirely on you. So please go ahead.
Sure, sir. I thank you Dr. Ravindra sir, because he's taking huge amount of initiative on every stage of this webinar session on the particular event of particularly which the child health and education, environmental, employment, employee environments, child employment kind is very task oriented profile which is taking care and completing such kind of task with a huge amount of participants and again large number of speakers is certainly a task. Anyway, I'll go quickly to my presentation slides showing off what's all about work environment, which is I'm showing you a few screenshots. Please have a look at. Well, as such, we are going to the totally a different topic in this particular session of happening. The employees, whoever, and the participants, whoever, need to really focus on and can even be a little participative or cross communication. Anybody willing to talk in the middle, they can talk about, please. Workforce, HR in every industry. Here, we are going to talk about environment of employees engaged into mass employment. No, there are sets of people who doesn't know how to match and cope with the work environment in spite of their qualifications and their set forth given profile, everything matches. Many of them not able to really manage with their employment. That is the work environment we call it by. It's need to be really positive energy. So what is work environment? So we can call it, they work in office, most of them full-time for a regular business hours and travel, attending professional and recruiting all kind they are engaged in. Okay. The next slide, I want to tell you, please have a look at the screen. Kindly read those lines because I don't want to repeatedly read it for you. I want to talk on certain clear points. What are the 6 main work environment in this work location? Any of the corporate industry, for the matter, any industries of particular government or private industries, semi, SMEs, it all matches to this kind of traditional going on. So there are 6 main types of work: traditional, open, activity-based, agile. Agile is more called, dynamic, appreciating point, very encouraging working location with a real senseful involvement. Rather, you go with, just get along with the work, what you do. Initially, you may not be understanding every business, what they really do it, since you are becoming a kindergarten for the location of workplace. But over a period of time, you start understanding what you really make sense to the result of the organization. So that's why we need to be engaged in a quite sensible manner of work environment that makes quite senseful and making you more participative in the achievements of program. Well, I'll go to the next slide. These are the real core points important in the work location. The proper recruitment hiring, the proper training and developments, relationship between employer and employees. See, many places, the recruitment conductor, employees get on board, but how do they really retain or how do the people get engaged in a full positive sense of understanding the employee? Does it really works? These all are becoming the biggest questionable today because the market is quite dynamic. Everyone wants to be quite nurturing, very impressive to reach upon. So they are looking at every moment to make their performance reaching to the higher side. So the company culture is quite important. So I have given one point called no backbiting. No backbiting. This means no large of criticism, a lot of no pointing on at others, and giving an unwanted work environment geoparadise, making people discomfort. So that's called no backbiting practice. Certain companies are doing 6 months exercise, which I come to know after doing certain verification. These all we will take it up in a separate session. But let me tell you, the work environment what requires, these all are very important. Managing employees' benefits, create a safe work environment, with no physically or mentally consequences carried out. So very careful all that. Disciplinary actions, it's all very important for the current employees. Okay. Now we'll go to the next slide. These are the slides. I suggest you please read out the line. I do not want to read out for you because it makes you to understand when you read it well. Okay. See, great workplace, flexible to employees for every location. The employees need to be very flexible. Employer need to be careful and flexible to their employees' strength. So that's why we suggest having a flexibility of your mind. Rather, you say, no, we are struggling with our long work hours. I know there are many people, even after 20 years of their work experience, they call it by the word, no, I'm more squeezed with my employment workers time. But what do I say is, no, squeezing of time on work does not make real sense unless you understand what you do. If you are given with overburden of job, that's different. But certain people are unable to perform on time, so they take their own time of doing of longer hours. Finally, they squeezed upon. At last, they call it by criticizing and squeezed more. Certain people do it very superlative way and with more understanding, ethically, very quiet and faster. Certain may not be, in spite of their background of education, knowledge, and no deliveries could be same or somewhat different. So do understand work environment creation between you and the employees more important, rather you also becoming a participant in this. So let's not say the environment need to be always supporting you, but you don't support. Hope the participants do understand, please. Well, I'll go to the next slide. The positive work environment, where are the places you'll find them? Relaxed and productive atmosphere, honest communication, large amount of involvement, go to desk, spending time, humor sense, large amount of connect between peers to peer and peers to subordinates, peers to superiors. So very important, the flexibility. And certain companies, I know there are certain traditional South India company. Anybody moves to the next desk, they are questioned in a department like finance, HR department, even in operation team. Why do you go to the other desk and spend time over 5 minutes, 10 minutes speaking every 10 minutes, every day? No, those all are very conducive questions, because the relationship between the department and departments are quite important, and communication between employees and employees are also quite important. So let every employee go courageously connect to between people to people. So very important. So that's the slide I've shown you. Well, consider the staff, the work environment. Many places, the employees are not really considered. How, what do they want, what kind of support they require, either for junior level or senior level, middle level. They are just put in the box of place to work the way the system requires. So the person comes from the other different environment of an employment and gets into your employment, the another employer, makes a little wider difference. Though he could be strong in knowledge, but delivery may differ subject to his involvement. So we need to consider it. Giving a lot of facilitation on social interaction, work-life balance, supporting, appreciating, wider workplace. So that's the reason I've given this slide. Please read it. Anything, please do not hesitate asking Dr. Ravindra to talk to me either, or ask Dr. Ravindra to communicate with this line what's all about it. That's why I'm showing it in reading time for you, rather just you hear my speeches. Well, okay. See, employer always requires a clear communication between employees. That makes a bigger and the best work environment of employees management. Or else you keep anything hide, you don't reveal a lot of business achievements or business new programs. So that makes employees disconnect. So that's why this slide show you how to go with your employer and employee between interpersonal communication. Listen to every employee's ideas. Certain brainstorming exercise required to be necessarily conducted over once in a time, once in 3 months, or once in every month. I know in my previous employment in Bharti, every month on first week of Monday, there will be a participatory program on how the departmental new plan can be thought about, how to be involved, connected. So these are kind of allowing people to communicate and bring something on the documenting and trying to try it out. So that is the way employer and employee engagements. But these are the slides I'll show you next. Let's go to the workplace, how we naturally engage in. Please look at it, your own lifestyle. In 24 hours, you spend minimum 12 hours a day of your employment. Not alone the employment on desk work, but chain connect of reaching office, leaving office, and various connect between. So approximately, I would say nothing lesser than 10, between 10 and 12 hours a day. So the leftover time is only 10 to 12 hours. So that is where you are spending your family. Again, in the middle of this 8 hours, 9 hours, or minimum 7 hours, you go to the sleep mode. So at last you are left with hardly 4 hours life. So please imagine how very important and what important imperative area of work environment is necessary. Well, I'll go to very quickly finishing it off. Okay. Look for what? No, we are looking for new job where how fairness important, motivation, challenges, common goals, programming, objectivities between group mannerism. That's the reason I brought this slide to you. Now, transparency between department to department, managers to managers, how social connects, growth, progressive planning. So these all are quite important. That's why I'm putting this slide to you. In the middle of participants, please note my slides will be sent to you as per your request, and Dr. Ravindra would also share with you. Please don't worry, I will be sharing them because the time is left very less. Otherwise, I could take you in a bigger way for nothing lesser than 45 minutes to 1 hour. Well, see, look at this very interesting slides, which I will show you. In the middle, okay, this work environment, what I said now, creativity is also quite important. Health, work life, life balancing, such kind of things are also very important. So be alert and take care of these environmental areas where we can go with healthy progressive plan. In the middle, I'm going to show you some visuals which will make you more interesting to understand what is work environment all kind. In the middle, I'll just complete few more slides and come back to that visual soon. Please wait. Okay. Now, what is work environment of India? We mostly talk about environment of work environment, workplace environment. But how this really works in India? In India, as such, I found Asia is more conducive, more conservative, and more of hierarchical methods. And the manager who knows the subordinates may not know kind model. What I say, that is correct. Because I have watched one movie, you won't believe. In the movie, what he was saying is, the guy who is asking everyone to listen at what he says, see, whatever I say is correct. He says in the comedy sense, humor sense, whatever I say is correct because I work in biggest IT company. Because he's a successful man and on earning or whatever is achievement, whatever I say you must accept because I'm working in a big IT company. So such kind of a conservative thought process comes between mind and mind today. Anybody fails, he is considered not success. Anybody succeeds on their work experience, they are considered as successful men. So let's not take in this way of life living. So it will make your life miserable in that concept. So how you really participate and how you really enjoy the work of yours. So that's the reason this India environment is quite conservative. I still say about. So be careful and read out this slides also further. Okay. In work-life balance, particularly environment, this climate, how works? Gender equality, work-life balance, particularly work environment requires. These are the very important, need to be looked in for managing it, or else it will have its own impact. Many women to come forward applying for job because in India for the past 2 years, not lesser than 2 to 5 years period, the employees, particularly women employments, are getting reduced. Application submission by women are getting reduced 20% lesser than the 4 years behind. Why it's all happening? On various reasons, which I don't want to explain about, but the work environment makes the key reason for employees connect between gender equality of today. On various reasons it is. It has got its own HR no jargons on no, pay is not similar, and many benefits are not similar. Benefits are given, benefits administrations are not clear, categorically planned between men and women. So that is one of the reasons. Well, I'll quickly finish it up in the middle. I want to show you one video which makes how there are a group of people go in a work environment, finally make things messed up, how it's supposed to be. I want to show you a small video clip. Have a look at that and go with it, please. Just hold on, hold on. I'm just going to show you. Well, quickly I'm completing it. The reason is I'm given with a very short time. There are employees of how did they engage in, how the work environment particularly sorted as per the individual involvement. Let's not take the total work environment, how the 5 people mix between difference one another, how they are getting engaged in. By adding one person more, again the trouble creates larger. The third person involved in employment, again the problem goes into next level. So at last, when the 5th person enters into employment, the whole system goes into messed up. So there are many managing skills are important in order to bring now things are into full formation, the rightful steps. That's why I've shown you this video clip to make you little understanding on this work environment between employees and employer, how it's supposed to be. So I'm completing it next 1 minute time. Again, I'm repeating it. These are the very important for work environment in order to handle the employees management. Communication, team members empowerment, policy of employees are quite important in order to fair understanding of the employees and fair acceptance, not a going understanding alone, acceptance. Team building, engagement of team building is quite important in order to make employees come in a groupism, togetherness, not groupism, togetherness. Break hours, recognition, rewards, work-life balancing promotion model, assigning new mentors for individual development, such kind. Okay, this is the last slide. Again, I want to talk on the work environment, how not supposed to be in the place of work. These are the biggest trouble in any work environment of today, getting disconnect between employees and the employer. That is the key reason any of the work environment gets totally messed up, totally melting out, and the employees turnover increases. So I'll read it out. Employee work against one another. There are many employees between their employee system itself work against one and another. Credit stealing. A person who completed his task, some of his boss superiors take the credit. It happens quite strong in manufacturing industry, production industry, particularly again, IT industries, project domain based, many consulting businesses. So anybody loses their heart, particularly employees, they leave their job without saying any reason. So need to be very careful to manage the best work environment, not alone the infrastructure or given the leave, benefits, salaries, packages, but psychologically we need to take care of them, or else you will have biggest trouble in any work environment. Employees fighting, avoiding, abusing each other's mistakes are called out, insulting. These all are very, very careful areas. At last, I would like to say these are very important in work environment. Trust and belief is more important than any in the management of today. There is no trust, there is no belief management of employees. So employees disengagement is not far away. It's very near. Anybody will leave the job of today, especially in the corporate industry. Fair communication, fairness between system and system. Listening is a quite important skill where every employee's sessions need to be attended. They are supposed to be listened. They are supposed to be heard about their queries, problems, personal belongings, everything. If not attended by well, particularly by HR department, psychologically, or or by their own subordinates of their departmental function, the disengagement will fall in quickly. Anyway, I would like to complete this session since the time is very limited. At the last, I want to also carry it up in a long hours of your communication goes on since morning. I don't want to take much of your time. I would like to thank you, all of you, and Dr. Ravindra taking care of this session quite successfully for over a period of time, and next to strength to strength, I expect he is going to do it in a very biggest way. All the very best. Thanks, Dr. Ravindra, and all the participants who joined us and taken care of. Please do not hesitate asking Dr. Ravindra to take these slides at any given time because it's already given to Dr. Ravindra, sir. Thanks, Dr. Ravindra. Please take care. Hello, Dr. Ravindra. Ravindra ji. Hello.
Thank you for your wonderful session. Yeah, the feedback link is shared in the chat box. Kindly fill up the feedback form.
Hello, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful session.
Yes, sir. Dr. Ravindra.
Kindly fill up the feedback form.
And participants, if you have any questions, you can unmute yourself or you can put it in the chat box so that I can. Yes, next we have. Thank you very much, sir, and it was a wonderful session. And my request to you is for upcoming webinar, to please teach us about what is economic pay, because during our childhood we have heard it is just religion, so it was prohibited even for system or for family business, because we are being so I really appreciate if it is possible that share some light on that in our program, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Definitely. Kindly put the overall feedback form in poll. Launch the poll as many are unable to use the window. Yeah, kindly fill up the feedback form, overall feedback form that has been shared in the form of polls. And if anyone is not able to view the form or access the form, let me know. Actually, we are waiting for you to fill up the feedback form. If it is still not accessible, let us know. The feedback form is in the form of polls. It's not in the chat box. In chat box, the links have been given where you can download your certificate, and to get future updates, you can join this Facebook group and channel. The feedback form is in the form of polls. You can see overall feedback form. Let me know who all are not getting this form, because that may be due to this Zoom version, difference in Zoom version, or if you are logging in from the browser, then you might face when there is hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, okay. So okay, then if many people are not able to access, then wait for 5 more minutes. Then I will share the Google form. We need to create one because we have initially planned to take feedback in the Zoom session. So till then, let me engage you. We have Christina Kagan, one more speaker. So we will take. We will listen to her. In the meanwhile, I will prepare the feedback form and will be sharing. Yes, ma'am, Christina Kagan, you can start your audio video. Christina, can you hear me? Christina? You can start your video. Yeah, you can start presenting, Ma. Christina. Yeah, in the meanwhile, I will get the feedback form ready if you are unable to access the polls. So let's listen to Christina in the meanwhile. Christina, can you hear me? You can hear some sounds, not your voice. Christina, I have made you co-host, Ma. You can unmute yourself. You can start sharing your PPT.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, good afternoon. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry for the network and thank you for all the learning. Can I have access for the video or there'll be no need?
Yeah, just a second. Can you try now? Switching on your video.
Okay.
Yeah, good. Good to see you.
Everyone, it's my pleasure to be your host with all the opportunity to learn. Thank you for releasing that. I'll go straight forward to my discussion. I would like to say that can you hear me? Can you hear me, please?
Yes, Christina, please continue.
Okay. I for the benefit of those that have never heard me present, I would like to introduce myself as Christiana Kigun from Nigeria, Africa. I'm a clinical social worker. I have a first degree in social work and a master's in clinical social work. I have practiced in the field of mental health for over 10 years. My focus is working with the mentally ill and drug users. And I'm also building a career in trauma healing for adults and children. And that is the reason I find this opportunity to present on child abuse as a very timely and useful opportunity to me. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ma, please continue.
Okay, so all the speakers have looked at what drug and child abuse is, and I'll be discussing on child abuse in relation to my country, Nigeria. So I don't bore us with too much talk. I have learned a lot. I have added to my notes from the other speakers, and also I jotted something down from Dr. Chandra Kala Diwali's presentation. I listened to her keenly and I heard her say that she has never seen child laborers, and I was thrown aback because child labor in the country I come from seem like a very common daily business. where you see children below the ages of 10 already fending for themselves and for their entire family. You see children on the streets, you see them out of school, you see them being parents to their younger ones, and hearing that in Chandrakala's environment, none of this is seen. I paused for a while and I told myself that it means there is hope, that my country can one day boast of not seeing any such worrying or disturbing conditions in our communities. So child abuse in Nigeria has I wouldn't want to go to the definition because the other speakers have said, but have defined it. But for the benefit of the presentation, let me just define child abuse as abuse is any act or failure to act on the part of a parent or a caregiver which results in harm, such as death of a child, serious physical or emotional harm, and sexual abuse or exploitation. And also to mention that in Nigeria, abuse against children is rampant, although it is largely underreported. Underreporting, and this underreporting stems from cultural justification of certain forms of abuse associated with cultural and practical, associated with cultural practices and reluctance of children to speak about prior abusive experiences. This is also as a result of the child upbringing or fear of being punished by adults who are caring for them. Also, the African Charter on the Rights of rights of the child and also the welfare of the child of 1999 Constitution provides that children must be protected from all forms of torture, inhuman or degrading sexual abuse and neglect or maltreatment. But of course, the opposite is what we see, despite the availability or the presence of this portion of the Charter. Also, the Child Rights Act of 2003 in Nigeria, it was just in 2003 that the Child Rights Act was documented or was brought to the fore. It says, it also provides that children must be protected from child marriage, child betrothal. This means that children children who are considered to be minor, who are considered to be children should not be betrothed. They should be allowed to grow up and make serious decisions as who they want to marry and also who they would like to spend their lives with, rather than betrothing them to just anybody or in exchange of maybe family to keep family relationship going, because in this part of the country we have such going on. Also, sorry, please, yeah,
please continue.
Okay, so the issues of abuse here in Nigeria, for me, looking at the presentation so far done, it is something that has taken a different dimension, and the legal aspect. And also another aspect of the presentation today that I found very useful and helpful was the part taken by the lawyer who came to present, who presented in the morning. I was happy with the revelation or the breakdown of the legal and illegal implication. For me, that was the take home for the legal implication of child abuse, which we are still looking forward to seeing, but we are not there yet. And also knowing that the commemoration of the International Child Labor Day is today. It's also a very useful or important event for me. Also, Section 277 of the Child Rights Act of the 2003 defines a child as a person who has not attained the age of 18. I wouldn't want to go into that because the other presentations have captured that. Now, what also stood out for me, I am selecting my presentation right now because a lot has been said about child abuse, which is so common in this part of the country or in this part of the world, and it means internationally too. We as social workers have a mandate and a duty to continue to advocate and to continue to tell children this educate children on the observance of their rights and and how to report issues of abuse appropriately. I have a problem on my screen. I'm sorry. Trying to.
I can hear you, Christina.
Okay. Okay, I've gotten my screen. So I will run through a few of the slides I have here. We have 4 issues of abuse, children abuse. We have the physical abuse, and we have sexual abuse, we have emotional abuse, and we have neglect as abuse. Children go through physical abuses like beating, like neglect, like not providing their basic needs of food or being underfed. You see children in Nigeria going on the street picking things from the bin literally to eat because of hunger. And that has also been termed, or that is seen as child abuse. Abuse is cyclical in nature. That means it often runs in circles. The great-grandparents abuse the grandparents, and grandparents abuse the parents, and parents abuse their children, and the children will eventually turn out to be abusers also. Abuse is a learned behavior. The potential abuser needs to learn an alternative method to abusive behavior. This happens with education or therapy intervention, not just desire not to abuse. Now, what this tells us is that abuse can be generational. It can run in generations, and that is why when we see abusers, we just blame them for the immediate action. But with this knowledge, we are told that abuse is generational. Abuse is cyclical in nature. It rotates until the circle of abuse is broken through education, through reorientation. This cycle will continue and will continue to have aggressive people in our society, aggressive people in our communities. Physical abuse, like has been mentioned, we have physical abuse, we have sexual abuse, we have emotional abuse, and we have neglect. So looking at them individually, we have physical abuse as any physical attack repeated or occurring just once, and also any physical harm caused by lack of care has constituted physical abuse. So physical abuse can be attacking the person physically, beating the person, inflicting injury on the person, or not, doing a physical harm that is as a result of your lack of caring for the person. Maybe ignoring a child to go to a dangerous place, or to touch fire, or to do things that can constitute harm or threat to either life or well-being. Physical abuse can also be seen in bruises. I've seen cases in Nigeria of children being burnt with irons, hot irons, children being burnt with candle lights, or even literal fire, cooking fire, because the child was disturbing, or the child was restless as a result of something that could be threatening to life. You see bruises, lacerations, and aberrations, skeletal injuries, had head injuries and internal injuries from hitting, shaking, twisting, pulling, punching, beating with the hand, and so on and so forth, and even kicking the child. These are common practices or common things we see in our community which depict abuse. Also, emotional abuse. Emotional abuse can come from constantly yelling, either at children. Since we're talking about child abuse, the emotional aspect can be done through yelling, demeaning remarks, like telling this child you are useless, you are good for nothing, you will never amount to anything, you see your friends, your peers are better than you, you are useless, you're an idiot. All of those things are demeaning remarks that can reduce the person's the child's esteem and even self-confidence. Comparing children in front of their peers, that can amount to making demeaning remarks. We also have being rejected or ignored. It can induce or constitute emotional abuse. And being threatened, being under threat often can constitute emotional abuse. For no obvious reason, you keep threatening a person, this can result, or this can be termed emotional abuse. Then verbal attacks, abuses like the ones I have mentioned and many more, can cause emotional abuse, or can constitute emotional abuse, I'm sorry. And also exposure to domestic violence, like carrying out domestic abuse or violence in the presence of children can cause them emotional abuse. For example, where you have grown-ups, couples fighting or beating each other in the presence of their kids can induce emotional abuse in these children, and that is very useful to note. Also, sexual abuse. Child sexual abuse is any sexual act with a child performed by an adult or by an adult or an older child to this younger one. This might be fondling the child's genitals, getting the child to fondle an adult's genitals, mouth to genital contact, rubbing an adult's genitals, or the child, and also actually penetrating the child's vagina for a female, or anus with a body part or object. Other forms of abuse can also occur to detect an adult genital to a child, or showing the child pornographic or dirty pictures or videotapes, or using the child as a model to make pornographic materials. All this constitutes sexual abuse. Touching the parts, the child and other private areas can also constitute sexual abuse. Also, child molestation, molesters often groom their victims by giving them attention, affection, or gifts. The trauma can be so great that the victim may even repress the memory. Child molesters are most often someone the child knows, not a stranger. This is very hurtful, but a reality that these child molesters are not far from people the child are very familiar with. For example, it is easier to resist an adult or a child molester that you are not familiar with. But when a child molester becomes a family member, an uncle, an auntie, because we were earlier also reminded that child abuse or sexual abuse is not only directed at female children or female gender, like it is generally believed. It is also directed to even the male children. So either an auntie or an uncle, a relation, and painfully even parents to children can be found to be their molesters. And usually they shower them with gifts that at the end of the day makes these children, puts these children in a position of maybe confusion and not being willing to expose what has been done to them. And that further worsens the situation. Also, another form of abuse is neglect, failing to provide the following, like adequate food and shelter, safety, medical or psychological treatment, supervision, clothing. This can be seen or is common amongst parents who are busy or working. We have cases in Nigeria of parents who work for like 24 hours. They leave home as early as 6 and get back as late as 12, and the next morning the same thing. So you wonder who does these children stay with? Who attends to the basic needs of those children when they come back from school? Who does their work with them? Who supervises what they do? Who pays attention to their personal and emotional and psychological needs? Sometimes children throw tantrums when they want something, or when they really have a problem, they begin to throw tantrums. Who cares for them? The best the caregivers, who are usually the house helps, do to them is to pit them or give them tasks that keeps them away from their presence. And at the end of the day, these children suffer neglect. And these neglects are in the area of not giving them adequate food, or even putting them outside to spend a lot of time outside doing the work, like the other presenter who talked about child labor, where children, what constitutes child labor is giving children a certain degree or amount of work that is not commensurate their ages, is also an abuse on the child. So also medical or psychological treatment. Where are the parents, the busy parents, where are they to see the needs of these children, the medical needs of these children, not to talk of attending, and talk more of attending to these needs. So this neglect it also constitutes an abuse on the child. Then clothing. Sometimes you go to homes or you see children on the streets wearing very dirty, tattered clothes, and you wonder who are the parents of those children. And only for you to find out that these parents are okay, they are well to do, they are responsible for the society. It's just that they have prioritized their jobs or other businesses rather than paying attention to the needs of those children. Also, the neglect can also be not attending to the child. Like for a younger child who is still at the age of not being able to care for themselves, like go make tea for yourself, go get your food, change your diaper, and of course left in the custody of either the house help or the younger ones, where it's very common here in Nigeria. You find out that children care for their younger children below ages 18 care for younger children also that need care by adults. So this little girl, a scenario of a little girl given the task or responsibility of caring for her younger brother. Is also tired. She's also a child. She also needs attention. She also needs the warmth, the love, the care that an older one needs to give to her. And now she's given the responsibility of caring for her younger one. That can also bring about the case of neglect, where she feels, this is me, so I need care. I don't have the energy, I don't have the strength to care for anybody. For the food need of the child, a hungry child with a diaper heavy with urine and feces, long past the changing time, not attended to, that constitutes neglect and abuse on the child by the parents or the supposed adults in the lives of those children. Okay, victim profiling, let's see the victim profiling as an example. It says from nearly 1.8 million referrals to suspected children abuse, approximately 896,000 cases were verified as abuse, which constitutes an annual incidence of 5.7% per 1,000 children. The children often hide the abuse to protect the offenders, either because they have been threatened or because they are fearful. Now, there's a scenario of profiling children abuses. These are the figures given for referral cases of abuses, and also the percentage found to be children who have gone through abuses but have not reported for the fear of the abuser, who has threatened to either kill them or to cause them more harm if they disclose to anybody. So you can imagine the trauma, you can imagine the pain, you can imagine the dysfunctionality at the end of the day that these children will grow into as adults when we refer to the circle of abuse. Also, looking at symptoms of abuse, unusual sexual behavior or knowledge can also depict a symptom of sexual abuse. Eating or sleeping pattern changes. The person either begins to eat too much or eats less than they are used to eating. Change in school performance and relationships with peers. Maybe for a child that is bright, that is very good in school, beginning to have low grades compared to the grades they used to have. That's a red flag for the adults or parents in the lives of these children to pay more attention, to see that at the end of the day that this child is helped or attended to. Inappropriate touching of others, compulsive behavior or extreme tantrums can also be a red flag for abuse. Inappropriate touching of others. They could be touching others at their genitals. If it's a male, they'll be touching if it's a female touching a male, you notice that they touch themselves inappropriately. That's a sign that there could be a sign and a symptom of abuse, because of course the normal way children play will be to respect and not touch each other. But when they begin to touch each other or begin to find pleasure in touching each other's inappropriately, is a sign and a symptom of abuse, either by the person touching or the person that is allowing themselves to be touched inappropriately. Also, aggressive behaviors at school, or towards siblings, possessions, or pets can send a signal of abuse. Angry, hateful, negative, clinging for children, it's another sign or a red flag to checkmate abuse. Effects of abuse. Factors and research has shown to influence the effects of abuse. Age of the child when the abuse happened. The effects of abuse. Factors research has shown to influence the abuse and the effects of abuse. The age of the child when the abuse happened. Younger is usually more harmful. Who committed the abuse? Effects are generally worse when it was a parent, step-parent, or trusted adult than a stranger. Can anybody get me?
Yes, Christina.
Oh, okay. So what this means is that the abuse is more painful and the memory is more permanent when it is done by a familiar person. We talked about parents, we talked about step-parents rather than adults. This is a research carried out. And also whether the child told anyone, and if so, the person's response is also another factor that makes effects of the abuse either worse or mild. Also, victims may have experienced dissociation, feeling separated from their body, and may even have delayed recall of the abuse. Memory issues is also involved. They often have behavioral difficulties, increased incidences of juvenile delinquency and adult criminality, alcohol and drug abuse problems, physical health problems, poor mental and emotional health, social difficulties with peers and adults, and display abusive behavior towards others, especially their own children. This is another effect of child abuse, where the child grows into a dysfunctional adult, or the child, even as a child, become deviant or become delinquent in terms of behavior and become very hostile. And for some of them, they take into drug use as a coping mechanism. That's another effect of abuse, unresolved abuse. We have had a few instances where cases of abuse are reported. And also in one of the presentation, I heard somebody talking about how these cases should be handled better when, for example, a sexual abuse case happens, rather than cleaning up the child before reporting the case. This case cases should be reported on time if known, because sometimes the adults in the lives of these children or their parents don't get to know until after some days. And of course, in the laws, there must be an evidence to prove that this act has happened. How do you know? Apart from going to the hospital and checking, maybe extra opening of the genitals of the child, you will find the presence of sperm in the vagina of the child can actually validate or confirm that a sexual abuse on the child has happened. So when to report these cases also matter, even though here in Nigeria, we have instances where these cases are kept secret for the fear of being laughed at, or for the fear of spoiling the family name, and some other very flimsy reasons why these cases are hidden. And then sometimes the the law, the legal arm of the law also for corruption and for whatever reasons these cases are kept going through adjournment, postponement, and the victims get tired and frustrated and just withdraw the case. So at the end of the day, justice is not gotten for these children that go through painful cases of abuses. And then, of course, for every child that goes through abuse, they are usually very, very sad. So that's one of the reasons, and that's one of the obvious signs that calls for investigation when there is an abuse. The child is always sad, socially withdrawn, sometimes aggressive, and depressed, not willing to eat and not willing to associate. Child abuse statistics are reported by the National Clearinghouse on Child Abuse and Neglect. Information is collected on this study from the federal, by the federally funded third national incident study. And then data is from here in Nigeria. Thank you. Any question and comment?
Thank you, Christina, for the wonderful session.
Thank you, Doctor, for the opportunity.
Yeah, we had the opportunity to learn about child abuse and child labor in Africa, Nigeria. It was very nice. I mean, after listening to your session, we feel that more or less it's same across the world. Similar challenges, similar problems, similar kind of abuse is happening, and factors also more or less are similar. So we need to work together to address these issues and to prevent child labor. It was very well presented, and thanks to the network. Network also supported you this time.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Doctor. And thank you, everyone. Thank you for the kind comments. Mary's hand is up. Can we give her the opportunity to talk? Thank you, Jeffrey. I'm sorry. Mary.
Hi, Christina. How are you?
Hi, sister. I'm fine.
You did wonderful job.
Thank you, sister.
Yeah, so I know you, whatever topic you give, you do justice to that. I have always confidence in your abilities. That's why I give you, repeated. All the best, Christina.
Thank you, sister. I'm humbled. I love you. Thank you.
In your profession and in life, and all the best. Keep on coming to our session and give.
Thank you, my sister. I sure will. Thank you. Thank
all
you,
the best.
Thank you. Thank you, Florence. Thank you, my sister. And thank you, Dr. Ravindra, for the opportunity to learn and to share knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, for joining us, and we wish you all the success in your future. And look forward for more sessions.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Doctor. Drug abuse and trafficking. So you can prepare yourself and invite your colleagues also. You can talk. Okay. I know these African countries are very vulnerable to this.
Very well, very well. And that's one of my area of practice, drug abuse.
Yeah, so you'll be prepared for the next week also. So
thank you.
Your session, and we will learn from your session about African context.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Christina. Once again, on behalf of Sri Holistic Health Foundation, Sri Research Institute, Center for Art Sciences and Wellbeing, and also on behalf of all the participants, we wish you all.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra.
Dear participants,